Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had psychic elemental quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was born to Inko Midoriya when she was 25 years old, and his father, Hisashi, as absent fathers do, went out to buy milk and never came back right around the time the doctors confirmed Izuku wouldn't develop a quirk, which, looking back, tracked pretty well. Izuku couldn't say he missed him. His mother definitely didn't. After Hisashi left, she got happier. The apartment felt bigger somehow, calmer. Fewer doors got slammed. The holes in the walls stopped appearing. They went out more, just the two of them, and one afternoon at the park, Izuku spotted the chess tables. His mom taught him how the pieces moved first. Pawns, 8 of them, move 1 square forward, or 2 on the first move, and capture diagonally. Bishops move diagonally, as far as they want. Knights move in an L shape, 2 squares in one direction, 1 square sideways. Rooks move horizontally or vertically, as many squares as they like. The queen can do almost anything, diagonal, horizontal, vertical, however far she wants. The king can only move 1 square in any direction, which Izuku always thought was a little embarrassing for him. His favorite piece was the rook. It starts in the back corners, quiet and out of the way, and then it can move anywhere, even all the way across the board in a straight line if it needs to. His mom told him that along with the queen, the rook is a major piece, one of the ones that can actually end the game. The more they played, the better he got. He started looking up strategies online, playing against strangers, losing constantly. Each loss taught him something, though. His mom would play with him when she got home from work, tired but patient, and she'd let him win sometimes, sometimes not, and he always knew which was which. He used to think the world was like a chessboard. A fair field, set rules, equal pieces on both sides. Endless possibilities, but structured. Logical. Then he started middle school at Aldera. Being quirkless in a world full of quirks meant people looked at you like a pawn that had ended up on the wrong board entirely. Useless and disposable. The rules that were supposed to exist, the ones that said you couldn't just hurt someone for being different, those didn't really apply at Aldera and definitely not to him. People didn't move in straight lines or follow predictable patterns. There was no strategy he could learn that would fix it. Fix himself. Half of it, he believed, was due to the age the kids were at, 12, 13, 14. Their cruelty was not childish anymore, like it was in the previous years, but now deliberate. As their quirks got stronger as they got older, they needed somewhere to practice. Someone to practice it on. The other half was Aldera itself, as it was the kind of place where the teachers were tired, where pro heroes only stopped by for the photo opportunity, and where the kids with flashy quirks had figured out early on that nobody was going to stop them from doing whatever they wanted. Being quirkless there didn't just make him different. It made him a target. It was the end of his first year and, by week 2, he'd already been shoved into lockers, had his notebook stolen twice, and had long since figured out which stairwells to avoid after last PRD. He tracked the patterns the way he tracked a board, who bullied who, which teachers looked the other way, which hallways were safe and for how long. He always made sure to walk with his shoulders in, eyes down, and bag held against his chest so nobody could grab it. Useless. An extra. A waste of space. The teachers, obviously, never said anything. They'd look at him with that particular kind of tired pity they saved for kids they'd already written off, and then they'd look away. What he held on to, though, was what his mother always told him: "You're smart, Izuku. You notice things that people miss every day. Use that to your advantage." Aldera became less like a school and more like a chessboard, but without any rules. He mapped out safe zones, calculated where to go and when, and he kept his head down and played the long game. He never complained about any of it because as long as he could go home to their tiny kitchen table, their mismatched mugs, and the chessboard she always had set up before he even got his shoes off, it was enough. He thought it would always be enough. Plus, Kaken and his friends had gotten hold of his notebook, again, during lunch. When he returned to his desk, it was a mess of ash and smelled like someone had put it in an oven for far too long. He couldn't quite bring himself to care, though thankful that most of the pages were empty, as he had found a chess book, shoved into the back corner of Aldera's library, forgotten long ago, Chess Strategies for Intermediate Players. There was a chapter on Rook coordination strategy he hadn't seen before, and he'd been running it over in his head the whole walk home, already planning how he was going to show his mom. He was trying his best to get home before the rain, though, as he could see the dark clouds making their way inland from the beach. He could smell the oncoming storm. He knew, though, something was wrong when he saw their front door from the end of the hall open. Not wide open. Just cracked. But his mom never left it open. Not since Hisashi left. Not ever. He pushed it the rest of the way in, the hinges squeaking in protest, and the smell hit him before anything else. Iron. He moved down the hallway, slowly, one hand pressed over his mouth. Whether it was to keep himself from screaming or vomiting, he didn't know yet. The kitchen came into view. Red on the tiles. Red on the walls. And his mom. She wasn't moving. Her hand were stretched toward the sink, like she'd been trying to reach something, trying to fight back, trying to. But there, scrawled across the cabinets with his mother's blood. Quirkless breed. He made it to the sink before he threw up. He stood there after, hands braced against the cold, shaking. He couldn't hear anything over his own breathing. His knuckles were white, his eyes burned. He couldn't scream, he tried, he thinks, but the sound just wasn't there. Quirkless breed. This was his fault. If he'd had a quirk, if he'd been someone they actually cared about protecting, if the world hadn't looked at him and his mother and seen nothing worth the effort, if he had somehow made his way over to their kitchen table, face blank, staring at the mess in front of him. The sadness, the grief, the nausea, had long since disappeared, just as the sun had, swallowed by the storm. If they won't protect her. If they won't protect me. Then I'll do it myself. And I'll make them pay for what they did to her. Midoriya Izuku was 12 years old when he learned that all men are not created equal. He had spent his whole life being told he was useless, that being quirkless meant he'd never be anything, that the world didn't have a place for someone like him. He was going to make his own place in the world. And he was going to prove them wrong. Of course, by the time the cops arrived, Izuku was long gone. He had packed all of his All Might merch into a garbage bag in hopes of selling it, shoved what clothes he had into a backpack, and taken every yen he could find in the apartment. His mom had told him the combination to the safe in the back of her closet years ago, just in case, baby, and there'd been enough in it to help him eat at least for a couple of weeks. He knew he couldn't go back to school. Word would spread fast. Kids would talk, teachers would ask questions, and most likely, someone would call social services. He would get put into the system, and he knew he wouldn't make it out. So, instead, he hauled the garbage bag to a pawn shop, haggled with the old man behind the counter until he got as much as he could for the merchandise, and then he headed into the red light district. Keeping his head down, he walked the edges of the sidewalks until he found an apartment complex that didn't look like it was about to completely fall over. The landlord was a man probably in his 50s who didn't ask questions, which Izuku appreciated. He just took the money, gave Izuku a key, and pointed toward the stairs. The cheapest apartment available was a top-floor studio, not much more than 25 square meters. 20 steps from the door to the window, 10 steps side to side. Basic kitchen, microwave, fridge, and a small stovetop. A bathroom off to the side so narrow that if Izuku stretched his arms he could almost touch both walls. Stained floors, stained walls, and nothing else than a window with a fire escape. Izuku stood there in the quiet, empty apartment for a long moment before he sat down on the floor and cried until he couldn't anymore, passing out on the cold floor. Izuku was 12 years old and completely alone. There was nothing else to do about it tonight, so he slept. Plus, Izuku wakes up the next morning with a crick in his neck from sleeping on the bare floor. Surprise, surprise, to no one. He groans as he sits up, rubbing the dried tears off his face. His stomach growls, used to having breakfast by now, but he ignores it. Dumping his backpack out onto the floor, he watches the yen scatter across the wood. He counted it. Between his mom's safe and the pawn shop, he had enough to survive a few months if he was careful. So, he makes a mental list of things he needs to buy, a used mattress, sheets, blankets, and a thicker jacket, as winter was coming. Cheap food, instant stuff that didn't need much cooking skills. The photo falls out with everything else, him and his mom, taken at the park the summer before last. She was laughing at something he'd said, and he was grinning because she was. He places it face down. His phone was in there too. He stared at it for a second before completely shutting it off. He knew it could be tracked, so he'd either figure out how to turn that off, or just sell it completely. It's not like anyone would be calling him anytime soon. 3 bangs against the door scare him out of his thoughts. His breath becomes shallow and, just for a second, he thinks it's all over. But then he hears the door across from him open up, and Izuku lets out a shaky breath, not even realizing he had been holding it. He gets up and walks to the grimy mirror above the bathroom sink. He looks terrible, he knows. His eyes are puffed, his face pale, and his hair is going in 6 different directions. He splashes some cold water on his face and just let himself breathe. "You can't be weak anymore," he says quietly, but he wasn't really sure who he was talking to anymore. He goes back into the main room, sits on the dirty floor, pulls his half-used notebook toward himself, and flips it open to a blank page. He sits there for a minute, not really sure what to write, before he does. And so, he writes names. He writes the names of pro-hero after pro-hero who patrolled near Aldera. He circles the ones who'd walk past him as he was bullied and never stopped to help. He also stars the ones who showed up only after something happened, never before, and smiled for the cameras while the cleanup crews were still working. Heroes who saved people with quirks and stepped over the ones without. Then, he writes their patrol routes. More notably, the gaps in them, the windows when nobody was watching, when hero coverage dropped off, and when someone could get away with something, and nobody would show up in time to stop them. For most of the pro-heroes, he'd memorized most of it already, just from watching. Heroes were predictable, especially the flashy ones. While their predictability might make them look reliable, Izuku knew better. He keeps going. Diagrams city blocks, mapping escape routes, and sketches of costumes with their weak points circled. Exposed joints, heavy boots that slowed footwork, capes that could snag, helmets that cut peripheral vision. The pages got filled quickly. I'm not strong. I know that. But I'm not stupid either. People thought that if you had a quirk, a good, strong quirk, you were powerful. That you could become a top-ranking pro with it. But that's where people were wrong. Information, even just information where you just pay attention, was real power. A pawn was nothing on its own. But if you understood the board, every piece, every pattern, every gap in the defense, you could take down a king. He fills page after page until the notebook is nearly full. He writes until his hand aches and the light through the window has gone from pale blue to orange. His stomach growls again, more insistent this time, but he ignores it again. If they weren't going to protect him, he'd protect himself. If they wouldn't see him, he'd use that. If they wanted him powerless, he'd find power somewhere else. He stares down at the pages. They don't see me, he thinks. But I see them. The notebook is nearly full by the time he finally puts the pen down. His neck aches from looking down for so long. The light from outside was nearly gone, night taking its place. His stomach has moved past growling and into a dull pain. He flips back through what he'd written. It felt like standing at a chessboard and finally seeing an opening move. Now he just had to figure out how to use it without getting killed. Plus, he goes out that night in a black hoodie, black cargo pants, and a fabric mask left over from when he was sick a few months earlier. The red light district at night was a completely different place from during the day. During the day, it was almost a ghost town. It transformed once the sun went down, hundreds of people moving through it, drunks, working girls, and underground heroes. Izuku spots them easily, always alone, always moving slowly but with purpose. He takes note of their patrol routes, weapons, and changeover times. If any of them noticed him, they didn't show it. He observes as he walks around. Which bars the heroes used for information exchanges, which venues were running pit fights, obvious from the fighters coming out the back bruised and glassy-eyed, and which alleys were used for under-the-table buys. He watched deals happen and kept it all logged in his head to write down when he got back. It was close to 1 in the morning when his vision blurred and the street dipped under him. He caught himself on the nearest wall, palms scraping cold concrete. I need to eat. He scanned the street until a faded wooden sign caught his eye. A ramen shop, wedged between a pawn shop and what looked like a shuttered therapy clinic. The warmth hit him when he stepped inside, much different from the cold and humidity that was hanging around outside. He took a deep breath, and his mouth watered at the smell, broth and garlic and pork fat. His stomach growled in excitement. The shop was dim, with a few flickering lanterns, quiet enough that the sounds of the street outside felt far away. He scanned the room before he sat down. A group of barely sober kids who couldn't be older than 20, inhaling ramen like they hadn't eaten in days. A man in a rumpled suit, asleep at his table, bowl most likely cold in front of him. A woman with smudged eyeliner is eating slowly, not really there. And, in the back by the emergency exit, a man in a black jumpsuit and gray scarf. Izuku looked at him for maybe 2 seconds before he made himself look away, taking a seat in the far back corner opposite of the man. Izuku couldn't tell if he was fanboying inside or just utterly scared. He knew that scarf. He had seen it multiple times on the underground hero forums. Eraserhead. Of course. Of course, the one place he had wandered into, half-starved and desperate, had a pro-hero sitting 20 feet away. Before he could spiral any further, an old lady appeared beside him. She was short, her silver hair up in a bun held in place with mismatched chopsticks, with a shirt covered in faded pink and purple flowers. "Long night, Midori?" she asked, smiling warmly at him. "I really need to dye my hair. Maybe I'll pick up some dye on the way back." "You have no idea," he said. "Can I get some water, please?" "Of course. Back in a minute." She hummed as she walked off, and Izuku picked up the menu and stared at the prices, looking for the cheapest thing on it. He kept Eraserhead in his peripheral vision. The man shifted, just barely, but it made Izuku's heart rate spike. He tried his best not to give it away that he had been watching, but he felt like he was failing. He could practically hear his mom chiding him in his head. "Don't stare at people, Izuku. It's rude." He waited, pretending to really be looking at the menu, before looking over at the man again. Eraserhead wasn't looking at him, obviously. He was staring at the door as someone new came in, tall, thin, worn brown coat, eyes doing the same quick scan of the room that Eraserhead's had. The hero straightened slightly, body going rigid. That's his informant. The newcomer sits on the stool next to Eraserhead. No greeting, no handshake. Just two people sitting too close, talking quietly. Izuku looks away. The old lady comes back with his water, and he orders the pork ramen. The old lady tells him it'll be right out and takes his menu, his one thing to pretend to care about. So, he looks over one more time at the two and watches as Eraserhead leans in. The informant says something and, in return, Eraserhead lets out a long breath and nods. The informant stands, looks around, and leaves. Eraserhead pulls out a small piece of paper from his scarf, writes something on it quickly, sets it on the counter, tucks some yen underneath it, and walks out. Izuku stares at the empty stool. His ramen arrives not too soon after, and only then does he take off his mask. He eats it slowly at first, then faster, and as soon as it was there, it was gone. He goes up to the front counter to pay, counting out the bills carefully, but the old lady holds up a hand, smiling at him. "You're all taken care of, sweetheart." He stares at her, bills already halfway between himself and the old lady, frozen. "What?" She nods toward the empty stool. "The man who was sitting there paid for your bowl." Izuku looks at the stool in surprise, as if Eraserhead may reappear there any second. "Oh," he says stupidly, and the old lady just laughs, wishing him a good night. He bows, thanks her, and walks back out into the cold, pocketing the yen. Plus, the walk back is quiet. His shoes splash through puddles, his breath comes out in small white clouds, and he keeps turning it over in his head without meaning to. It was a small thing. It was just ramen. But he's still thinking about it when he gets back to his apartment. The silence of the space welcoming him back also welcomes back the empty pit in his chest. He goes to the bathroom and digs the box of black dye out of his backpack, something he had bought on his way back, but almost forgot about it. An hour later, the shower was stained and so was his hair. He looks at himself in the mirror and doesn't really recognize his reflection. He looks older. More tired. He dries his hair the best he can before he goes back out to the living space and ball up his hoodie as a makeshift pillow, and sleeps. He has a lot of work to do tomorrow. Izuku finds himself at the public library the next day. With his hood up and sleeves pulled past his knuckles, he picks the station farthest from the circulation desk, an old habit from his days at Aldera, and wedges his backpack between his legs before sitting down. The computers are ancient. Dust is packed into every vent and the keys letters are nearly gone from years of use. They're free, though, and nobody here is going to look twice at a teenager in the corner. He pulls up the forums he used to browse from his home computer. It had the same posts as always: new hero sightings, new attacks, ranking drama. He scrolls for a few minutes before sighing, leaning back in the chair. He drums his fingers on the edge of the desk, thinking. He knew he wasn't going to find anyone here worth selling information to. It was, most likely, just some kids and young adults arguing online about stupid things. But then, he remembers a forum he had stumbled onto months ago late one night. He had gone down some rabbit hole of hidden Endeavor agency statistics when he'd clicked one wrong link and ended up somewhere he definitely shouldn't have been seeing. But, due to his curiosity, he scrolled anyway. Soon, he was scrolling past grainy photos of the same guy, over and over again. Stain. The hero killer. He didn't care back then, closing out of the forum, and going to bed. He hadn't agreed with the posts back then, even less with the hero killer. He knows better now. He agreed with him now. They do it for the cameras, for the sponsors and for the clean press photos of them carrying someone out of the smoke while everyone watches. That's it. That's all it has ever been. He was blind to it back then. He finds the same forum, and clicks on the same link. He's brought to the same page he had been to before, and doesn't close it. Instead, he reads. Only real heroes deserve to live. The system is corrupt. Strength means nothing without conviction. Izuku learned that Stain doesn't go after heroes randomly. Rather, he goes after the ones who'd forgotten what they were supposed to be and turned into heroes who needed cameras on them before they'd move, who looked past the person bleeding on the ground to make sure the shot was good, and who cared more about the costume than the calling. He's not naive to think that the world doesn't run on money and flashy quirks anymore. He knows what power these things hold, and therefore what he doesn't. What he does have, though, is something better. He understands how people work, how heroes work, how to read a room just well enough to stay safe in it. He's been doing it his whole life. Information is power. He clicks into one of the old threads and dives deeper. Deeper and deeper until there's requests, offers, and prices listed plainly next to what people want done. Finally finding what he wanted, he types his own post via a guest username. Hero analysis for sale, corrupt heroes only. 16,000 yen per analysis. He pauses before he accidentally writes his name. He needs a fake one, or, rather, a pseudonym. His eyes drift to the lone pen sitting in the cup next to the computer. A green pen. Green pen is stupid. Green Quill, though. He types it in and hovers over the post button for a split second, and then hits post. Now all he has to do is wait. Plus, it doesn't take as long as he thought it would, though he wasn't completely sure how long it would take for someone to take him up on his offer. Less than 15 minutes later, a red dot appears on his inbox icon. He feels stomach flip, takes a deep breath, and clicks it, opening the message. Anon, how do I know you're legit? Green Quill, you'll just have to find out. Half up front, the other half after DLVRY. 3 dots. They disappear. Come back. Anon, you can do any hero? Green Quill, within reason. Corrupt ones only. I don't do personal vendettas, want petty revenge, find someone else. Who's the target? It's a bit of a bluff, of course. He'd take whatever client he could get right now. But he knows that if he sounds selective, it makes him sound more credible. Anon, there's a hero in the Mizutafu prefecture. Aerial Ace. Works under Endeavor's agency. Real piece of work. Picks fights he doesn't have to, screams at civilians for getting in his way, berates victims for freezing up. Someone needs to take him down. Izuku's jaw tightens. He knows that hero. That's one of the heroes who had walked past him one afternoon, seen the blood on his face, seen Kaken and his goonies standing over him, told him not to provoke people next time, and kept walking. Green Quill, I can do that. What do you need? Behavioral profile, route predictions, stress points, or full dossier, weaknesses, blind spots, off-record complaints, personal associations? Anon, full dossier. I want him exposed. Izuku hums. He already has most of it. He could type it up quickly. Green Quill, half up front. Non-negotiable. Send the deposit and I'll have it to you fast, I already have most of it finished. The confirmation message, along with the money, is in his inbox within 5 minutes. 20 minutes later, he has 5 pages written out to send to the user. Aerial Ace's full dossier, quirk limitations, behavioral patterns, anger management violations that had been quietly buried, witness accounts from people too scared to file formal complaints. Exact patrol sectors. The 3 alleys he cuts through when he's tired and running behind. The convenience store he stops at every Thursday for canned coffee. The window of time when quirk strain slows him down and makes him sloppy. Strengths, weaknesses, the moments he's most likely to go down without a fight. He hits send without a second thought. The second payment comes back almost instantly, though not the 8,000 yen he'd asked for. 30,000. Izuku's mouth is still agape when the user sends a follow-up message. Anon, best analysis I've seen in a long time. You undercharge. Don't sell yourself short, Quill. The chat disappears, deleted by the other user, as if it never existed at all. Izuku sits in the quiet of the library and stares at the screen, his own face looking back at him in the reflection. He isn't a hero, but he isn't a villain either. He's just a piece that's been sitting so still for so long that everyone has stopped accounting for it. Now, though, he uses it to his advantage. Plus, the routine sets in fast after that. Wake up, granola bar and water, library. Sit at the back computer, answer messages. Some analyses he can send right away, others need a few days of digging or observation. He has enough inquiry messages that he turns down a couple, obviously personal vendettas or pettiness. A couple even come in for underground heroes, but he turns them down, as they're some of the only heroes Izuku still likes, and most do some real good for the people. Money goes into a ghost account under a fake identity with a sketchy online bank that he applied to and got approved the same day. He's able to go to the ATM close to the library and withdraw the money the same day with no fees, so he's not too concerned about their legitness. In the gaps between dossiers, he teaches himself to code. Not the kind they'd pushed through his head in elective class or the basic classes online before they charge you 800 yen a month. He starts with Python, scrapes open source databases, tests SQL injections on unsecured school servers just to see if he can. He learns how to read packet traffic the way other people read subtitles. He spends weeks on buried forums and half-broken GitHub repos until things start clicking. Firewalls start feeling less like walls and more like locks he has multiple keys for. The digital side of things comes together faster than he expected, honestly. The physical side, though, much to his annoyance, takes longer. PC parts aren't cheap, good ones anyway, and buying them online leaves trails, so he starts going in person. He buys in cash, goes to different shops, and never goes to the same place twice. It's during one of these buys that he stumbles into something, or rather, someone, more useful than the graphics card he was looking for. The guy running the second-hand electronics stall at the back of the tattooing market knows a guy who knows a guy, and 3 weeks and 2 very awkward meetings later, Izuku has won his first real contacts in the underground, an information broker. He's an old, paranoid man, and, apparently compared to other brokers, is very expensive. But Izuku thinks he's well worth the price he's asking for when he comes asking questions for the dossier he's writing on a mid-tier hero in the Naruhata ward, and the information he's able to get allows for one of the best dossiers he's written in a while. He's able to find 2 more informats after that from the guy. 2 different brokers with 2 different networks and nearly no overlap. He's careful about it, never giving them his real name, never meets them in the same place twice, and never directly tells them what he's doing with the information, but they don't seem to care either way, as long as Izuku backs up his asks with cash. A lot of it. His pseudonym, Green Quill, much to his surprise, starts floating around the underground in a way Izuku is almost proud of. A broker he had met once had mentioned offhandedly that someone had been asking about him. While it had put him on edge, causing him to take a much longer and roundabout route home, he felt a bit of pride welling up in his chest at the fact that he was being talked about. After that, a client had messaged him saying they'd been referred to by someone Izuku had never worked with, not directly anyway. Then another. Word travels fast in the underground, as he quickly found out, and apparently the consensus on him was favorable amongst those looking for his services, which is either very good or very bad, and he hadn't quite figured out which yet. Months pass and he gains enough spending money and resources to build his own machine. He's soon able to sit in his tiny apartment with his own PC with a rotating VPN and ghost IP. As soon as he knows he's untraceable, he goes after the government registries and databases. Compared to what he had been working on, they're like actual fortresses, but he has more than enough time and patience. He learns their authentication cycles, figures out how intrusion detection flags anomalies, writes tools in Python that mimic normal traffic and slip in underneath it. No alarms. No flags. Nothing. He's able to scroll through pro-hero databases, reports, and more, unnoticed. Or, so he thought. Late one night, as he sits in front of his computer, screen scrolling through threads about hero sightings and fights, a notification comes in. He opens it and freezes. It's not a burner account, not some anonymous handle with a grudge asking for a dossier. It's a registered user with a handle he's seen more than a dozen times across different forums, and knows exactly who it belongs to. Nizu. He sits there for a second and runs back through every move he's made, trying to find the slip, and can't. He thinks about leaving the message unopened in his inbox, but somehow, he thinks, that would be worse. So, he opens it. Nizu, good evening, Green Quill. I think we should talk. Green Quill, what do you want? Nizu, to discuss the work you've been doing. The files you've been accessing. The rather creative methods you've used getting past several layers of security. His mouth goes dry. Nizu knows. Of course the rodent knows. Green Quill, if you know all that, why message me instead of going to the commission? 3 dots. A pause. Nizu, if I'd wanted you arrested, I would have forwarded your logs already. But I don't make moves without understanding the board first. I want to know why people do what they do. More specifically right now, I want to know whether you're a threat or, well, not. Green Quill, so this is blackmail. Nizu, if that's what you'd like to call it. I prefer invitation. Meet with me, 1 hour from now. Neutral ground. I'll send the coordinates. A second ping. Attached location file. Izuku opens it and feels his chest tighten. The location Nizu has sent him is the same park where his mom taught him chess. He pushes the feeling down the best he can. Nizu, come, and we talk. Don't come, and the commission gets every keystroke you've made for the past 6 months. Your move. Izuku reads it twice and groans. Nizu found him out, somehow, and now wants to meet up. I'm so effed. It's night by the time Izuku gets to the park. Nizu had sent the message around 6, so the streetlights are now the only source of light for the area. Not that it matters much. He knows the area like the back of his hand, his mom bringing him here enough times when he was little that he could probably find the chess tables with his eyes closed. When he's close enough to the park, he's able to spot Nizu at one of the tables near the back, setting up the pieces. He's lining the pawns up in neat rows on both sides, calm, like this is just a normal Tuesday for him. Maybe it is. Izuku hesitates before he makes his way towards the tables, hand wrapped around the small pocket knife in his hoodie pocket. He knows he can't realistically do anything with it against a pro hero, especially Nizu, but it makes him feel a little better. I really should learn how to fight at some point. He checks every shadow, stares at every leaf moving with the wind, and his eyes shift every time the swings move, though in the dead quiet of the night, they sound like they're screaming. Most kids are home by now. Dinner, bath, bed. Izuku is meeting one of the smartest pro heroes in Japan for a chess game because the rat threatened him into it. It would be funnier if he wasn't so scared. He sits down across from Nizu, white pieces in front of him laid out in perfect order. A trap or a courtesy? He stares at Nizu and the rat stares back. His expression is calm, that weird permanent smile in place. They sit like that for a beat before Nizu speaks. Green Quill, I presume. He says it like he already knows the answer, but just wants Izuku to confirm it. Izuku snorts. A short, humorless thing, and it causes Nizu's right ear to twitch. Who else would be out here playing chess at this hour? He picks up his A1 rook, turns it over in his hand, sets it back down, and moves his pawn to e4 instead. A classic opening. Safe, even. Nizu looks at the board, adjusts a bishop on his side, then moves his own pawn to e5. A mirror to Izuku's, though maybe more of an invitation. You're very young, Nizu says, his tone not giving away much. And? Izuku asks, keeping his tone neutral. What does that have to do with anything? I initially underestimated your age while reading your analyses. That level of work is usually done by someone with considerably more experience. Izuku bristles at the comment, not exactly sure if it was a dig or not, but he keeps his face still. I'm not stupid, he says, hating how childish it sounds coming out of his mouth. I know what leverage you have over me, so just answer me. What do you want? He moves his pawn to d4, an aggressive. He knows he's overextending, letting his anger bleed into the board, but he can't quite help it. He catches it for the brief second it's there, Nizu's brows pulling together, before they smooth out again, and he moves his pawn to d6. When he speaks, his voice is still calm, quiet. I never said you were. A pause. I know you've been hurt. You've had experiences that most people couldn't begin to understand. Izuku looks down at the board. The pieces are all where they're supposed to be except for his queen, just barely off-center. I am terribly sorry about what happened to your mother, Izuku. His heart drops. A lump crawls up into his throat and his right hand tightens around the pocket knife. Of course he knows. Sorry? He spits the word out, lips curling as his eyes snap up to the rodent. Soon, the anger is pouring out of him before he can stop it. I don't need your sympathy, I don't need your guidance, and I don't need saving. If that's why you dragged me out here, you're wasting both our time. He shoves his d-pawn forward, capturing Nizu's e5. It's reckless, he knows, but he can't bring himself to care. Nobody cared then. Nobody cares now. Don't act like you do. Nizu looks at him for a moment before moving his knight to c6. I don't pity you, he says quietly. I empathize with you. Those are very different things. Izuku wants to tell him to stop talking like that, as if he might actually mean it, but instead he moves his knight to f3 and says nothing. You don't get it, he says finally. I do, to a point. Nizu sighs. You've lived in a world that has beaten you down at every turn. Left you with nothing but yourself. It's taught you that survival means standing alone. He moves his bishop to g4, pinning Izuku's knight. Children should never have to live like that. It doesn't matter what children should do. No, Nizu says. But it matters what they deserve. Izuku's glare doesn't soften, but he can feel his anger shifting, moving into something closer to confusion, though it doesn't disappear completely. The silence stretches as the wind moves through the trees overhead, the swings nearby crying out. Nizu leans back slightly, like he's making sure there's space between them. As if he's saying, I'm not going anywhere. Take your time. You're intelligent, Nizu says, finally. Highly so. You've built an entire information network completely on your own. That is, genuinely impressive. He tilts his head, thoughtful. Though I will admit it was not my favorite discovery of the week. So what, you're praising me for breaking into your archives? Izuku moves his bishop to b5, checking Nizu's king. He knows it's petty. Nizu blocks it easily, moving his black pawn to c6, attacking the bishop and unpinning his knight in one move. I'm certainly impressed, though I don't quite condone it, Nizu says, eyes flickering briefly to Izuku's pocket. But I understand what you do. Izuku pulls his bishop back to a4, retreating, though not safe. They deserve it, he says, the words coming out bitter. They stand by while people get hurt. They berate victims. They're only in it for the money and the cameras. He takes a deep breath, attempting to calm himself down. But you already know that. So stop dancing around it and just tell me what you want. Are you testing me? Deciding whether you have to take me in? I'm not testing you. Nizu moves his bishop to e3, settling his defenses. I'm making sure you understand your own motives. Izuku scoffs and moves his pawn to c4. My motives? He hears his own voice rise and makes himself bring it back down, letting out a slow breath. I'm going to make them pay. The heroes who pretend to protect people and only show up when there's a camera. The ones who step over people like me like I'm nothing. He looks up. There's good and there's bad. That's it. Nizu's ears pin back, briefly, and his smile fades. He looks at the board and castles, sliding his king to safety. As I thought, he murmurs, almost to himself. That's all there is, Izuku says. I think, Nizu says slowly, moving his knight to a5 and attacking Izuku's queen, that you hold on to absolutes because the world has never given you anywhere safe enough to look at the gray. He says it while looking directly at Izuku, something in his expression making Izuku's chest do something he ignores immediately. You don't know anything about me. He moves his queen back to c2. Cramped, awkward, but it's all he has. I would like to, if you'll let me. Nizu's smile comes back, softer this time, before he moves his rook to e8. Izuku counters with his bishop to g5, going after the pinned knight. Why? Izuku asks, keeping his eyes on the bishop he'd just moved, not wanting to make any more eye contact. Because nobody else does, I suppose. Someone should. That someone just happens to be me. When Nizu realizes that he isn't going to reply, he moves his bishop to f6 and keeps going. Your strategy is brilliant, he says. But rushed. Desperate. You take pieces too early without realizing you're leaving your king exposed. Izuku's hand stills before he's realized what he's done. He pulls his queen back to d2, trying to fix it, but it's already too late. Nizu's knight moves to c4, forking his bishop and queen at once. Izuku takes with his bishop, trying to escape the fork, but Nizu's queen slides to a5, checking him. He moves his knight to c3, blocking, and Nizu takes advantage immediately, moving his rook down the opening Izuku had never castled away from, settling at e4. Izuku's stomach twists as he moves his king to f1. Nizu moves his queen to c3 like he'd been waiting for exactly that. Izuku's king is boxed in. His rooks haven't moved once. His queen is cornered. Check. One move from mate. The rook he'd picked up at the start of the game still sits in the corner where he'd left it. Nizu folds his paws and doesn't push him to continue. We can end here, if you'd like. Izuku swallows the humiliation crawling up his throat. Why didn't you just turn me in? You have the proof. So why this instead? Because turning you in wouldn't have helped you, Nizu says simply. It wouldn't have kept you safe. It wouldn't have made anything better. It would have just punished a child who was drowning. I'm not drowning, he says, but it doesn't even sound like he himself believes it. Nizu's expression goes soft, ears dropping slightly. He doesn't argue. And because, he says, pausing. You remind me of what happens when the world fails someone who was only ever trying to be good. Izuku's fingers curl into his hand, leaving grooves hard enough he knows his hand will have skin flaking off there the next day. You still haven't answered me, he says. What do you actually want from me? Nizu reaches into his jacket and sets something on the table between them. A small black box. Plain, no logo. Izuku laughs at the absurdity. A phone. Seriously? So, what, you can track me? No GPS. No receiver ID. It routes through a tower I set up myself. It can't be traced. Not by law enforcement, not by heroes, not even by me unless you call first. He folds his paws, leaving the phone in the middle of the table. You have my personal number. Use it whenever you want, for whatever you need. If something goes wrong, if you need a connection, if you just need someone to pick up. You deserve a way to ask for help on your own terms. Izuku stares at it and scoffs, pushing it back toward Nizu. Right. You just want to keep tabs on me. Keep me where you can see me. I understand why you think that. Nizu stands on the bench so he's eye level with Izuku across the board. I won't tell you you're wrong. I'll just tell you the truth. He pushes the phone back toward the center of the board. I want to look out for you. Nothing more, nothing less. You don't owe me anything for it. Izuku stares at him, looking for the tell. The thing that gives him away. He can't say he's surprised when he doesn't find one. That's not how the world works, he says, something settling in his stomach. It should be, Nizu says. Silence settles between them again. The wind moves through the trees. The swings are still squeaking, metal on metal, crying out. You're weird, Izuku says finally. Nizu laughs and the noise surprises Izuku. I have been called much worse. Izuku looks at the phone sitting on the chessboard between them, then reaches over, grabs it, and shoves it in his jacket pocket before he can think about it too long. Fine, whatever. He stands. Doesn't mean I'm going to use it. You don't have to. It's yours either way. Nizu's ears twitch and he jumps down from the bench, giving a small bow. Good night, Izuku. Stay safe. Izuku doesn't bow back. He just turns and walks. The gravel crunches under his shoes. The phone knocks against the knife in his pocket and he puts his hands inside, right hand holding the knife, left hand holding the phone. As he walks home, the emotions he'd been burying hit him all at once, and then pass, leaving just the emptiness underneath. He swipes at his eyes and keeps walking. Then he hears footsteps behind him. A lot of them. He walks faster, though he knows it's useless, when an arm slithers around his shoulders and pulls him to a stop under a streetlight. Four older teens step into the light in front of him, laughing, and Izuku already knows how it's going to end. Hey, kid. The one holding him says, like they're just talking. What's a little squirt like you doing out here alone? Izuku tries to shove him off but he can't, the boy's grip is too strong. Don't ignore us. Another one steps closer, growling. You got money? He knows he can't beat them, he's far too outnumbered, but if he can create an opening, get them to hesitate for just a second, he can run. His breath is knocked out of his chest when the boy shoves him into the wall behind him. His head pounds and stars form at the corner of his vision. So, before the boy can take it, he wraps his hand around his knife in his pocket and flips it open. He swipes, stumbles, and runs. He doesn't look back as the boy who'd shoved him screams, grabbing his arm. He hears the others trying to follow but soon all he hears is his own footsteps and his heart pounding in his ears. He runs until he makes it back to his building, breath coming in short and ragged. His hands won't quite stop shaking as he fumbles with his keys at the door. Somehow he gets it open and stumbles inside, collapsing back against it as it shuts behind him. Well, he breathes out, voice cracking slightly, sheet. He stares at the blood-covered knife in his hand and, for some reason, laughs. He doesn't really know why, but he does. 20 minutes pass before his breathing evens out and he trusts his legs enough to stand. He walks to the kitchen sink and rinses the blood off the knife, watching the water run pink then clear. I really need to learn how to actually fight, he sighs and sets the knife on the drying rack. The best way to learn is from experience, right? He'd figure it out. But for now, he collapses on his bed, exhausted, and passes out. Before Izuku ever became a vigilante, he was something else first. He was Green Quill. His first dossier on Aerial Ace had the hero's career collapse within days, and not long after that, the man himself was dead. Official reports were vague, though the rumors surrounding his death weren't. Izuku spent the rest of that day sitting with the fact that his dossier caused a pro-hero's downfall. He knew he should have felt some kind of guilt. Maybe he did, in the beginning, but it certainly wasn't a lot and it didn't last for long. Word got around that Izuku, or rather, Green Quill, was the one to go to if you needed to take out a hero. Soon, Izuku's inbox was filled with dozens of messages a day asking for his analyses. He raised his prices fast. At first, a full dossier ran 30,000 yen. Cheap, by black market standards. As demand grew, he increased it to 16,000 yen per page, longer analyses costing more. Much more. He rejected every underground hero request. Though it wasn't just because he liked most of the underground pro heroes, though he can't say he didn't admire them, they are harder to get information on. On rare occasions, he declined to write analyses on Limelight heroes too. Some actually showed up for civilians, caring more about containment and rescue over praise and reward. Though clients tried to bargain with him, whether it be the price or the hero, Izuku shut it down every time. It was plain and simple, he said no, or you didn't pay up, you didn't get your analysis. On average, of the 5 to 10 requests that came in a day, he accepted 3 or 4. Most clients wanted at least 5 pages. Detailed enough to take apart a public image or document a pattern of abuse. He barely had to leave his apartment anymore, unless he needed a new part or wanted to meet up with one of his brokers. Working through the archives and databases, most information was readily available. He was also able to poke through the public cameras, watching live hero fights, or even archived ones, from the comfort of his home. When money became plentiful, he started upgrading the rest of his home. He got a real mattress. Forest green sheets, thick blankets, and fluffy pillows. He ate better too. Actual meals. Food that gave him energy instead of just filling the space in his stomach. In wanting to be able to train, he bought workout gear and started training in the open floor space of his apartment. Watching video after video on how to fight, exercises to help him be strong, and even some parkour videos, it was awkward at first. His movements were stiff and uncertain, and he got more than one injury, bump, and bruise in the beginning. He went out as a vigilante from time to time. Short bouts of catching common criminals and putting his training to use. As time went on, his body changed. He got stronger, more certain, and faster. He started recognizing his reflection as someone who could actually handle things. His equipment evolved with him as well. He got knives, actual knives. He got some throwing knives, a pro-hero quality cutting knife that cost him a few 100,000 yen, and some knives for close combat. He got protective equipment as well, arm guards, knee pads, chest protection. He started tinkering to make his own equipment, taking apart cheap electronics and rebuilding them into something useful. Smoke bombs compact enough for a pocket. Goggles with a small built-in processor feeding him data in real time. Eventually he started building something bigger. An AI. Crude at first, just pattern recognition and data sorting, but it grew alongside him. It helped track movements whenever he'd go out, flag anomalies, store information. Another tool. Another edge. Through all of it, Nizu kept his word. The stoat never reached out again. Some mornings Izuku found himself looking at the phone on his bedside table. He'd think about sending a message, asking for another chess game, another conversation. Every time, he stopped himself. Nizu was a hero. And heroes couldn't be trusted. Not even the ones that seemed different. He knew he needed more training when a buy went sideways. It was supposed to be simple. A quick exchange in a narrow back alley, neon sign barely lighting the slick pavement, rain coming down. Izuku had kept his mask on and his voice low, hands close to his body the way he'd taught himself to do. The man across from him was selling lightweight armor plating. Overpriced, but useful. He noticed the tension a second too late. The seller's stance was wrong. His eyes flicked past Izuku's shoulder, just once. The blow had Izuku stumbling forward, barely managing to twist so it caught his shoulder instead of his spine. Pain shot down his arm. He went for a knife on instinct, but his grip was sloppy, rushed. He slashed once and missed. The man behind him slammed his hand into the wall. The knife hit the ground. Izuku bit back a yell and drove his knee up, catching him in the thigh. He tried to run, but a fist caught him in the ribs. Something cracked and his vision blurred. He took out one of his smoke bombs and tossed it towards the group, causing them to panic. When it went off, Izuku took the opening and ran. He barely made it back to his apartment, collapsing on the floor when he did finally make it home. Pressing a shaking hand against his ribs, he cried out as he did so, and pulled his hand back to see his glove covered in blood. He did the only thing he could, he called Yukiko. The old lady was beside herself when Izuku told her he had been attacked. She threatened to come to his apartment and help him, but he declined, and rather asked if she knew anyone who could help. And she did. A nurse friend named Ayashi. Not too long after Izuku got off the phone with Yukiko was the woman knocking on his door with a healing herb mix and instructions to take it twice a day until it was gone, along with some aspirin. When Izuku tried to pay her, she pushed the money back with a smile, said she owed Yukiko, and left. 3 days of actually resting and following instructions and he could move without the pain stopping him cold. On day 5, he ran out of food, and so he decided to go and visit Yukiko and thank her. So, that night, we went out to Ramenya, which was literally just ramen shop, which Izuku had found funny the first time he learned that. Yukiko had inherited the place about 15 years ago after the previous owner passed. She'd told him about it one night, how she'd started working there after getting let go from her other job when she got PRGNNT, how she'd worked her way up until the place was hers. Izuku was going about once a week, before he started his vigilante activities. Tuesdays or Fridays, always late. Tuesdays were quiet. Sometimes he was the only one at the counter. Fridays, on the other hand, were not. On Fridays, when he came around 11 to help Yukiko in the front of the house, it was always packed, drunks, tired salarymen, teens out late, working girls on break. Sometimes cops or underground heroes came in, usually to meet an informant or pass something off quietly. He'd only seen Eraserhead there twice since the first night. The second time had been a few weeks ago, on a quiet Tuesday just before he got hurt. Yukiko had mentioned offhand that the man only came in when he had business, and even less when he didn't. That Tuesday he'd met up with no one. He ordered, ate, said a few quiet words to Yukiko, and was gone by the time Izuku got his ramen. He couldn't say he wasn't a little disappointed the man hadn't paid his tab again. He'd asked Yukiko what they'd talked about. She'd smiled and said it was just small talk between friends, and so, he didn't push. Simple tense conversion, keeping everything else exactly as you have it. When Izuku gets there that night, since it's a Friday, he expects the crowd when he pushes through the door. Yukiko spots him immediately, face lighting up as she finishes scribbling down table 3's order. Midori. She makes her way over, grabbing his hand briefly before letting go. You are all healed. How did the herbs work? Oh, Ayashi is just the sweetest, isn't she? Are you here to work or eat? Please tell me it's the former, I am absolutely swamped. Here to work. He grabs an apron. And a pad off the counter. She's already heading back toward the kitchen. Table 2 and 4 are waiting on bowls, table 7 needs drinks. Chop chop. Yes, Yukiko, sorry. He slips the apron on and gets to it. It goes like that for hours until the last patrons trickle out around 3 in the morning. When he comes back from wiping down the last table, Yukiko has already set a bowl at his usual booth with a small envelope of his earnings beside it. He'd fought her on it the first time, but she had been insistent. Now it's just part of how things work between them. She feeds him, scolds him, pays him, and he eats his bowl and thanks her in return. He settles into the booth and gets about halfway through his ramen before Yukiko slides into the seat across from him instead of heading to the back like she usually does. Her eyes sweep over him. He pretends not to notice. You never told me the whole story, Midori. What actually happened that night? There is no way you were just out and got jumped, duh. She hits his shin with her cane and he winces. Yukiko, he whines, rubbing his shin. I told you. Don't lie to me, she says. Soft, but firm. He sighs and sets his chopsticks down. Some guys jumped me. Really, Yukiko? She shakes her head. You really must be more careful. You are young and in this place most people do not care. You should not be out at such hours. She pauses, voice going quieter. You really scared me. His chest tightens. I'm learning self-defense now. It won't happen again. That gets him a sharp click of her tongue. Self-defense is good. Getting into fights is not. Especially not for a boy who can't even reach the top shelf boxes. It's not like I go looking for them, he mutters, picking his chopsticks back up. She's not any taller than I am. After a long moment Yukiko exhales and leans back. Speaking of trouble, Izuku groans. That's never good. Eraserhead came in yesterday. He doesn't look up from his ramen. Okay? Why would I care about that? Yukiko gives him a look for talking with his mouth full before her expression shifts into something else, concern. Because he asked about you. His chopsticks and breath stop at the same time. Forcing himself to breathe, he sets them back down, trying to hide the shaking in his hands. Why would he do that? I barely talked to him. Exactly what I told him, Yukiko says, folding her arms. But he's working a case. A bad one. She pauses. A murdered woman and a missing son. His heart stops. A son with green hair, she says quietly. Named Midoriya Izuku. Izuku puts his hands under the table and lets his nails press into his palms. He can feel his dinner trying to crawl its way back out of his stomach. He said he remembered you having green hair the first night you came in, Yukiko continues. He wanted confirmation. Ask me directly. Izuku doesn't look up at her, he doesn't trust himself. And, what did you say? I lied. His head snaps up at that, though, and he stares at her, dumbfounded. I told him you were brown-haired. That he must have seen you wrong under the lights. She shakes her head slowly. But you should have told me, Izuku. She says his name carefully, like she's testing something. That your mother was gone. That you're only 12? His vision blurs for a second and he blinks it away, jaw tight, staring back down at his bowl. I'm almost 13, he says quietly, swallowing down his dinner again. Yukiko watches him for a long moment. I'm really sorry, Izuku. Truly. No one your age should be carrying that alone. She reaches out, stops just short of his hand. If you ever need anything at all, you tell me. Understand? He nods once, stiffly, because that's all he can manage right now. She studies him for a moment longer, then gives a small sad smile and slides out of the booth. I'll finish closing up. Good night, Izuku. Please be safe. And the kitchen door swings shut behind her, leaving Izuku sitting there, staring at his bowl, wishing the booth would just swallow him whole. He feels the walls closing in and knows that if he stays here any longer, he's going to cry, and he's not going to do that. So, he stands, grabs his earnings, and goes out into the rain. The coldness of it grounds him. He walks. He walks until he's soaked to the bone and knows he's going to wake up the next morning sneezing. He doesn't go home, not wanting to face the quiet of his apartment just yet, so he walks until he finds what he's looking for. A man in a disheveled suit, still reeking of cheap alcohol, cornered in a narrow alleyway by two bigger guys. They seem bored, as if they've done this 100 times already and are about to do it 100 more. Hand it over. We know you've got something left. I spent it. I told you dash. Wrong answer. Izuku's hand closes around his knife as he steps into the alleyway. Hey! Leave him alone. The two attackers look at him, then at each other, then they laugh. Oh look. A little boy who wants to play the hero. Izuku doesn't waste time. He dashes forward, fakes low, then pivots at the last second and catches the first man hard across the jaw. The guy stumbles back into the wall, more surprised than hurt, but it's enough. Izuku sweeps his leg out and hooks it behind the man's ankle and drops him. The second one comes in fast. Izuku ducks under the first swing and drives his elbow up into the man's chin. The guy's teeth clack together and the man staggers. For about 10 seconds, Izuku is actually winning. But then, the first man, back on his feet faster than Izuku expected, grabs him by the back of the hood and throws him sideways. Izuku tries to twist to get a hand free, but the second one has already recovered and catches him across the cheekbone. His vision goes white for a second as blood fills his mouth. He keeps going. He gets one of his knives out and catches one of them across the forearm, deep enough to make him swear and stumble back. It causes the other one to hesitate, just for a second, before he's moving towards Izuku again. Izuku expects him to go high, to throw a kick the way he's shifting his weight on his feet, but rather, he gets a fist to the stomach and he doubles over, his dinner hits the ground. The two men say something to each other, though Izuku can't make it out through the static in his ears, and walk away, leaving him kneeling in dirty water and bile, gasping. He stays like that for a minute, then puts his hand on the wall, pushes himself up, and looks over at the drunk man still pressed against the wall, staring at him. Even though he lost, he smiles. He'd fought back. He'd held his own. He'd protected someone. He picks up his knife, pockets it, and walks out of the alley feeling better than he had going in. The walk home is slow, stomach still burning, but he doesn't mind. I just need to get better. To practice more. I'm going to get better. And he does. Months pass. His 13th birthday comes and goes without much ceremony, which is fine. The hoodie is the first thing to go. The loose fabric can be grabbed, the hood cuts his vision, and the sleeves get caught on things. So instead, he swaps it out for something fitted, protective, designed to move with him. Quiet shoes, grippy soles, perfect for sudden pivots and sprints. Reinforced pants with knee pads that don't slide down when he runs. A mechanical instead of a fabric mask covering the lower half of his face, secure enough that it doesn't shift no matter how fast he moves or how hard he gets hit. It takes weeks of fights before he wins his first one. One man tried to steal a bag from an old lady, zip-tied him to a post, and left for the police. Though it was small, the smile on his face didn't go away for days. The fights keep coming and the risk of them also keep getting higher. Each time he learns something, how to read an attack before it lands, how to hold his stance, how to keep going when everything hurts. Each time he comes out a little faster, a little smarter. After every win, he starts leaving something behind. A single chess piece, placed carefully at the scene. The police start to take notice and civilians start talking. And soon the red light district has a name for the new vigilante quietly working its back alleys. Rook. Izuku gets the message a few hours before he was going to head out for patrol that night from a registered user named Equinox. He quirks an eyebrow at the name but doesn't give it much thought since a lot of people on the boards have weird usernames. Opening the message, though, it gets weirder. No request for a dossier. No target name. Just, "We've been following your work for some time, Quill. We'd like to meet with you in person." Izuku stares at the screen and reads it again. In person. He leans back in his chair and crosses his arms, staring at the ceiling for a second. Most of his clients never want to meet in person. No faces, no names, no trail. Someone wanting to sit across from him was either very confident, very stupid, or both. He looks back at the screen. Why in person? He types. The reply comes fast. 59 seconds fast. Because what we're offering isn't something we're comfortable putting in a message. We think you'll understand once you hear it. We're not law enforcement, we're not heroes, and we're not here to expose you. We've seen your work. We respect it. We just want to talk. Izuku chews the inside of his cheek. On one hand, this has about 15 red flags on it. Meeting strangers in person who found him through a dark web message board was, objectively, not a great idea. On the other hand, what's the worst that can happen? He's faster than most people. He has Vayne. He has his gear. And if someone wanted to actually come after him, they'd have done it already instead of sending a polite message on the dark web asking to chat. He types back before he can talk himself out of it. Fine. Neutral location, public enough. You pick, I'll scope it first. Of course. The park off 5th. Tonight, Izuku searches it up, finds it in about 10 seconds, realizes it's one train stop away. Deal. See you then, Quill. The chat deletes itself from his inbox. Messages gone like they were never there. Izuku sits there for a second, staring at the blank screen. Okay, he says out loud, to nobody. Sure. He checks the time and realizes he needs to leave now if he wants to get there early enough to scope the place out properly. So, he gets ready, like he's still going on patrol. He probably will, after the meet-up, but knows that his patrol time will be delayed. He slips on his armored long sleeves and pants, fireproof and cut-proof outer shirt and pants, shock-absorbing boots. Each piece took weeks to find or build or haggle for, but his analysis income more than covers the costs at this point. Daggers go in the insides of his boots, gear belt around his waist, throwing knives across his chest. His belt has gotten a lot of upgrades the past few months, figuring out the hard way what he actually needs out there: first aid, a spare mask, and some snacks for himself and the strays he's been feeding on patrol. He's gotten a few of them to trust him. One black cat with bright green eyes still isn't sold on him yet, but he can't say he blames him. He slips on his goggles and mask, both tech-enhanced. His goggles have Vane uploaded into the software. Vane, or Vision Enhancing Intelligence Network, is a AI that took nights of trial and error before it actually worked. Night vision, heat vision, and the AI itself, which can now track and predict enemy movement in real time, able to warn him of incoming blows based on movement patterns, and is even able to make anonymous calls to the police to collect whoever he leaves tied up. His mask has a voice modulator, able to distort and layer his speech beyond software recognition, along with a compact filtration system, able to filter tear gas, sedatives, low-grade quirked gases, and anything commonly used for crowd control or capture. He steps out onto his narrow balcony and uses the groves of the brick to climb up to the roof. The city breathes below him. Neon bleeds into the wet pavement, the night crowd starting to fill the streets below. He sets off, flying over the rooftops with practiced ease, lights blurring below him. Plus, he gets there an hour early, plenty of enough time to scope the place out. He stays on the outer perimeter, having Vane scan for anomalies, bugs, or traps. As it does, he watches the swings move in the breeze, rusted chains creaking slow and uneven. The jungle gym has chipped, sun-faded paint, and long shadows stretch across the rubber ground from the lampposts. He spots the street cameras easily. One on a light pole near the entrance, another mounted crookedly on a utility box, and a third half hidden under the awning of a closed snack stand. Enough to prove the city technically keeps an eye on the place, but not nearly enough for clean angles or clear faces. Smart meetup spot. Vane updates him, letting him know nothing seems out of the ordinary. It sends him the occasional civilian heat signatures on the perimeter, like the young lady walking her dog and a couple cutting through the far path, but to his surprise, there's no heroes passing through on their patrol. He asks Vane if it's an area that patrols just don't come through, and it confirms that no registered hero patrol routes, including underground, cover this area. Criminal activity in the surrounding blocks is statistically low enough that the sector has been deprioritized. He exhales slowly, shoulders loosening just a fraction. He's not nervous. Okay, maybe he is. Just a little. But it's the useful kind, the kind that keeps you sharp instead of stupid. The kind that reminds him he agreed to meet strangers from a dark web message board in person and probably should have thought it through just a little more than he had. What's the worst that can happen, he'd thought. They reached out. They picked the spot. They knew about his work enough to be either very well connected or very dangerous, and the only way to figure out which is to be standing exactly where he's standing right now. So he waits and people watches. A group of college-aged kids cuts through the park around 8:30, loud and loose, one of them kicking a can down the path while the others argue about where to eat. They don't even glance at the jungle gym. Gone in under 2 minutes. A man in a wrinkled dress shirt follows maybe 10 minutes later, tie loosened, jacket slung over one arm. He sits on one of the benches near the swings for a while, just staring at his phone. Izuku watches him for a bit before deciding he's just had a long day and wants to sit somewhere that isn't his apartment. Fair enough. Around 8:30 an old man shuffles through with a cart full of cans, stops to check the bins near the snack stand, then moves on. Vane tracks him until he rounds the corner and disappears. A pair of kids, maybe 8 or 9, chase each other across the rubber ground beneath the gym for about 5 minutes before a woman appears at the park entrance and hauls them both off by their ears. Izuku watches them go. It's a normal park. People just living their normal lives, cutting through on the way to somewhere else, sitting for a minute before going home. Nobody paying attention to the kid in the mask crouched on top of a nearby building like a particularly well-armed gargoyle. By 10 to 9, the park has emptied out completely. Vane updates him constantly. There's still no patrol coverage, still nothing flagged. Izuku flexes his fingers once and goes still. 5 heat signatures approaching from the northeast and west paths. Estimated arrival, 30 seconds. His posture stiffens, hands twitching. Visual overlays engaging. Vane overlays the thermal signatures of the figures on his night vision. Subject 1, northeast, heavier jacket. Metal density detected at right hip. Probable concealed blade. Subject 2, northeast, tall and hooded. Forearm mass inconsistent with clothing. Possible collapsible baton or reinforced brace. Subject 3, West, smaller frame. Multiple light metallic signatures on chest and belt. Possible throwing implements likely. Subject 4, West, broad build. No visible weapons. Elevated biosigns indicate quirk activation readiness. Subject 5, rear position. Object in hand consistent with stun device or restraint tool. They're all armed, he murmurs. Threat assessment, moderate. He watches as they enter the park, casual. One of them from the west path stops and says something to the figure beside him, shaking his head. The other one shrugs. They're looking for him. He watches them scan the benches, the path, the entrance. One of them even checks behind the closed snack stand. And, yet, nobody looks up. Izuku jumps from the roof to the lamp post, quietly making his way towards the park. Soon, he snuck up behind them, landing on the top of giant climbing rock just behind the group. He stands there with his arms crossed, waiting for one of them to notice. It takes a few seconds. Figure 3 spots him first, goes still, then taps Figure 4 on the arm. The rest of them follow suit, looking up at him. Izuku tilts his head. So, Figure 4 says, voice smooth and deep. You actually showed. Izuku doesn't answer right away. Vane catalogs the details automatically, letting him know that they don't seem ready to start something. Hopefully. I'd be disappointed if I didn't. The figure tilts their head, studying him with open interest. It's not predatory, but it's not terribly friendly either. Leader. First one to talk. We know you want real change, the figure says. You want to know if there's something bigger than patching holes in a broken system at 3 in the morning. Izuku's jaw tightens. I wanted to hear what you had to say, he corrects. That doesn't mean I'm buying it. Fair. The figure tilts their head. Then let's start with who we are. They pull their mask down, just enough to show a face. Late 30s, maybe early 40s. From what Izuku can tell from the lamplight, the man has brown eyes and a calm expression. A bit of stubble, as if the man hadn't shaved in a day or two. He has a cut on his upper lip, old from the way that it is nearly invisible if not for the fact it indents so much into his face. He's not quite what Izuku expected. My name is Kenji. This is Equinox. He gestures loosely at the 4 behind him. We're not a villain organization, we're not a hero agency, we don't have sponsors, we don't have a PR team, and we don't answer to the commission. He spits out the last word like a curse. We're just people who got tired of waiting for a system that was never going to fix itself. Izuku doesn't say anything, so Kenji keeps going. You know what Equinox means? Izuku doesn't reply, though a snarky comeback rests on the tip of his tongue. The point where light and dark are equal. Neither winning. Neither losing. Just balance. He pauses. That's what we're after. Not chaos. Balance. A system that actually does what it claims to do. And how do you plan on getting there? Izuku asks. By doing what the heroes won't. Kenji's voice stays level. Heroes protect property, people who have sponsors, people who have quirks worth protecting, and people who live in the right districts. We protect everyone else. The ones who get a "we're deeply sorry for your loss" statement on national television and nothing else. The swings creak behind Izuku. Have you ever noticed, Kenji continues, how the worst people always seem to wear the biggest smiles? Izuku's eyes narrow a fraction. They call themselves heroes. They sell merch, endorse brands, protect property better than people, and when someone actually bleeds in an alley, the ones without a name, without a sponsor or camera with them, they're suddenly too late. He shakes his head, sighing. Heroism was never supposed to be a career. It was supposed to be a calling. And the system rewards the ones who put on the best show, not the ones who actually do the work. One of the others shifts slightly. Nobody interrupts. Stain wasn't wrong about that part. There it is. Izuku was ready for this. Most vigilantes agree with Stain, though he doesn't quite exclude himself. While he doesn't completely agree with the man, he murders people, and they're not always heroes. Civilians in the crossfire or heroes just starting out who haven't done anything wrong yet. Yes, Kenji agrees immediately, and it throws Izuku a bit. And that's where he crosses the line. That's where ideology becomes ego. He steps closer and Izuku uncrosses his arms, tensing, but Kenji doesn't try anything. But he saw the rot. He said what everyone else was too comfortable to admit. That a badge doesn't make you righteous. That calling yourself a hero doesn't mean you've earned the title. He stares at Izuku, though it feels like he's staring through him. You know that better than most. Izuku's hand twitches next to the knife at his hip. He knows the man sees it the way his eyes flicker down at the movement, but says nothing about it. We're not Stain, Kenji says, holding up his hands. We don't execute people for failing a personal purity test. We hold people accountable. People like the commission, the agencies, the heroes who are supposed to protect everyone and only protect some. We just do it outside of a system that was never going to do it for us. Izuku nods once, slow. Yeah, he says. The principle makes sense. He jumps down from the climbing wall, causing a few in the group to step forward, but they stop when Kenji holds up a hand, the man's face not changing once. But you're framing this like a trolley problem with only 2 tracks. Pull the lever or don't. Dirty your hands or let people die. That's convenient, not honest. Kenji watches him as he pulls a rook out of his side pouch, turning it over in his hand. Means versus ends, Izuku says, tossing the rook to Kenji, the man catching it effortlessly. Every necessary move teaches everyone watching that the ends justify anything. That lesson sticks longer than the result. He tilts his head. You make a move and the whole game changes. You need to know when you're actually solving the problem versus just winning a turn. That, Kenji says, tossing the rook back to Izuku, is exactly why we want you. Not for your dossiers, not for your contacts or your hacking or your analysis, though, all of that is genuinely impressive. We want the way your brain works. He looks back at the group behind him, talking with his arms. We have people willing to do the work. We have field operatives, resources, and reach. What we don't have is someone who thinks 3 moves ahead before the first piece touches the board. He pauses. You've been doing this alone for over a year. You've dismantled careers, you've exposed cover-ups, you've built an intelligence network from nothing at 13 all by yourself. Another pause. Imagine what you could do with actual support behind you. Izuku feels his heart drop into his stomach, staring up at the man in front of him. 13. He said it like a fact, as if he'd just been waiting for Izuku to understand that he already knew much more than he was letting on. You did your research, Izuku says flatly, trying to make sure that any of the fear that he was holding in his stomach didn't escape. We did, Kenji says. And we're not going to pretend we didn't. You deserve to know that up front. He straightens. We're not asking you to follow orders and we're not asking you to be a pawn. We're asking you to help us think. To plan. To do what you already do but with people who actually want the same thing you do. Izuku thinks before he speaks, and Kenji doesn't interrupt. He doesn't continue. He lets the quiet of the park only be interrupted by the groaning of the swings. I understand what you're offering, he says slowly, choosing his words carefully. I just don't believe in flipping the board and calling it moral progress. Neither do we. That's the point. He snaps his fingers. We don't want fire, we want precision. And you're the most precise person we've come across. Izuku crosses his arms, shifting his weight to his back leg. So what, you're a philosophy club with knives who needs a strategist? Kenji laughs, a short, deep thing. We're people who think accountability shouldn't stop at press conferences. People who believe real change doesn't come from waiting for permission. His gaze holds Izuku's own. And we think you already know that waiting hasn't worked. Izuku exhales slowly through his nose. I'm not here to feel righteous, he says finally. I don't care about the ideology. I care about the endgame. Kenji steps a fraction closer, voice low and careful. Then we want the same thing, the commission exposed. He says it carefully, not cruelly. It's win-win, though, it does help that we see things the same way. Izuku's jaw tightens. Same way, he says, tilting his head. Or close enough. Kenji lets out a quiet chuckle, holding out his hand. Close enough. Izuku looks between him and his hand before he reaches out and takes it. Then let's start. After Izuku lets go of Kenji's hand, the tension in the air loosen up a bit, and they start with introductions. Kenji gestures towards the tall hooded figure, who introduces himself as Shinobi. The boy, who looks to be just a few years older than Izuku, briefly explains his quirk, the ability to compress and expand his body enough to slip through narrow gaps in walls, floors, even the ground itself. Izuku has to stop himself from asking too many questions about it, an old habit. The boy doesn't seem egotistical about it, but he's not shy about how good of a quirk it is. Rin, on the other hand, doesn't volunteer much. She keeps her hand near the blade at her hip and her eyes on Izuku. When Kenji hints that her quirk has something to do with her stare, Rin just huffs, neither confirming nor denying it, so they move on. Michi introduces themselves with a quick nod, fingers brushing the throwing knives at their waist. Their quirk is straightforward, perfect aim with metal objects, similar to snipes. Izuku can tell that they're usually on the defense part of the job the way their eyes shift and move around the park like erasers had that night at the ramen shop. Nagi is last, the man just as quiet as Rin, but his stare is much closer to a glare. He gives no quirk explanation and no small talk. Izuku doesn't get the vibe the man wants to be here. Once introductions are done, Kenji steps back and folds his arms. We'll contact you, he says. Sometime in the next week. If you're still interested, we'll have you come by headquarters, meet the rest of the team and get you settled in. First assignment and all that. And with that, they go, just as quietly as they had come, leaving Izuku to just stand there in the park. He checks the time. The night is still young. He adjusts his mask, rolls his shoulders, and heads back to the rooftops. Plus, it doesn't take long to find trouble. Though, when has it ever? A slamming door and quick movement outside a small grocery store catches his attention. He recognizes the store front, stopping there more than once after a late patrol when he's too tired to bother cooking. Izuku catches up to the thieves fast, barely breaking a sweat. After tripping the two of them, they barely fight back when he zip-ties them to a nearby pole. It was almost laughable how inexperienced they are, though it makes sense when the light finally illuminates their faces. Teenagers. Barely old enough to shave. One of them is shaking outright, face blotchy and red, tears and snot running freely down his face. "Please, dude, we won't ever steal again," he blurts, voice cracking. "We were dared to do it. Please." "Yeah, man. We aren't criminals," the other adds, tugging uselessly against the zip ties. "This is so messed up." Izuku stares at them for a long moment, thumb hovering over the call button on his phone. Then, he turns the screen off and crouches down in front of them. "Look," he says, voice deeper than usual through the modulator. "I'll let you go if you swear you won't try something like this again. You seem like good kids and this would go on your permanent record." Both of them nod so fast Izuku is worried they might give themselves whiplash. "We promise. We promise." Izuku sighs, pulling out one of his cutting knives, and cuts the zip ties in one clean motion. The boys scramble to their feet, rubbing their wrists, bowing repeatedly, tears still on their faces. "Thank you. Thank you. We swear we won't ever do something that stupid again." "Yeah. Never." "Go home," Izuku says, rolling his eyes, shooing them. "Go to bed. Don't do something like this again." They don't wait for him to change his mind. Once they're gone, he heads back inside and returns the stolen items to the shop owner. The old man's relief is immediate, his face breaking into a genuine smile. He insists Izuku take something for free. Izuku tries to decline, but his stomach betrays him with a low rumble. So, instead of arguing, he just thanks the man and grabs a box of strawberry pocky before slipping back out into the night. Perched on the rooftop across from the store, he sits on the edge and opens the small concealed slot in the front of his mask. The design lets him eat and drink quickly without removing it entirely, one of his better upgrades. He's 2 pocky sticks in when Vane's voice comes through the speakers. Figure approaching from behind. Caution advised. Izuku snaps the slot shut, abandons the rest of the pocky on the ledge, and spins, knife already in hand, legs coiled, ready to bolt or strike. "So," a tired voice drawls, "you're the infamous Rook, huh?" Eraserhead stands a few feet away, hands buried in his pockets. He tilts his head slightly, squinting through the dim light. "I thought you'd be taller." Izuku scoffs, knife still raised. Up close, the pro-hero looks even more worn than usual, messy hair, heavy shadows under his eyes, uniform rumpled like he's been in it for 20 hours straight. Maybe he has. "Aren't you supposed to be off patrol by now?" Izuku asks. There's a brief flicker in Eraser's gaze before it settles back into its usual bored mask, tilting his head. "I was," he replies. "Then I watched you let 2 teenagers walk away after stealing from that convenience store." His eyes flick over Izuku's shoulder, then back. That wasn't very logical. Izuku rolls his eyes and sheathes his knife, crossing his arms instead. "They weren't criminals," he says flatly. "They were kids who got dared into something stupid that would have followed them for the rest of their lives. Didn't seem worth the price." A pause. "And it definitely wasn't worth the paperwork." Eraser watches him for a moment before. "You're efficient," he says. "Fast. Clean. You don't escalate unless you have to." He reaches into his pocket and Izuku goes for his knife again, but pauses when Eraser pulls out one of his white rooks. "We've been watching you for a while. I usually get the joy of picking up the criminals you capture and report. A nice little white rook left at the scene every time." He tosses it to Izuku, and though he catches it, he doesn't respond. He keeps his weight centered, knees slightly bent, ready to bolt if this turns. Compliments from pro-heroes are rarely just compliments. Eraserhead doesn't seem to care that he's not saying anything. As soon, he keeps going. Vigilantes usually fall into 2 categories. The ones who want attention, and the ones who want permission. He squints his eyes. "You don't seem interested in either." "That's because I'm not," Izuku replies, not giving the man any more than that, pocketing the little white rook. Izuku knows what this is, an interrogation. Eraser wants something, but Izuku knows better, so he stays quiet. You've got tech, Eraser says eventually, tapping the side of his face. Custom, expensive, or at least intelligently built. His eyebrow lifts. Support company? No. Friend? You sure ask a lot of questions. Eraser shrugs. Part of the job. Izuku shifts his footing when Eraser walks over to him, but stays more than double arm's length away, sitting on the edge of the roof. The man pulls out a jelly packet from his pouch, offering him one. Izuku shakes his head as he squats next to the man, not daring to sit and lose his head start. And you're avoiding the part where you tell me why you're still here. Eraser hums like he's considering that, taking a sip of the pouch. Fair. He glances down at the street, then back up to him. You've been active in this district for a while, though, with little to no civilian complaints. Quite the opposite, actually. No excessive force, returning stolen items, feeding the cats in the alleys. That alone puts you on my radar. Izuku lets out a short, humorless breath. So, what? Is this the part where you tell me to stop? Is it? Eraser asks lightly, tilting his head. Izuku doesn't answer. Eraser studies him again, slower this time. You let those kids go. Didn't threaten them, didn't hurt them. A pause. You barely even lectured them. Didn't need to, Izuku says, folding his fingers together, resting his elbows on his knees. They were already scared. And you decided that was enough. Yes. Eraser nods slightly, like Izuku just confirmed something he already suspected. People like you are inconvenient, he says. You make the lines blurry. You make it harder to pretend the system works the way it's supposed to. That sounds like a you problem. Eraser lets out a huff of air, though not quite a laugh. You're not wrong. He straightens slightly so he can put his gel packet back into his pocket. How old are you? Izuku rolls his eyes. That's none of your business. Eraser holds up his hands. Didn't say you had to answer. Good. Somewhere far below, a siren wails and fades. You don't do much beyond your calling card, Eraser continues, not seeming to take Izuku's silence to heart. No social media presence, no whispers about you in the underground. His gaze sharpens. You working with anyone? No. Planning to? Izuku hesitates for half a second too long. He knows it. If Eraser does, he doesn't give it away. Not your concern, Izuku says, standing up, ready for the conversation to be over. You keep operating like this, Eraser says, mirroring him, standing. And sooner or later, someone higher up is going to notice, and they won't care about intent or kids who deserve a second chance. Izuku meets his gaze. Then maybe they should do a better job. That earns him a long look. It's not angry, though maybe there is some, but it doesn't seem directed at him. Yeah, Eraser mutters. Maybe they should. He turns away, scarf shifting in the night breeze. I would prefer it if you stayed off my incident reports, Rook, he adds over his shoulder. You're right. I don't like paperwork. And then he's gone. Izuku waits a full minute before moving. Then he lets his shoulders drop, retrieves the abandoned Pocky, and stares at it for a second before snapping the mask slot open again. TCH, he mutters. Heroes. Plus. Izuku waits 3 days before the group contacts him again through the message board again. The message gives a time and a location. The same night, around 9, at an address tucked into a quiet corner of the city. It doesn't seem like a place you'd notice unless you were looking for it, a converted warehouse with minimal signage, the front door almost blending into the brickwork. He frowns at it for a moment. Curiosity wins. When he arrives later that night in full gear, Kenji is already there by the front door, leaning casually against the wall. Like he's been there a while. He looks up when Izuku approaches, smiling. Ah, Quill. He calls out, throwing his hands out in a welcoming gesture. He pauses, staring at Izuku for a second. Or, would you rather Rook? Rook, Izuku says, not greeting the man otherwise. Kenji's grin widens. Rook it is. He gestures toward the entrance. Any trouble finding the place? Not much. A bit of a walk. Kenji nods. Good, good. He glances at him. Let's head inside. The others are already so eager to meet you. We don't want to keep them waiting, now, do we? The man doesn't wait for a reply, opening the door. The two head inside. The lobby is clean, but sparse. The harsh white lights above cause nearly no shadows to be cast by the few pieces of furniture sitting around. At the front desk, a woman scrolls through her phone, barely glancing up. Kenji looks at her briefly. For the good of the people, he says low and deliberately. The woman presses something, and a section of the wall slides open with a soft mechanical hiss, revealing a small metallic elevator. Izuku steps in first and Kenji follows close behind. The man presses one of the bottom buttons, and the door closes, starting their descent downwards. Kenji glances over at him as they start going down. Have you eaten yet tonight? Izuku blinks at the question, not really expecting it. Some Pocky, earlier. Kenji shakes his head. That's not food. It has calories, Izuku says, trying to defend himself. You're just as bad as Taro, Kenji says, sighing. Izuku wonders if that's someone else on the team he's about to meet. We usually grab something after a debrief. You're welcome to join if you want. Kenji offers, but Izuku doesn't answer, just looking back at the doors, thankful when Kenji doesn't push it. A few seconds pass, Izuku watches the numbers go down, and he wonders how much longer they have. How long have you been running your route in Narahata? A few months, Izuku says, shifting his stance. Give or take. Solo the whole time? Yeah. Kenji nods slowly. You'll get used to having backup eventually. It takes a while, but you do. Izuku glances at him sideways. I've never needed backup. Kenji smiles, but it seems sad. No, I suppose you haven't. The elevator dings softly and the doors open onto a dim corridor. Kenji steps out. Follow me. The rest of the group is in the command room. Izuku follows, keeping a few paces of distance between him and the man, hands relaxed but ready. He notes the access panels in the walls, the faint hum of electronics, the sterile smell of ozone. They take a few turns, a left here, a right there, but eventually, they come to a stop to a door labeled command. The door opens into a much larger room than Izuku expected. It's dimly lit but clean, computers and desks lining the walls. Desks are scattered throughout the room covered in papers, maps, some even having a desktop computer. It's obvious each person has their own desk, each one littered with different personal items. The hum of electronics fills the space, only interrupted by click of keyboards and the occasional soft beep. Kenji gestures toward the room. This is where we do most of our planning. You know some of the people already, Shinobi, Rin, Michi, Nagi. But these are the ones you'll be working with most closely. They start to walk over to a desk that seems to be the only clean and organized one in the room. A boy who seems to be just a bit older than Izuku is sitting at it with his computer, typing rapidly on it. He seems tall, though Izuku can't fully tell with him sitting. His hair is black and made up neatly, not a hair out of place. This is Hiro, Kenji says, putting a hand on the boy's shoulder. Data cross-referencing, predictive modeling. Patterns of criminal behavior, that kind of thing. Hiro glances up briefly, nods, and goes back to his screen. Kenji laughs, shaking his head. Don't worry, he'll warm up to you. He's just not a big talker with the newbies. Now, Aya on the other hand. Before Kenji can get any more out, a girl around Izuku's age comes running up to them, nearly seeming to vibrate out of her shoes. You're Rook, she says, clapping her hands together. Oh my all might, okay, hi. I'm Aya. I do analytics, pattern recognition, data synthesis. Basically if there's information floating around somewhere I will find it and tell you exactly what it means and also what it's going to mean in 3 weeks. She pauses for exactly one breath. Are those your goggles? Did you build those? Vane is yours, right, the AI? Because I've been looking at the architecture from the outside and it is so cool, like genuinely impressive. Some of the base code is a little clunky but the way you've got the predictive modeling running in real time is actually kind of insane for a solo build. Aya, Kenji interrupts, smiling, and shaking his head. Right, sorry, hi. She sticks her hand out, grinning. How long have you been running your route solo? Do you always work in Narahata or do you rotate? What's your average response time? Do you sleep? Izuku stares at her, not knowing which question to answer first, if he could even remember it. You don't have to answer all of those right now, Kenji says, sounding like he's used to this. Though Izuku wouldn't be surprised. Most of them, Aya says cheerfully. He can answer most of them right now. Okay, and that's enough of that. A boy steps into view, expression tired but not irritated, as if he were definitely used to Aya's energy. He's maybe a year or two older than Izuku, calm in a way that feels less like personality and more like a choice he makes constantly. He looks at Izuku and nods once. Taro. Logistics and operations. I make sure things actually happen the way they're supposed to. He turns his gaze over to Aya. Which currently includes making sure you don't get interrogated on your first night. I wasn't interrogating him, Aya protests, crossing her arms. You asked if he sleeps. That's relevant data dash. Aya. He interrupts, placing a hand on her shoulder. She huffs, but stops talking. You can ask him whatever you want once he's actually settled in, Taro tells her, already steering her back toward her workstation with one firm hand between her shoulder blades. Give the guy 10 minutes. Fine, she calls back, dropping into her chair and spinning it around to face her screens. Then, a second later, over her shoulder, I'm making a list. Of course you are, Taro says, shaking his head. He glances back at Izuku. Sorry about her. I heard that. Aya yells, though Taro ignores her completely and heads back to his own desk, leaving him and Kenji alone in the middle of the room. Kenji heads toward one of the couches and sits down, gesturing for Izuku to join him. Izuku does, noting that the couch is much softer than it looks. Kenji leans forward, elbows on his knees. So, questions? A few, Izuku says, crossing his arms. What exactly would I actually be doing here? Depends on the night, Kenji says, shrugging. In here, you'd be working with Hiro, Aya, and Taro mostly. Learning how we collect, how we organize, what we already have on the commission, heroes, and their agencies. He pauses. We have a lot. What we don't have is someone who can actually use it in the field. In the field, Izuku repeats. When things go sideways, Kenji says. Which they do, pretty often. He chuckles, shaking his head. Whether it be because the heroes show up early, the civilians doing something unpredictable, or intel turns out to be out of date or plain out wrong the second we're already in position. He glances over at him. We've been working as a team, and most of the time, our intel is pretty good, but you've been running solo long enough to know that plans can change, and you're very good at adapting when they do. Us? Not so much. Izuku doesn't say anything, but nods. So that's why we need you, Kenji says simply. Someone who can think when everything's already moving. Not after, during. So I'm not just writing analyses. No. I'm in the field with you. Eventually, yeah. Once you get a better understanding of how we operate. Kenji sits back, waving a hand out. You'd start here, get familiar with everything, and then, yes, you'd be out there with me, Shinobi, Rin, Michi, and Nagi. Izuku is quiet for a second. And if I think a call is wrong? Kenji looks at him and shrugs. Then say so. Just like that? Just like that. He nods. I'm not looking for someone who follows orders. I'm looking for someone who catches what I miss. If you think I'm wrong, tell me. If you've got a better move, make it. He tilts his head slightly. That's kind of the whole point of having you. Izuku looks away, eyes drifting back across the room. Hiro at his screen, Aya already scribbling something down, probably her list, Taro quietly reorganizing something on a workstation nearby. He doesn't like the idea of working with a team, relying on people, or being inside a system that moves according to someone else's rules. But he can make it work. Izuku perches on the ledge, wondering briefly if he might be part cat sometimes. He watches people move below him, the night air starting to turn warm with the approaching summer. He stands and raises his arms above his head in a stretch, feeling his joints groan and pop in protest. His footsteps are silent crossing the gravelly rooftop, due to practice and the sound-absorbing saws he'd finally gotten his hands on a few months back. The group had helped with that, actually. He'd been hunting for them for months before he met them, and Aya, after one of the team meetings, had handed them over with a grin. He hadn't asked too many questions about where she'd gotten them because honestly, he didn't care. He moves across the rooftops, clearing the gaps between buildings with practiced ease. Neon signs blur past, people laugh too loudly outside bars, and others hurry home with their heads down. He's about halfway through his patrol when shouting catches his attention. Though it's not unusual for fights to break out at night near the bars, they're usually just between some drunkards having an argument. This one was between three men, thankfully none of them seemed to have a weapon, but it was more aggressive than Izuku was used to seeing, so he stops and watches. Man 1 shoves Man 2 hard enough to make him stumble, and he tries to swing back in retaliation, but misses, losing his footing. Izuku was going to walk away, the fight not seeming as if it was going to really be a problem, but then the third man grabs the first and slams him into the brick wall hard enough to spiderweb the plaster. Izuku expects him to stay down, to be completely knocked unconscious, but red flags go up in his head when the man gets back up with no problem. Izuku straightens, staring at the scene in disbelief. What the F-? He watches for another second, running it back. The angle, the force, the sound it made. That should have knocked him out cold at best. The man is shaking his head like he's clearing water from his ears, rolling his shoulders, already squaring back up. Something's wrong. Something's really, really wrong. So, Izuku drops into the mouth of the alleyway quietly, ready to finish whatever the hell these guys started. The first man turns too late, his punch coming too wide and unbalanced. Izuku slips inside the arc of it, pivots, and sweeps his legs out from under him. The man hits the ground, hard, skull cracking the concrete. The second rushes in without hesitation, but Izuku drives his elbow into the man's jaw, easily, feeling the impact of the hit. The man should have gone down, knocked unconscious, But Izuku takes a step back when not only does the man's head only snap to the side, when he turns it back towards Izuku, he's grinning. His eyes, it's like he's not even here. Izuku doesn't have time to think about it too hard. As the third lunges from behind, Izuku twists, catching the man's wrist to change his momentum, then drives 2 fingers sharply into a nerve cluster at the shoulder. New moves he's been practicing with Equinox during their training, learning about nerves and how to get someone to go slack by a precise hit, no matter how big they are. But this man isn't big, doesn't seem to have any quirk activated, so Izuku is surprised, no, scared, when the man's arm doesn't go limp. He doesn't hesitate, rather, he changes tactics. He strikes the man's solar plexus and kicks his heel behind his knee to get him down, and 2 quick hits under the ribcage to force air from the lungs. The first man tries to get up again and Izuku plants a foot between his shoulder blades and keeps him down. The whole thing lasts less than 5 minutes. All 3 are down, groaning, but not the way they should be. Not curled around injuries and not clutching the spots he hit. Rather, they're twitching. Izuku steps back to avoid the liquid coming out of one of them as he coughs. Dark liquid splatters the pavement. Izuku leans in, shining a light on it. Blood, mixed with something close to tar. The man's tongue had come to rest outside of his mouth, and Izuku furrows his eyebrows. It's black? Vein. Image capture. Focus ORL cavity. Captured. The man on the ground laughs wetly. Didn't feel a thing, he slurs, before another cough racks his body. Not a dash. And then, he passes out. Izuku zip-ties their wrists quickly and checks their pulses, confused when he feels them moving erratically, as if they were still up, and running a marathon. He straightens slowly, racking the details in his head. No pain response, no self-preservation, highly aggressive, and erratic pulses. He's gone before the sirens echo down the street. Plus, later, crouched on his usual rooftop above a cluster of late-night shops, Izuku replays it in his head again. The grin after the hit, the nerve hit not working, the blackened tongue. Vein, overlay previous reports of quirk amplification incidents with tonight's symptoms. The data starts to scroll across his HUD. Increased aggression. Reduced pain response. Elevated confidence beyond normal intoxication levels. Tongue discoloration. He knows seen it before, but it was just in passing. Back then, the only time you heard about it was in whispers between low-level dealers, hospital notes buried under vague diagnoses, and rumors between heroes. Trigger, he says quietly. The rumors have been getting louder. Pills or needles that make you stronger, faster, fearless. Pills that burn you out from the inside and kill your pain response, though nobody seems to care about that part until it's too late. The group he'd just taken down must have only had a low dose, as he had had a tussle with a full instant villain a few weeks back. He hadn't been much of a problem since his quirk was so weak to begin with, but still. He tells Vayne to tag the location and log the behavior markers. Though he has a few ideas about patterns he's been seeing, he doesn't want to draw any conclusions just yet. Guess I need to get my patrol on, then. He sighs, stands, and gets back to it. Plus, he's about halfway through his route, taking a breather on a nightshop's roof, when a voice starts behind him and all the hairs on the back of his neck stand up in one go. You're here early, Rook. Izuku pivots instantly, blade half-drawn before he recognizes the shape leaning against a rooftop vent. Eraserhead. He looks exactly like he always does. Tired and scruffy, yet eyes sharp and calculating despite exhaustion hanging off him like a second coat. Izuku rolls his eyes and sheathes his blade, crossing his arms. What? You following me now? Eraser shrugs. You're not subtle. That's not an answer. It is, Eraser says dryly, his gaze moving over Izuku, assessing him. You're faster than last time. Stronger, too. Izuku says nothing. I heard about that group you took down earlier. Eraser's face is neutral, but carries something below it, though Izuku can't quite make it out. One got sent to the ICU. Izuku's jaw tightens at the hidden accusation. It was necessary. Eraser raises an eyebrow. Necessary, really? Bystanders said they were just arguing when you got there. The force was excessive, Rook. They couldn't feel it. He defends. Eraser squints. Couldn't? Trigger, Izuku says, watching carefully for the man's reaction. It was the only way I could take them down. Eraser sighs, a flash of irritation crossing his face. So you're starting to see them too? He pauses. You're adapting faster than most pros. Izuku scoffs. That's supposed to be a compliment? No, just an observation. Eraser walks over slowly and sits beside him, facing the street instead of him, keeping an obvious arm's length between them. He pulls a jelly packet from somewhere and rips the top off, stuffing the wrapper into his pouch. As he slurps it down, he glances sideways at Izuku. You need to be careful. Just because they're on trigger, it doesn't mean you get to use excessive force. You can work around the quirk use laws with vigilantism, but you can't always dodge the excessive force and assault charges. Izuku bristles a bit at that, but tries his best not to let it show. He takes a seat next to the pro, pulling his left leg up and wrapping his arms around it and rests his chin on his knee. I stopped them before they caused a problem. Attacking someone because you think they're about to cause trouble doesn't hold up well in court, Eraser replies, pocketing the empty packet. He sighs and side-eyes Izuku with a look Izuku doesn't like at all. Your body hasn't learned restraint yet. You need to slow down and think before you act. There it is. You're inexperienced. Not outright, but close enough. Izuku scoffs, letting his left leg come down to swing over the edge with his right, leaning backwards on his hands. Are you here to lecture me or arrest me? Because if it's the latter, you're doing a terrible job. If I wanted to arrest you, you'd already be on your way to the station. I seriously doubt it. Eraser ignores him. Escalation becomes a habit. Believe me, I see it a lot in new vigilantes. Police don't care why you started. If it becomes too much of a pattern, I might have to do something about it. The threat hangs in the air, and Izuku clenches his jaw. People are getting hurt. Triggers spreading. Heroes like you aren't doing anything to fix the problem, so it's up to vigilantes like me to deal with the issues it creates. Eraser sighs. You're not wrong to be concerned, but you're going about it the wrong way. You have to leave it to the heroes, kid. Izuku laughs, short and humorless. All you heroes are the same, all you care about is your image in the news. I actually care about the people this hurts. I bring results without having to fear the reporters dragging my name through the mud. Eraser's expression hardens. Results without restraint leave wreckage. And restraint leaves bodies, Izuku snaps. Eraser takes a slow breath and lets it out. Silence settles between them. Finally, he stands, hands gripping his scarf. Izuku gets ready to bolt, but the man doesn't go for him, rather, he just turns and heads in the opposite direction. Be careful, he says. Not just of criminals. Of what you're teaching yourself to accept. Izuku lets out a TSK, turning away from the man. And Rook? He says, an expression flashing across his face Izuku can't quite place. Not all heroes want their face in the news. Then he's gone, scarf flying behind him as he sets off his own route. Izuku stays where he is, chest tight with anger. Like I'd ever listen to a hero like you. He wonders briefly if Equinox has any information on Trigger. There's no way they don't have something on Trigger, right Vayne? He asks, already moving toward the base. It is more than likely they do, Vayne replies, pulling up news articles and police reports. Would you like me to notify them of your arrival? Yes. Compile what I have on it so far and add tonight's encounter. Run it with any other reports or new files the police have on it. Already done. Izuku smiles slightly. It's nice that Vayne thinks as fast as he does, though it makes sense, since he built it. He makes his way across the city and arrives at the base entrance in under 45 minutes. He steps into the fake storefront and nods to Sora. For the good of the people. The code phrase comes easily now, though with how often he visits, he doesn't really need to say it. Sora doesn't say anything, just presses the button beside her and the elevator opens. Izuku steps in without stalling, wondering briefly if Sora ever leaves that desk. When the doors slide open again, he steps into the dim hallway without hesitation and heads towards the command room. The hum of servers grows louder as he approaches, and eventually, he's entering the room, pausing briefly enough to observe. Hiro is sprawled across the far couch, one arm hanging off the side, tablet slipping dangerously close to the floor as a faint snore escapes him. Aya and Taro sit at the central table, heads bent over a holographic projection of city blocks, red and yellow markers blinking softly. Their quiet conversation cuts off the moment he enters. Ah, Rook. Aya spins her chair toward him, waving him over with both hands. Taro and I were told you were on your way by Vayne. You've gotten faster. You think so? He asks, a quiet chuckle slipping out despite himself. Taro's gaze flicks over him once, quick, assessing. You ran into trouble tonight. Trigger, Izuku answers simply, taking a seat at one of the empty chairs. Hiro makes a noise from the couch. MMN knew it, he mutters without opening his eyes. Aya is already typing. Location? Izuku taps his earpiece. Vayne, project tonight's coordinates. A soft blue grid flickers into existence above the table, overlaying Aya's city map. A new dot pulses in Narahata. Taro sits up and joins the two at the holographic projection, pointing at the new dot. That's the third incident in that radius in 48 hours. Aya hums, noting. ER admissions line up too. Neurological distress, not just quirk burnout. Something's changed in the batch. They didn't have any pain response, Izuku adds. He didn't even flinch the first time I hit him, barely the second. I had a hard time taking them down. Hiro stares at him. That's new. Taro joins the three as well, fingers moving across his tablet. Street chatter says supply tightened. Fewer dealers, higher price. Higher quality, Aya adds. Izuku watches the blinking points on the map. There's more, he says after a beat. When he went down, it was wrong. Taro looks up, tilting his head. Wrong how? Izuku searches for the word. Like something disconnected. 1 minute he was on, the next it was like someone pulled the plug on him. Aya stills before she's pulling up another file and flicks it into view. Izuku reads it quickly, a hospital report, redacted names, timestamps, irregular brain activity scans. Read that line, she says, pointing. Patient reported vibration in auditory canal prior to loss of motor control. 3 reports mention a buzzing sensation, Aya continues, glancing at Taro. We assumed auditory hallucination. But if you're saying dash, she looks back at him. I didn't hear anything, Izuku interrupts. But I saw it. He stopped mid-sentence and then his body just got unplugged. Taro and Aya exchange a glance and Hiro drags a hand down his face, sighing. You see anything leave the body? He asks, staring at Izuku. The alley flashes back. The way the man's body had jerked once, sharply, not like a seizure, but like something was under his skin. I'm not sure, he says finally. It wasn't clear. Aya is already moving. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, pulling feeds from traffic cams and storefront security within a 3-block radius. Grainy black and white footage fills the holographic display. It wasn't a good angle, half obscured by a dumpster, timestamp flickering, but it was enough. The 4 watch the screen as Izuku stands over the body, watching, before it starts to convulse. For a second, nothing. Then the image distorts. Static tears horizontally across the frame. There, Aya says, rewinding 2 seconds and slowing it down frame by frame. The glitch happens again, and slowed down, it's different. Even though it seemed like random interference at first, now, it has shape. A blur no bigger than a fist, slipping from the collapsing body toward the edge of the frame. Taro leans in, eyes narrowing. It's not signal corruption, he says quietly. He scrubs forward, flicking through different street cameras. When he's 2 streets over, another camera picks up a figure staggering into view 30 seconds later, clutching their head. Aya overlays the timestamps. Time gap matches sprint velocity. Taro links the 2 feeds. It's transferring from host to host. Like a parasite. His face scrunches up. Aya slowly leans back in her chair. So we're not looking at refined trigger. Her gaze flicks to Izuku. We're looking at something using it. Izuku's jaw tightens, eyes locked on the projection. Aya expands the map. Red dots, confirmed trigger incidents, glow across Narahata. She animates them chronologically. Izuku can't say he's surprised when they don't scatter randomly, but rather, pulse. 1 flares bright, fades. Another ignites 2 streets over, seconds later, like a slow back and forth drifting east. Taro overlays a projected path and the dots start clustering tighter along a narrow corridor of streets. It's not random distribution, he says. It's following a route. Aya highlights the path in amber. It's like a migration pattern. She looks at Izuku. You were already patrolling inside the migration radius. Izuku doesn't respond, watching the animation loop again. Red flares, fade, shift, flare. Hiro lets out a low whistle. You're always near the spike. Aya smiles at Izuku. Good instincts. Taro gives a single approving nod. You read the city well. Izuku thinks for a second, before, vain, overlay police patrol routes. Blue lines appear over the map, wide arcs, evenly spaced, predictable rotations. Aya restarts the animation. The red cluster pulses, then shifts. Izuku almost laughs at how right he was and how predictable the dots are. Taro's lips press together. It's avoiding the hero and police patrols. I can intercept here. Izuku points to where he thinks the dots will go next, trying to follow their pattern. There are a few hours between each infection. If I time it right, I'll get there just as it takes a new host. Hiro raises a brow. That's 3 districts over. I can make it. Aya's smile widens slightly. Send us live feed if you can. We'll track deviations. If it transfers again, Taro adds, don't lose sight of the direction it moves. Even if you lose the host. Izuku nods once. Eraser's voice flickers briefly in the back of his mind. Not of just criminals, but of what you're teaching yourself to accept. He adjusts his gloves. Vain. Route optimization. Quickest path. Calculated. Aya beams. Bring us something useful, Rook. Taro meets his eyes. Be safe. Izuku heads for the exit without another word. Behind him, the red dots continue their slow crawl across Narahata. Plus, rooftops blur beneath his feet while Vayne feeds him live updates, the red cluster tightening to a 5-block corridor. Estimated intercept in 4 minutes. Izuku adjusts course the next building he lands on, catching a fire escape and vaulting over it without breaking stride. Below him, the district shifts, neon signs flicker over late-night ramen shops, a pachinko parlor hums faintly, and laughter spills from an izakaya. A new red flare ignites 2 streets ahead. Host spike detected. Video recording started, currently projecting back to base. Izuku drops to a lower rooftop and slows, crouching near the edge. Below, a man stumbles out of a convenience store and knocks into a rack of plastic umbrellas. He swats at nothing, face twisting in confusion. He cries out, tripping over a crack, but catches himself just as he's about to fall. He goes to stand back up. Then he freezes. His shoulders lock as his head jerks upward. His hand curls into fists, trembling. Then he starts walking, almost mechanically. He steps into the street and grabs the nearest pedestrian by the collar and slams them into a vending machine, denting the metal. Screams erupt as Izuku drops and lands behind the man, wrenching his wrist away from the civilian in one smooth motion. He knows his grip is strong, stronger than the man's build should allow. But instead, the host just turns his head toward him slowly, eyes glassy and smile thin. When he drives a sharp strike into the radial nerve of the man's forearm, it doesn't surprise him this time when nothing happens, so, he pivots, sweeping the man's legs from under him, and sending him crashing to the concrete. The man rolls unnaturally fast and leaps back to his feet, body twitching like a signal not quite aligned. So he hits harder, faster. A blow to the sternum followed by a hook behind the knee to destabilize him. A nerve strike in the chest, at the side of the neck. The man finally falters for half a second before a shudder runs through his body. Izuku feels it more than sees it, a sudden shift in pressure, like air collapsing inward, then. The man convulses once and drops like a bag of bricks. Izuku turns rapidly, trying to track where that DMN parasite went. He's lucky, though, when he spots a woman across the street walking her bike freeze mid-step. Her shoulders twitch and her head tilts, and slowly, almost mechanically, she looks straight at him. It's like a FING horror movie. Red pulses on his HUD. New host detected. Izuku exhales long and slow. So that's how. It moves. The woman drops the bike, letting it clatter to the pavement, and lunges forward at him much faster than he thought she would. He shifts his stance and meets her halfway, though, redirecting her momentum instead of blocking it. She pivots unnaturally, heels skidding against pavement like something inside of her changes her momentum mid-motion. She swings wildly and he's able to duck out of the way easily, driving a fist into her diaphragm. He catches her wrist and twists with just enough to force her off balance. She doesn't cry out, rather, her other hand snaps toward his throat. He knocks it aside just in time and hooks his foot behind her ankle, slamming her down onto her back. For a split second, she lies still. Then her spine arches sharply. Izuku feels it again. The pressure shift, the tightening. Vayne, track thermal anomaly within 5-meter radius. Scanning. Her eyes flick toward him, though it's too late when he realizes she's not looking at him, but behind him. He turns his head just as the capture weapon flies by him and tightens around the woman's torso, pinning her arms to her sides. She jerks once before she starts to twitch. Eraser doesn't look at Izuku at first. His gaze is locked on the restrained woman. You again, he says flatly. Izuku scowls at the man. Let her go. Eraser's eyes flash red for a fraction of a second and the woman's twitching stops completely. Stand down. You've done enough. Izuku's jaw tightens as his hands clench into fists, eyes darting around the area. You're blocking my line of sight. To see what? Before Izuku can answer, the woman's body convulses hard, and Eraser's scarf tightens around her. Izuku steps forward. It's not her quirk. Eraser's attention flicks to him, irritation lacing his words. I know what I'm looking at. No, Izuku snaps, eyes scanning the air, the pavement, the edges of light. You don't. The woman's head snaps to the side, mouth opening. Izuku sees it, just barely, a distortion near her jawline. He starts, but Eraser shifts his position, pulling the host upright to secure her more, but the movement blocks Izuku's line of sight completely. The pressure in the air collapses. Gone. Thermal anomaly lost, Vayne says in his ear. Izuku curses, turning in circles, earning a weird look from Eraser, but he can't bring himself to care. He nearly sighs in relief when, across the street, a car alarm blares and a man stumbles out of a parked sedan, clutching his head. Behind you, Izuku warns, but Eraser just rolls his eyes as the man by the car looks up, eyes glassy and smiling. Izuku moves on instinct, but Eraser's scarf snaps out. At him. The fabric coils around Izuku's arm, yanking him sideways. I told you, Eraser says, voice low. Be careful what you teach yourself to accept. Izuku twists and grabs his knife, slicing through the fabric in one, clean motion. He doesn't comment on the surprised look on Eraser's face. You're chasing the wrong thing. He yells as the new host lunges at a nearby pedestrian. Izuku intercepts, just barely, and Eraser is right behind him, quirk activated. The host's unnatural strength drops immediately under Erasure, movements going sluggish. See? Eraser says tightly. Quirk enhancement. It's transferring. Izuku fires back. You're freezing the host, not the source. There is no source, Rook. They're just reckless idiots. The host shudders beneath their combined hold and Izuku feels it again, that pressure. He releases the host, trying to track the jump, but Eraser doesn't, his scarf tightening around the man as he goes limp. Then, silence. Izuku scans the surrounding area as fast as he can before the parasite gets out of view. Rooftops, alley mouths, sewer grates. Nothing. F-. Thermal signature dispersed beyond tracking range. Eraser releases the unconscious man and straightens, scarf settling loose around his shoulders. He pushes his goggles down and looks at Izuku for a long second before exhaling through his nose, shaking his head. Izuku's hands curl into fists. You let it go. His eyes sweep the area anyway, just in case. What I did, Eraser says, measured, though the usual bored tone seems to have worn thin, was contain an unstable civilian under the influence of an illegal enhancement drag. What you did was drop into an active incident, escalate the force of engagement within seconds, and make an already volatile situation harder to control. Izuku's glare sharpens. Harder to control? He steps forward, pointing at the, still, unconscious woman. She was about to crush someone's throat. And you were about to break her ribs, Eraser argues back, eyes flashing red. Izuku scoffs and backs off slightly, crossing his arms. You default to maximum output and I've seen it more than once now, Rook. You don't assess, you don't wait, and you don't create space. Eraser had started counting on his fingers, rolling his eyes at Izuku, irritated. You hit first, and when that doesn't immediately give you the answer you want, you escalate again. I escalated because it wasn't responding. Izuku's voice rises despite himself, pointing at the limp body. Nerve strikes barely slowed her. That's not normal. You erased her quirk and it still moved. Trigger amplifies quirks and distorts pain response. It floods the system with artificial confidence. I've handled cases like this before. Not like this, Izuku snaps. Yes, Eraser says, firmer. Like this. Unpredictable strength spikes, reduced inhibition, and delayed neurological feedback. That's what happens when people poison themselves with enhancement drags. Izuku steps closer, anger burning hot in his chest. It left her. I saw it. It jumped to the man by the car. You saw a body convulse and built a theory around it, Eraser counters. You're filling in gaps with assumptions. It wasn't an assumption. It was, Eraser says flatly. Because you've already decided there has to be something bigger. Something that justifies you being here. I'm here because heroes like you keep arriving after the damage is done. And I'm here because reckless vigilantes like you complicate investigations, Eraser shoots back, voice finally losing some of its restraint. You think hitting harder makes you effective. But you don't see the aftermath. You don't see how scattering a scene ruins evidence, how pushing suspects past their limits muddies what we can actually learn. Izuku laughs once, sharp and humorless. Evidence? You were staring at the host while it got away. Eraser steps forward now, scarf shifting on his shoulders. I was neutralizing an immediate threat, he says, voice dropping. Because that is what prevents civilians from dying. You were looking for something invisible while a woman under the influence of a drag was still capable of hurting people. It wasn't invisible, Izuku insists. You just didn't look. Eraser's expression hardens. Or you're so used to hitting first and asking questions later that when the situation doesn't fit that approach, you invent something new to chase. Izuku feels heat flare up his neck. I don't hit first. You do, Eraser replies without hesitating. You enter fights already wound tight. You move like every person you face is an enemy combatant. And when they don't react the way you expect, you double down. That's not an investigation. That's aggression. Izuku steps forward again, and now, they're less than an arm's reach from each other. I adjusted because they weren't reacting to pain. That's called adapting. You told me yourself. It's called overcommitting, Eraser shoots back. Yes, you're young and yes you're skilled, Rook, but you're impatient. And impatience makes you see threats everywhere even when there isn't one. Sirens sound at the end of the street, red and blue lights flooding the pavement. You think I'm imagining this? Izuku asks, furrowing his eyebrows at the man. I think, Eraser says with a deep breath, that you're so determined to prove there's something bigger that you're ignoring simpler explanations. Trigger is dangerous enough. You don't need to turn it into a conspiracy to justify staying in the field. Izuku feels his throat close up and he clenches his jaw. It moved, he says again, furious now. You weren't watching for it. I was. And while you were watching for ghosts, Eraser replies, crossing his arms. I was keeping someone from being killed. Police cruisers reach the scene and screech to a stop. Doors slam and voices shout. Eraser's gaze locks onto Izuku's one more time. If you continue like this, he says, quieter, you're going to cause real damage. Not because you're incapable, but because you refuse to slow down long enough to question yourself. Until you can do that, you don't belong in the middle of investigations like this. Izuku feels his chest tighten. He looks away. You're wrong, he says, voice low. Eraser sighs. You don't have the authority to operate here and you don't have the experience to recognize when you're outmatched. Izuku watches as EMTs rush toward the fallen hosts and as officers fan out. He looks once more down the corridor where the anomaly had been heading. He turns to leave, but a hand on his shoulder stops him. Stay, Eraser says. We're finishing this conversation. Izuku shakes his head once, shoving the man's hand off him. You're just looking at the surface, he says, trying one more time. You have to look deeper. It's moving. Izuku knows that Eraser doesn't believe him when he watches the man's jaw clench. I can't waste any more time here. So, he pivots and bolts, scaling the fire escape in 3 movements. Eraser's scarf lashes upward, but it misses him, catching the railing inches from his foot instead. He clears the rooftop and doesn't slow down. Projected migration path has shifted 6 blocks east, Vane says. He moves without hesitation. He can't stop. Not yet. By the time the sun started to come up, the anomaly hadn't appeared again. The streets are quiet, still, and people were already starting their day like nothing had even happened. Izuku stops on a ledge and watches them for a moment before he heads back to base. He's irritated. All he has to show for the night are grainy security feeds, a frozen red cluster on his HUD, and Eraser's voice running on a loop in the back of his head. When he finally gets back to command, he allows his shoulders to loosen a fraction as he takes off his gear, taking deep breaths as he collapses on the couch. He stares up at the ceiling as the others in the base start to wake up and begin their work around him. He falls asleep replaying the night over and over for anything he might have missed. Izuku, Aya, Hiro, and Taro spent the next several weeks searching for the thing that escaped that night and for anything trigger-related. Every day blurred into the next inside the Equinox control room, screens glowing, keyboards clicking, files stacking higher as the team chased down every lead connected to Trigger. The anomaly that had first appeared on the monitors, the strange digital distortion Aya had nicknamed Glitch, never appeared again. No corrupted signals. No strange activity spikes. Nothing. Much to their collective frustration. So, instead, they shifted their focus. If they couldn't find the glitch, then they would find the source of the chaos surrounding it. Trigger. The control room became their war table. Maps spread across multiple monitors. Distribution chains. Arrest reports. Demographics of users. Hiro handled the deeper data scraping, cross-referencing police records and medical reports with quiet efficiency, while Aya bounced between screens building visual maps of movement patterns across the city. Taro managed logistics routes, timing, shipment windows, quietly organizing the mess of information into something they could actually act on. Izuku slotted into the process naturally. He sat between Aya and Taro. Most nights, leaning forward in his chair with his elbows on the desk as he skimmed through report after report. Every new detail was another piece of a puzzle he refused to let go unsolved. Since coming here, he had never removed his mask, never really being there long enough to. But long nights got longer, and Izuku found himself there longer than ever being home. By the second week of poring over reports and maps, Aya had rolled her chair over and flicked the side of it with a pen, jostling Izuku out of his thoughts. You know, she said casually, it's not actually welded to your face. Izuku stared at her for a moment, not really knowing what to say. Thankfully, Taro filled the silence. You're making it harder to drink coffee. He had added dryly, earning a giggle from Aya. Izuku thought for a minute before he sighed and finally pulled the mask up, letting it rest on top of his head, pushing his black hair out of his face, almost long enough to put up, but not quite yet. It became routine after that. Whenever it was just the analysts in the room, Aya, Taro, Hiro, Izuku worked with the mask off, either resting on his head or around his neck. His hair was messy from hours spent leaning over the desk and eyes tired from staring at screens, and soon, it even became long enough to put up. But, the second footsteps from the hallway signaled the arrival of the field team. Kenji, Rin, Shinobi, Michi, or Nagi. He would quietly slide it back into place before they entered. Aya noticed the pattern immediately. One night she raised an eyebrow at him over the top of her monitor. "You trust us more than them." Izuku didn't even look up from the file he was reading. "You're less annoying." Taro snorted as Aya threw a pen at him, going on about "then that means we're somewhat annoying, then." Taro, can you believe? Their workspace slowly became its own little corner of the room, half-organized chaos, half-improvised snack station. Empty coffee cups accumulated near Aya's keyboard while Taro kept a stash of energy bars in his desk drawer that he pretended were for emergencies but regularly shared, or rather forced upon him, whenever Izuku forgot to eat. The teasing never ceased, as it made the long nights feel shorter and the room lighter from the lack of real answers they could get. "You missed a report," Aya said one night, tapping the screen. Izuku squinted, eyes straining as he leaned closer. "No, I didn't." "You absolutely did," Aya replied, looking over at Taro. Taro didn't look up from his typing. "He did." Izuku groaned, head going thunk as it plopped against the table. He groans again as Aya laughed triumphantly. He sits up and rubs his face, exhausted. "You're supposed to be the observant one, Rook," she taunts, poking him. He playfully swats her hands away, chuckling. "Don't call me that in here." "What else are we supposed to call you, eh?" Aya asks, standing up, stretching. She makes her way over to the coffee station to pour herself another cup as Izuku thinks for a moment before replying. "Izuku," he lifts his head, not missing the surprised glances Aya, Hiro, and Taro share with one another. The room is quiet before Aya tsks at him, smiling. "You're supposed to be the observant one, Zu," she says again, the nickname making a warm feeling blossom in his chest. They went back to work easily. Their banter softened the long hours of research in a way Izuku hadn't expected. Aya in particular had a way of keeping the mood light even when the reports they were reading weren't. She talked about her family occasionally, usually when they took short breaks to stretch or refill coffee. Her little brother came up the most. "He's 10, she explained one evening, spinning lazily in her chair, periodically tossing a ball in the air and then catching it. Quirkless. Which apparently makes elementary school the social equivalent of a Shark Tank," she said with disdain, her eyebrows stitching together in a constant scowl. Izuku glances over. Aya shrugged one shoulder, though there was a hint of fondness behind the exasperation in her voice. "Single dad. Mom died giving birth to him. My dad works double shifts half the week. So, I ended up filling in as the unofficial parent most days." She smirked slightly. "Which means homework help, cooking lessons, and occasionally threatening teenage idiots who think bullying him is funny." She pauses in tossing the ball up and down, sighing. "He's able to take care of himself most days, so I've been here to help more, but I feel bad, some days. But Kenji pays me a bit extra on the side, so it helps put extra food on the table that we wouldn't otherwise have." Izuku nods before snorting quietly. "I'd pay to see you threatening teenage boys, Aya." "Oh, you'd love it," Aya says dryly. Turns out teenagers are very cooperative when someone calmly explains how fragile kneecaps are. Taro doesn't look up from his screen. "You are a terrible role model." "Incorrect." Aya replies immediately. "I'm an effective role model." Taro shakes his head but smiles softly. Izuku's own backstory came out in pieces over time too, usually when Aya prodded him into talking just to fill the silence. School was not great, he admitted one night while reorganizing shipment records. Turns out being the quiet kid who memorizes hero moves and patrols makes you weird. Aya leaned over her desk, wrinkling her nose slightly, before smiling. "You are weird." "Thank you." Izuku replies, but knows she means no ill intent behind the comment. That, rather, means well. Izuku glances between them before settling his gaze on Taro, curious. "So, were you an outcast too, Taro?" Taro shrugs, not looking up. "Something like that." Aya nudges Izuku's arm lightly, smiling. "See? You fit right in." Izuku rolls his eyes but doesn't argue, and they go back to work. Despite the jokes, the work never slowed. Every report they compiled pointed to the same conclusion: trigger distribution in the city wasn't random. Rather, it was organized, structured, and someone higher up the chain was coordinating shipments and testing circulation patterns. And somewhere in that system the glitch had appeared. Even when Izuku left the council room for patrol every other night, the work followed him. One night, while chasing a burglary suspect through a series of narrow backstreets, Izuku had already calculated 3 possible escape routes the man might take. The criminal's stamina was fading quickly. Izuku could see it in the sloppy way he vaulted over a low fence. Another 30 seconds and the chase would be over. That was when a length of capture cloth snapped through the air ahead of him. The fleeing man barely had time to gasp before the cloth tightened around his arms and legs, yanking him violently off balance and slamming him into the pavement. By the time Izuku reached the man, he was already fully restrained, and standing beside the downed criminal was a familiar figure. Messy black hair, yellow goggles, and scarf-like capture weapon coiled loosely around his shoulders. The pro-hero looked exhausted in a way that seemed almost permanent, somehow more so than Izuku, who hadn't slept more than a total of 8 hours the last 3 nights. "I had that handled," Izuku snapped, eyeing Eraser with irritation, though he knew the man couldn't see it. The hero glanced up at him without much reaction. "You were about to run him into traffic," he replied, irritation evident in his voice. Izuku crossed his arms, though a little hard to do so with his new jacket added to his rotation due to winter fully kicking in, irritation prickling through him. He was about to collapse. "I calculated it." The man quirked an eyebrow, studying him for a moment. "You run calculations during a chase?" "What? You don't?" Izuku questioned. For a moment, the hero said nothing. Shaking his head, he pulls out restraints and puts them on the criminal before standing again, brushing dust from his gloves and calling the capture weapon back to him. He stares for a moment again before sighing. "Kid dash," he began, but didn't get far. "I'm not a kid," Izuku cut in immediately, heat running up his neck. The man barely reacted to the interruption. "Whatever you're doing out here," he continued calmly, waving his hand to the criminal lying on the ground. "You're still operating outside the system. That means people can get hurt if you misjudge something." Izuku scoffed. "People already get hurt inside the system." The hero regarded him silently for a second longer, gaze sharper than his tired posture suggested. "You're good," he admitted eventually. "Too good to be playing lone vigilante in back alleys." Izuku's jaw tightened beneath the mask, shifting his feet. "I work alone because the system doesn't work." The man seemed to consider that answer carefully before speaking again. "Aizawa," he said, offering the name like it was supposed to mean something. Izuku didn't return the courtesy, and the silence that followed made it clear he wasn't going to. Eraser exhaled slowly through his nose. "If you're going to keep doing this," he said, voice steady but firm, "you need to start thinking about long-term consequences instead of just immediate wins." Izuku turned away. Immediate wins save lives. Then he vaulted back onto the fire escape and disappeared across the rooftops before the conversation could continue. That wasn't the last time they crossed paths. Not one bit. Sometimes Eraser arrived just after Izuku had already finished dealing with a situation. Other times he intercepted suspects Izuku had been tracking for several blocks. On more than one occasion, they ended up standing across from each other at the end of an arrest, the air between them thick with unspoken disagreement. Every time, Eraser tried to talk and Izuku rarely let him. During one encounter after a failed robbery, the hero had watched him zip-tie 2 criminals to a street lamp before quietly asking why Izuku always chose to operate alone. Izuku had brushed the question aside, irritated that it was something the hero kept bringing up, and he never gave a straightforward answer, if one at all. Another time, when Eraser pointed out that Izuku pushed himself too hard during fights, exhausting himself too soon, Izuku dismissed the comment entirely, arguing that hesitation was far more dangerous than exhaustion. Every conversation ended the same way, short, tense, and unresolved. Eraser didn't stop at asking Izuku why he worked alone. He questioned his methods, or, rather, questioned the risks he took and the way he approached situations. He pushed, and Izuku always pushed back harder, unwilling to accept advice or criticism from the pro-hero. By the end of the month, they had fallen into a strange routine, tolerate each other just long enough to deal with whatever crisis had put them in the same place. Eraser tried to question him or give advice, Izuku rejecting it or ignoring him entirely, then leave in opposite directions without another word. And if Eraser noticed that Izuku seemed to be targeting trigger-related criminals more often than others, he never said anything about it. And Izuku never explained why. There was one encounter, though, that didn't end in immediate disagreement. Izuku had been tracking a small-time trigger courier through the industrial district late one night. The man wasn't particularly careful, he kept glancing over his shoulder and cutting through poorly lit alleys, but the package clutched in his hands was unmistakable. Aya and Taro had also been able to match his face to the loose database they had created over the weeks, so Izuku shadowed him from the rooftops, moving silently across rusted fire escapes and cracked concrete ledges, already running through the likely outcomes in his head. Courier meant middle distribution and middle distribution meant information. Eventually, Izuku dropped down ahead of the man, landing in the alley just as the courier rounded the corner. The man startled violently, fumbling for something in his jacket pocket before Izuku even had a chance to speak. It was too late when Izuku noticed the twitching and that courier's pupils were blown wide. His movements jerked in sharp, unnatural bursts, like his muscles were firing faster than his body could keep up with. He was dopped up with trigger and about to put another dose in. Izuku's stance shifted instantly, bolting to try and get the syringe out of his hands, but it was too late, the needle already sticking inside of his neck. The change was immediate. Veins bulged across the courier's arms as his quirk surged out of control, metal pipes along the alley walls bending toward him like magnets. Izuku darted sideways just as a loose length of steel snapped free and whipped past his shoulder hard enough to crack the brick behind him. He recalculated quickly, calling out to Vayne to record the encounter and the 5 seconds prior. The quirk amplification was erratic but powerful. Closing the distance now would mean walking straight into a storm of flying metal. Izuku was even more surprised when cloth snapped past him and wrapped around the courier's wrist just as he tried to rip another pipe from the wall. Eraser landed next to him, yanking his arm sharply downward and throwing off the angle of the attack. The metal slammed harmlessly into the ground instead of Izuku. By the time Izuku turned, Eraser's hair was already floating around his face, red eyes locked onto the trigger user as the man's quirk sputtered and faltered under Erasure. "Now!" Aizawa shouted, struggling to keep the man under wraps. Izuku didn't waste the opening. He moved immediately, closing the gap in 2 quick steps before driving the courier into the pavement, knocking him out, and pinning him there. The fight ended almost as quickly as it had started. Once the man was restrained and unconscious, the alley fell quiet again. Izuku stood slowly, brushing dust from his gloves as he glanced toward the hero. Eraser's hair settled back down as he released his quirk, his capture cloth retracting loosely around his shoulders. He pulls his goggles down and pulled out his eye drops. "You didn't have a plan," Eraser started as he put eye drops in his eyes, blinking rapidly. "You were reckless again and nearly got yourself hurt." Izuku scoffed as he crossed his arms. "I had a plan before you jumped in without me asking you to." He had stepped forward and jutted a finger at Eraser. The man brushed it away as he put away his eye drops. "You nearly walked into an uncontrolled quirk amplification. I could have dealt with him. That's not a plan." Eraser studied him for a moment, the tired lines of his face sharpening with something closer to concern than irritation. "You're good at predicting behavior," he said finally. "But trigger doesn't behave like normal quirk activation. The body burns out faster than the mind can process the output." Eraser crouched beside the unconscious courier, checking the restraints before continuing. "If someone's already injected," he said, "don't try to outmaneuver them immediately. Buy time. Force them to burn through the amplification first." Izuku tilted his head slightly. "That would give them more time to cause damage." "It also gives them more time to exhaust themselves," Eraser replied. "Most trigger users crash hard within 30 seconds. Izuku replayed the fight in his mind automatically and hummed when he realized the numbers lined up. After a moment, he gave a small, reluctant nod. "Noted. Thank you." Aizawa didn't comment on the acknowledgement or the thanks. He simply stood and gave Izuku a nod. "You're going to get yourself hurt if you keep pushing every situation like it's a race," he said. Izuku scoffed quietly. "Someone has to get there first." Aizawa glanced at him. "For what it's worth," he said, "you handled the restraint cleanly." Then, he walks out the alley, most likely giving a call to the cops to come pick up the man. Izuku takes that as his sign to leave, so he jumps his way up to the rooftop and makes his way back to headquarters. As he goes, he thinks. He hated admitting it, even to himself, but the advice had been practical. Useful. Maybe Aizawa wasn't. The thought cut off before it could fully form. Later that night, when Izuku returned to Equinox headquarters and briefly mentioned the encounter during their report review, Kenji listened carefully before leaning back in his chair. "So," the man said thoughtfully, "a hero stepped in and gave you advice." Izuku shrugged. "Something like that." Kenji hummed softly, fingers steepled together as if considering the situation from every angle. "And what happened right before he showed up?" Izuku frowned slightly. "The courier injected trigger." "Exactly." Kenji pointed lightly at the screen displaying the report. "You had already tracked the target, predicted the route, and forced him into a corner. The situation was under control." Aya glanced over from her workstation. "Heroes love stepping in at the last second. Makes the reports look cleaner." Kenji gave a small, amused smile. "They arrive when the risk is already highest," he said. "Then they frame the outcome like they prevented the disaster." Izuku hesitated slightly. "He did erase the quirk," he admitted. Kenji nodded easily. "Of course he did. That's his job." He leaned forward slightly. "But ask yourself something, Rook. If you hadn't already cornered the courier, would he have even been there?" Izuku didn't answer and Kenji's voice softened just a little. "You did the real work," he said. "You found the target. You forced the confrontation. The hero just arrived in time to comment on it. Hiro snorted quietly from across the room. Classic. Kenji shrugged lightly. Doesn't mean the advice was useless. Sometimes the system accidentally produces something practical. Izuku looked back at the report screen, jaw tightening. Slightly. Maybe. Kenji smiled faintly. But don't start second-guessing yourself just because a hero had an opinion, he said. Your instincts got you there first. Izuku nodded slowly. Logically, Kenji's explanation made sense. It aligned with the pattern he'd seen over and over again. And yet, later that night, while running through the fight again in his head, Izuku still found himself remembering the exact moment Aizawa had said. By time. He didn't mention that part to anyone. And he didn't quite let it go. The days repeated. Being in the council room, doing patrol, eating, and sleeping. Repeat. Aya had begun to mark distribution clusters across the digital city map, red dots spreading slowly through districts with minimal hero presence. Taro organized confirmed dealers separately from suspected couriers, building a chain of movement that hinted at a larger operation beneath the surface. Hiro compiled police radio chatter and hospital intake records into detailed timelines. Izuku turned the data into strategy. One evening, he leans over the central table, studying the glowing map as red markers flickered across several neighborhoods. We're looking at mid-tier distributors, he explains, tapping one of the highlighted zones. The major suppliers insulate themselves too well. But these people? They move product directly into communities. Aya nods, spinning slightly in her chair to look at the map. If we find one of them, she says, we might be able to follow the chain upward. And if the glitch is tied to Trigger, Taro adds quietly, that chain could lead us straight back to whoever caused it. Izuku gives a small nod. That's the goal. The room settles into quiet focus again. Keyboards click steadily, files shift across screens, and the soft hum of electronics fills the air. Then, Aya's monitor flashes as a sharp alert tone cuts through the room. She frowns, leaning forward as new information populated the screen. Guys, she says, worry evident in her voice. You need to see this. Hiro looks over immediately. What? Aya straightens slightly, eyes scanning the dispatch report. Structure fire, she says slowly. Residential block near East 5th. Izuku's head snaps up, the location marker appearing on the map in the center of the room. Taro frowns as he checks the district coverage charts. That area doesn't have a hero patrol this late. Aya checks the dispatch update again. Nope, she confirms. Closest one's 3 districts out. The alert refreshes once more. Fire department dispatch confirmed. Estimated arrival time, 30 minutes. Izuku stares at the blinking marker on the map. I'll alert Kenji, Taro calls, already typing on his computer. I'll meet the team there, Izuku says, slotting his mask back over his face in a hurry. The mask seals over his face with a quiet click, the familiar hum of the voice modulator flickering to life as the filtration system engages. Zoo, Aya says, concerned. You're really going over there by yourself? I need to make sure everyone is evacuated. It may be too late before the firemen get there, and even before Kenji and the team get there. Let him know I'm going and I'll report back. Izuku doesn't wait for an answer, he's already moving by the time Aya opens her mouth again. The door slams behind him as he takes the emergency exit stairs 2 at a time, boots pounding against concrete. The night air hits him the second he pushes out onto the rooftop exit, cold and sharp against his exposed skin, jacket forgotten in the council room. 30 minutes. It was too long. They all knew it. A fire that size could swallow a building in 10. Izuku sprints across the rooftops and doesn't slow down when he reaches the edges. His foot hits the ledges and he launches himself into the air, catching the opposite building with practiced ease before rolling forward into a run. The city blurs past him. Neon lights. Crowds. Sirens begin to rise somewhere in the distance. His lungs burn as he pushes harder, jumping roof to roof the way he'd done hundreds of times before. He forces his body to run as fast as it can. A fire meant chaos. Chaos meant people trapped. People panicked. People died. But not if he got there first. The calm in his ear crackles to life. Rook, Aya's voice comes through, calmer than before but still tight with worry. Kenji and the team are mobilizing now. They're heading in your direction but they're not as fast as you. Izuku clears another alley in a single leap. Understood. Taro's voice joins the channel a second later, quieter but rapid with information as keys clack in the background. I'm pulling building schematics now, he says, voice much more neutral than Aya's. It's an older complex mixed residential and commercial. Lower floors are shops, upper floors apartments. If the fire started on the first like the report said, it'll climb, Izuku finishes. He steals glances at the schematics Taro had sent to Vane for Izuku to study before he gets there. Fast. Go faster, Izuku. Faster. Old construction. Probably outdated suppression systems. Worst case scenario. The orange glow was already visible on the horizon. Smoke curls up into the sky like a dark pillar, thick enough that even from several blocks away Izuku could smell the burning. His jaw tightens. Evac status? He asked no one in particular, but knew one of the three would answer. No official response yet, Taro says grimly. Emergency services are still dispatching. Which means civilians are probably still inside. Izuku's pace didn't slow. The closer he gets, the louder the chaos becomes. People shouting. Car horns blaring. The distant wail of sirens struggling through packed streets. When he reaches the final rooftop overlooking the block, he stops. Flames roar out of shattered second-floor windows, liking upward toward the higher apartments. Smoke billows thick and black into the sky, glowing orange underneath the streetlights. Crowds were already gathering. Below. Some filming, some screaming, some just staring. Izuku curses. Too many people. Too many unknowns. His gaze sweeps the building, analyzing automatically. Fire origin point. Structural stress. Possible entry points. Escape routes. 20 more minutes until responders arrived. It would be too late. I'm going in, he says into the comm. Aya inhales sharply on the other end. Rook. But Izuku had already stepped to the edge of the roof. And jumped. Izuku drops onto the roof of the burning building and rolls, glad the fire hasn't quite reached the third floor. He races over to the fire exit door and kicks it in, not wasting time to check if it's locked or not. It easily gives under his kick, and he races quickly down the steps onto the third floor. The hallway beyond was a choking haze of smoke and flickering orange light. Fire alarms scream overhead, their shrill tone muffled by the thick smoke. Sprinklers sputter weakly, doing almost nothing to slow the flames already chewing through the third floor. He assessed. Then he moved. Heading into the third floor, he says, making sure his mask is properly engaged. Rook, be careful, Aya says. Layout loaded, Taro adds quickly. Stairwell should be to your left about 15 meters. Izuku was already moving that direction. The first apartment door he reaches is already half open. He kicks it fully inward, stepping inside with a quick glance around. Anyone here? He calls out as loud as he can, trying his best to listen for any response. When none came, and after each bedroom was checked, he moved on. The next door is locked. Izuku drives his shoulder into it once, twice, the wood cracking before it bursts open. He does the same thing as the first apartment. He calls out, listens, checks each room. Then heads to the next. Taro lets him know that there's only 5 apartments up top. He checks the third, the fourth. Nobody. Another door. His chest burns with every breath, even with the filters. Then, a voice. Faint. Panicked. Help. Please. Izuku freezes. A woman's voice behind the 5th door. He sprints toward it, quickly shoving the door open with his shoulder, wasting no time. Please, the voice chokes again. Inside, the living room was already starting to burn. Flames lick up the curtains and across the ceiling. Furniture burns, sending thick smoke rolling through the apartment. And near the window a woman trapped beneath a collapsed bookshelf. She coughs violently as Izuku rushes forward. Please my son, he. Save your strength, Izuku says, already grabbing the side of the heavy shelf and heaving it off of her. The wood lifts just enough for the woman to pull herself free, and when she's cleared the bookcase, he lets it drop. Let me check the rest of the apartment for your son, he calls, quickly making his way through the apartment. When there's no signs of anyone else there, he makes his way back to the woman quickly. Can you walk? He asks as he wraps her arm around his shoulders, helping her up. I think. The ceiling above them cracks loudly. Izuku doesn't wait. He drags her toward the door and out into the hallway, now worse as the fire had made its way fully up. Smoke filled the corridor so thick it turned the air black. Izuku pulls the woman close. We're going to have to jump, he says, not missing the frightened look the woman gives him. The fire has taken the stairwell, we can't get down any other way. I have a landing cushion, though, so we'll be okay. Oh, okay, she replies, fear evident. Izuku and the woman make their way to the end of the hall where a large window is already shattered outward due to the fire. Izuku activates his cushion and throws it out the window, hoping that it lands in just the right place. Ready? He asks, and the woman nods. On 3, okay? He yells, taking a step back and getting ready to jump. 1, 2, 3. They run together and jump, Izuku wrapping his arms around the woman and turning them so he'll get the brunt of the force when they land. For a second, he feels his stomach flutter and has half a sense to not laugh. But then the wind is knocked out of him when he does get the brunt of the force of the fall, though he's glad it was on the cushion. The two roll off as Izuku coughs, making sure he doesn't pass out from the force of the jump. The woman is also on her hands and knees coughing, but most likely due to the smoke. Glancing up, Izuku sees that the firefighters had just begun to arrive, their trucks skidding to stops along the street. Hoses were already being dragged toward the entrance. Someone rushed forward, an EMT, and helps the woman up, taking her to an ambulance to get checked on. Izuku stands, hands on his knees, breathing hard through his mask. Rook. He turns towards the voice and watches as Kenji jogs towards him from across the street, the rest of the team fanning out behind him. You got here fast, Kenji says, scanning the building. Checked all of the top-floor apartments, Izuku replies, breath slowly becoming steady. Only had to evacuate the one woman. Kenji nods toward the entrance. Good timing. We just cleared the first and second floors with the firefighters. Everyone's out. Izuku looks back at the burning structure as more pieces of wood drop to the ground, the fire large and loud. Everyone was safe. Then, a scream cut through the noise. Mom! Both of them turn as a young boy pushes through the crowd near the barricades, eyes wide with panic and swollen with tears as he searches the street. Mom! Where's my mom? He glances around until he spots the lady being helped to the ambulance that Izuku was able to get out of the third story. Mom! He calls, relieved, running across the pavement and crashes into her, wrapping his arms around her waist as she drops to her knees and hugs him tightly. Both of them were crying. Kenji watches the reunion quietly beside Izuku. That's why we do this. He says softly. Kids shouldn't have to lose their parents like that. He glances at Izuku. Not because no one got there in time. Izuku feels something tighten in his chest and he sits down, placing his elbows on his bent knees, arms stretched out in front of him, watching the scene. Kenji shifts slightly beside him and then squats, placing a hand on his shoulder. You of all people know how much that matters. He pats his shoulder and then stands back up and walks away, most likely to recon with the rest. Through his goggles, the firelight flickers in front of him. Slowly, he turns his head towards the woman and her child again, both getting checked out by EMTs. Yeah, Izuku says after a moment to no one in particular. But something in Izuku's stomach twists, faint, creeping unease. You of all people know how much that matters. Izuku stands and walks over to the group, his mind swimming. He's greeted with good job kid and glad you made it out safe. Standing next to Kenji, he stares at him for another second before looking back towards the burning building. Izuku folds his arms loosely. Izuku knows what kind of information they're privy to. He's sure that Kenji has done a check on his past to make sure he wasn't crazy. Still. A faint, cold feeling settled low in his stomach. Not enough to accuse, not enough to push. Just enough to linger. Across the street, the boy was still clinging to his mother as paramedics guided them toward the ambulance. Izuku watched them go. After the fire, Kenji tries to get Izuku to take a week off, saying that he needed to rest, to heal, but Izuku declines, saying he's fine. While he knew the man was worried, and didn't want to take no for an answer, he let Izuku dive back into work, into trying to find the glitch. When that continued to fail, as it had been even before the fire, they continued to put their focus into finding trigger dealers. While they could see the patterns distribution clusters, repeat offenders, overlapping territories, nothing concrete ever came about. It was like trying to map a system that existed just out of reach, always one step ahead, always dissolving the moment they got too close. Days bled into nights inside the control room, the glow of monitors replacing sunlight, the hum of electronics replacing silence. Aya refined movement patterns across the city grid. Taro built timelines and logistical chains. Hiro scraped together everything the police didn't think to connect. Izuku was the boots on the ground, seeking out the dealers and users. When he did find them, though, heroes weren't too far behind. More than once, he had a target right where he wanted them boxed in and seconds away from breaking, only for capture cloth to snap into place or other underground hero to land between them and end it cleanly, efficiently, and officially. The suspect went into the system, and whatever information they had went with them. While they got the information, eventually, through poorly written police reports and interrogations, it was irritatingly slow. Every time it happened, when Izuku returned to base empty-handed, it felt like a weight was pressing into his chest, the stubborn certainty that he could have gotten more if he'd had just a little longer. Each failure left a bitter aftertaste, and a quiet, nagging part of him, small, but impossible to ignore, wondered if the heroes were actually helping at all. He knew the team was frustrated too, their glances and quiet sighs telling him as much, but they didn't voice it. He could feel their restraint, a careful avoidance, as if speaking aloud their irritation might pin the blame squarely on him. He blamed himself anyway. Every misstep, every lost lead, felt like it was his fault. If he'd been just a little faster, a little stronger, maybe he could have forced the truth out of the dealers before the heroes intervened, before the information slipped away from him and his team. The gnawing sense of failure only sharpened a few days later, when a separate police report came in. Taro was the first to notice it, stopping mid-keystroke, eyes narrowing at the screen, a tension creeping into his posture that made Izuku's stomach tighten. "Guys," he says, excitement evident in his voice. "You're going to want to see this." Aya rolls her chair over immediately. Hiro glances up and Izuku quickly makes his way over to Taro's computer, shoulder to shoulder with Aya for a look. The police report pulled up on his main screen was timestamped just a few hours before. That alone was unusual. While high-level trigger movement happened at night, undercover, layered in misdirection and shadow, daytime activity meant one of two things: someone sloppy or someone important enough to think they wouldn't get caught. Izuku quickly realizes it's the latter, and all four of them glance at each other, eager. Though the report said interrogation pending, Aya quickly steals control over Taro's mouse, much to the boy's dismay, but he lets her anyway, leaning back in his chair as the interrogation report pops up on the screen. Everyone's jaws go slack. "He talked," Hiro says, quiet, almost disbelieving. Izuku quickly reads through the page. After a bit of convincing, the report reads, the suspect had given up a location. Not a drop point, not a courier route. A major distribution hub. Aya looks at him. "If it's real." "It's real," Izuku cuts in. "No one gives up something like that unless they're breaking." Taro was already pulling up maps, overlaying the coordinates with everything they had. "Area matches some of the movement gaps we've been tracking," he says, pointing. "Dead zones in patrol coverage. Minimal surveillance." "If that is a major hub," Hiro starts, eyes wide. "It connects everything," Izuku finishes, smiling. "The break they had been looking for. And it wasn't you who got it for them." Izuku tries to shake the thought from his mind as nausea creeps up his throat. He does his best to swallow it down. "They'll hit it within a few days," Aya said, arms crossed as she stares at the report. "Too big to ignore." "But we don't know when," Taro adds. Izuku doesn't respond right away. If they could get there first, not to interfere, but rather observe. To see who came and went, to map the structure, and to understand how deep it ran before the heroes tore it apart. Information the heroes wouldn't share. Information Equinox needed. That he needed. "I'll find out," Izuku says finally, grabbing his mask, making his way out the door. Aya glances at him, confused. "How are you going to do that, Zu?" "Any way I can." That was how he found himself back at the ramen shop. The bell above the door chimes softly as he steps inside, the familiar warmth wrapping around him in a way that felt foreign after weeks of cold screens and colder streets, summer not quiet being in full swing yet, winter trying to stay on its heels as long as it could. For a second, Izuku just stood there. Then, "Izuku?" He looks up. Yukiko was already moving around the counter, drying her hands on a towel, her expression shifting from surprise to something softer. Concern. "You've been gone a while," she says, motioning for him to sit down, a soft chide in her voice. Izuku shrugs. "Been busy," he says as he sits, Yukiko taking a seat across from him. "That's what you said last time," she replies, taking one of his hands in hers, turning it over in her palms. "And the time before that." "I'm working more," he says after a moment, pulling his hand from her grasp, smiling. "That's all." Yukiko watches him for a second longer than necessary. "Working doesn't usually make people disappear," she says gently. "I'm fine." It came out sharper than he intended. She raises an eyebrow at him and he sighs. "I'm sorry. I'm not really here for niceties, Yukiko, I just need some information, then I'll get out of your hair." Yukiko furrows her brow, but doesn't question his outburst. Rather, she stands with a click of her cane. "Let me at least get you a bowl to eat while we talk. You look so much thinner than the last time I saw you." She chides at him and walks to the back of the house, not waiting for Izuku to decline the meal. It doesn't take long for her to come back out with his favorite bowl and some chopsticks. He takes it from her and bows his head, thanking her for the meal. She stares at him as he takes the first few bites, but he tries not to let it bother him. When his bowl is half empty, and his stomach full, he sets his chopsticks down. "Have you heard any kind of chatter from the pros who come here? Or police?" "What kind of chatter, dear?" she asks, tilting her head. He hesitates briefly before sighing. "Trigger, or a raid?" Her face twists in displeasure. "Why do you want to know about Trigger, Izuku? What have you gotten yourself into?" He exhales through his nose, gaze dropping briefly to the surface of the broth. Steam curls upward, distorting his reflection just enough that he doesn't have to look at himself clearly. "Nothing I can't handle," he says, almost automatically, voice tight. Yukiko doesn't buy it. Never has. You always say that, she murmurs. There's no anger to it. No accusation. Just something tired. And every time, you come back looking worse than before. I just need to know if you've heard anything, he says, lifting his gaze back to hers, not humoring the previous comment. Anything about a raid? Timing, location, rumors, anything. Yukiko doesn't respond right away, her eyes flick over his face, the slight hollowness in his cheeks, the tension in his shoulders, the bags under his eyes, and the way he's sitting like he might bolt at any second. Yukiko sighs softly and leans back slightly in her chair, cane resting against the side of the table. I hear things, she admits. People talk when they think no one's listening. Heroes, officers, even civilians repeat things they don't understand. Izuku leans forward just slightly, hope flickering in his chest. But nothing concrete, she continues, shaking her head. Not this time. Just more of the same. I'm sorry. Izuku's jaw tightens and he leans back onto the backrest of the chair, sighing, as he crosses his arms. Yukiko watches him for another long moment before her gaze softens. Stay away from it, Izuku, please, she says, begging. Nothing, and I mean nothing good comes out of anything relating to Trigger. He lets out a quiet breath, something almost like a laugh slipping through, but there's no humor in it. I can't do that and you know it. Izuku, she tries, leaning forward, trying to rest a hand on his, but he flinches away, standing. He looks down at her. If I don't go, he interrupts, then everything I've worked towards these last few months will have been for nothing. Izuku, you could get hurt or worse, caught. She cries. You've been missing for weeks. I thought something might have happened to you. Izuku's jaw tightens. His hands clench into fists at his sides, but he doesn't look away. The words come out cold, sharper than he intends. I know what I'm doing, Yukiko. Her eyes widen, a mix of fear and disbelief. Do you? Do you really know what you're doing? I do. His voice drops, low, almost hoarse. Every lead I follow, every move I make, it's all for the people who can't fight back. The ones the heroes miss, the ones the commission ignores. I've seen what happens when no one acts. I won't let that happen if I can help it. Yukiko shakes her head slowly, trying to pierce through him. So, all this time, the late nights, the disappearing acts, you're saying it's all about that? You don't care about anything else? About yourself? I care. The word comes out quick, sharp. I do care. That's why I'm doing this. Because someone has to. You sound like them, she says quietly. Izuku stills, staring at her. Like who? The heroes. The word lands differently than it should. Sour, instead of sweet. He frowns slightly. That's not. They say the same thing, Yukiko continues gently. That if they just push a little harder, move a little faster, get there a little sooner, then they can save everyone. Izuku's chest tightens. That's not what I'm doing. He shakes his head. They react, he says, more firmly now. They wait for something to happen, then clean it up after. I'm trying to stop it before it gets that far. Yukiko exhales slowly, her eyes softening with worry. Even so, you're putting yourself in danger, Izuku. You're operating outside of the system and you're going to get yourself hurt. Izuku's gaze narrows, the memory from that night replying in his head. Kid dash, he began, but didn't get far. I'm not a kid, Izuku cut in immediately, heat running up his neck. The man barely reacted to the interruption. Whatever you're doing out here, he continued calmly, waving his hand to the criminal lying on the ground. You're still operating outside the system. That means people can get hurt if you misjudge something. Izuku scoffed. People already get hurt inside the system. The hero regarded him silently for a second longer, gaze sharper than his tired posture suggested. You're good, he admitted eventually. Too good to be playing lone vigilante in back alleys. Izuku's jaw tightened beneath the mask, shifting his feet. I work alone because the system doesn't work. The man seemed to consider that answer carefully before speaking again. Aizawa, he said, offering the name like it was supposed to mean something. He steps away from Yukiko, hurt and anger running through his veins and betrayal gnawing at his chest. Wait, did you tell him about me? Yukiko flinches, taken aback. Izuku, what are you talking about? The night he gave me the name. How did he? Did you rat me out to him? To erase her. Her eyes widen, shock and disbelief mixing with hurt. What? No. Izuku, I haven't seen you in weeks. What would I even say to him? I don't even know where you are half the time. What? Her mouth stays open in disbelief, not knowing what to say. He stares at her, chest tight, his voice low and rough. I thought I could trust you. His eyes burn and he forces the tears not to fall. Yukiko stands and takes a step toward him, her hand outstretched. Izuku. But he doesn't let her reach him. He shakes his head, pushing away both her hand and the worry in her eyes. I trusted you. he grits out. Her lips part, like she wants to argue, to call after him, but he's already moving toward the door. His footsteps are quick, precise, leaving the warm safety of the ramen shop behind. Please, she calls softly as the bell above the door chimes again. Just, be careful, Izuku. He doesn't reply. He can feel the words on the tip of his tongue, the I will he wants to say, but it catches in his chest and dies on his tongue. He disappears into the streets, the night swallowing him, leaving Yukiko's worried eyes behind. His mind already shifts, scanning, calculating, looking for the next trail to follow, the next piece of the puzzle that might get him the information he needs. He moves through the city, keeping to shadows and rooftops, stopping at a few familiar points where he knew he could reach old contacts from his Green Quill days. Each alleyway, each quiet street corner, is catalogued in his mind, mapped for both safety and efficiency. Some contacts are tight-lipped, others have nothing, but a few brokers whisper of unusual movement around certain precincts, an increased chatter about raids, and one name keeps surfacing, a dirty cop who had a reputation for looking the other way when it suited him. Tracking him wasn't difficult. The cop was loud, careless, drunk on his own sense of invincibility. His voice carried across the street as he laughed, clinking bottles against the bar counter like a king in his own small, messy kingdom. He gestured wildly, nearly spilling his drink on a passing pedestrian, and Izuku's eyes never leave him, cataloguing every motion, every careless habit. Every flash of arrogance, every lapse of attention, made the path to him clearer. Izuku waits until the man stumbled out into the alley, muttering curses and gesturing at a friend who had already left. Silently, he follows, a shadow slipping through the neon glow of the city, keeping pace without a sound. When the cop rounds a corner, Izuku steps from the darkness, blocking the path, calm and unreadable beneath his mask. Evening, Izuku says, voice low, measured. The cop freezes, eyes narrowing, scanning the empty street, then back to Izuku. You got a minute? The man hesitates, but mutters something before he slurs out a, what do you want? I want to know when the trigger raid is, he says, watching as the man sobered up slightly at the mention of the raid, or trigger. Look, kid, I don't know anything, the cop says, raising his hands half-heartedly, voice wavering as the first flicker of fear passes across his face. Izuku tilts his head slightly, studying him. You do. You know more than you're telling. His voice is quiet, but it carries a weight that makes the man flinch. And I know what you value. The one thing you care about that I won't touch, if you don't cooperate, that's the one thing you'll see me come for first. The cop laughs nervously, attempting to shake it off. You're bluffing, he mutters, but it lacks conviction. Izuku's eyes don't move from him. Do you think I don't know about your daughter? 8 years old. Lives alone in that apartment in the South District. Your wife gone. You want to protect her, don't you? The information had been provided to him by Aya when they found out the name of the cop, and she had recommended to pull the card if he didn't want to cooperate. While he knew that playing it was low, he also knew that there was no way Equinox would actually do anything to her. Izuku did bluff quite well. The man's face blanches, lips parting slightly, a strangled breath escaping. I'm not here to hurt her, or you, Izuku says smoothly, taking a single step closer. I won't. Not yet. Every bit of information you withhold puts her at risk. You understand? The cop's hands tremble slightly as he swallows, hard, as his eyes dart around the street as if an unseen threat could jump from the shadows at any moment. Okay, he stammered. The raid, it's tomorrow night. After sunset. That's all I know, I swear. Izuku smiles. See, was that so hard? He walks past him, patting his shoulder. Stay out of trouble, then, yeah? He slips back into the shadows easily, leaving the man frozen in place. Back at the base, Aya and Hiro are already deep into their work. The hum of computers and the faint rustle of papers fill the quiet room, broken only by the occasional clack of a keyboard. Screens glow with maps of the city, overlaying Hiro patrol routes and the expected movement of police, while schematics of the trigger center are spread across the table. Aya's brow is furrowed in concentration as she cross-references security camera patterns with satellite data, and Hiro traces possible entry points with precise, almost obsessive care. Izuku steps in quietly, keeping to the shadows for a moment, the weight of the night still pressing on him. He removes his mask carefully as he sits, setting it on the edge of the table as if letting go of one part of himself. He exhales slowly, trying to shake off the tension that seems to cling to him like smoke. Then, as he glances at Aya, his voice comes out low and cautious, almost vulnerable. We wouldn't ever actually hurt a kid, right? Aya freezes for a fraction of a second, her eyes snapping to him. The surprise in her gaze softens almost immediately, replaced by certainty and a quiet firmness. Of course not, Zu. She says quietly before heading back to work. He lets the words settle over him and his worry lessens slightly. He nods to himself and leans back into the chair, closing his eyes. Hours pass in a blur. Eventually, Kenji enters the room not too long after sunrise. He takes in the organized chaos of papers, screens, and scattered plans, eyes scanning the room and then settling on Izuku. "Good job, team," he says, voice calm. "Especially you, Rook, finding the guy and getting him to talk. That lead, it's exactly what we needed." Izuku allows himself a small nod, feeling the faintest easing of tension. The acknowledgement is brief, almost fleeting, but it's enough to remind him that the long hours, the constant worry, and the dangerous edges he walks aren't in vain. Kenji continues, his gaze sweeping over the table one last time. "Now go rest up. Big night tomorrow night. We'll reconvene at 1300 to plan. We need everyone sharp." Izuku stands and stretches with the rest of the logistics team. As they bid each other farewell, Izuku doesn't quite make it to the exit before Kenji calls his name. "Rook," the man says, voice calm. Izuku stops and turns, hands paused mid-strek, trying to rid the lingering tension from the night's work. "I want you to take one of the rooms we've set up in the base," Kenji continues. His gaze is steady, unreadable, but the concern behind it is clear. "I know you usually push yourself through everything, but you've been running non-stop for days. I don't want you collapsing somewhere halfway home." Izuku's arms drop like dead weight and he opens his mouth to protest, to insist that he's fine, but he closes it as he feels the exhaustion gnawing at him, a weight in his limbs, a dull ache in his head. The thought of a half-hour run through the city, even at full alert, makes his chest tighten. He swallows, grimacing, but nods. "All right," he admits quietly. "I'll take the room." Kenji gives the faintest of nods, patting his back, and motions for Izuku to follow. The room Kenji directs him to is quiet, tucked away at the far end of the base. A single bed waits neatly made, soft blankets folded just so, and an attached bath gleams faintly under the overhead light. Towels are stacked carefully, and a small pile of clean clothes sits on a chair nearby. The kind of careful, thought-out preparation that makes Izuku pause for just a moment, letting a fraction of relief seep in. After thanking Kenji again, he shuts the door behind him and exhales deeply. The day's weight presses down fully now, unrelenting. He drops his bag beside the bed and begins to strip out of his patrol gear, resting the daggers and knives on the bedside table and carefully folding the rest of the gear on top of it. Stepping into the bathroom, he spots some travel-sized shampoo, conditioner, and body wash, along with some basic hygiene supplies like a toothbrush and toothpaste sitting on the sink. He turns the shower on to hot and quickly brushes his teeth as the water warms. Stepping into the shower, hot water runs over him in a steady stream, washing away the grime and tension that cling to his skin. The soap lathers over his arms and chest, over his tired shoulders, and he scrubs his scalp raw. He's not too sure how long he stands in the hot water, but when fatigue starts to make him feel like falling asleep in the shower, he takes that as his cue to turn off the water and get dried. He changes into the fresh clothes Kenji prepared, the soft cotton brushing against his skin in a way that feels almost luxurious compared to the worn layers he's been running around the city in. He sits on the edge of the bed for a moment, the hum of the AC the only sound in the room. The quiet is comforting, a rare contrast to the chaos of the past few days. His eyes droop despite himself, the exhaustion tugging insistently at his limbs. He lies down, pulling the blankets over himself, and lets the hum of the air softly fill the room. Within minutes, his body gives in. Sleep comes quick, swallowing him whole. He knew that sleep wasn't going to come easy, though. It never did. When he opens his eyes, he's back in the black room, though really a void that has haunted his dreams ever since he was a kid. And when he wakes up, he's covered in sweat and breathing hard. He doesn't remember much other than a black shadow with red eyes calling out his name and telling him to wake up. Izuku had taken a shower after his nightmare, glad for the cold water beating against his skin, washing off the sweat and cooling him down. He knew he could use warm water here. The compound had proper heating, unlike his apartment where the best he could ever hope for was lukewarm, but cold showers had always been his preference. They helped him wake up. Shake off whatever had followed him out of sleep, even when he couldn't remember what it was. The nightmares had been getting worse lately. He couldn't recall the specifics when he surfaced, just the residue of them, a weight behind his eyes, a feeling of something unresolved pressing at the back of his skull. He throws on his gear before leaving his room, not quite willing to walk the compound halls in his pajamas. He leaves his mask behind, though, as Kenji had told him breakfast is usually made by whoever stays overnight and left out for late risers, and it would be a little ridiculous to wear a vigilante mask to eat rice. He follows the smell to the kitchen. It's empty, which he's grateful for. Freshly cooked rice, miso soup, and salmon already set out on the counter. He helps himself to the first two and takes a small portion of the salmon. Though it's not his favorite, he's not one to turn down free food. He pours himself a cup of green tea from the kettle left warm on the stovetop, sits down, and eats in silence. He's nearly finished when Rin and Aya come in together. Aya is talking a million miles per hour while Rin is listening with a small smile that suggests she's heard most of whatever this is before and doesn't mind hearing it again. Zoo! Aya spots him immediately and Izuku has just enough time to brace before the full-force hug hits him. Though she's small, she's quite strong, as Izuku had come to find out working with her. He laughs. He laughs despite himself. Morning, Aya. Rin. Rin looks at him for a beat long enough that he feels it, then nods once and turns toward the food. Aya keeps talking at him over her shoulder while she plates her own food, and Izuku answers in the comfortable shorthand they've built over the last few months. He's closer with Aya than he expected to be. Closer with Taro too, in a quieter way. It had happened without him really noticing, which is the sort of thing that still catches him off guard. Rin settles across from him once she's done plating her food. She doesn't say much, but he doesn't mind. He's not usually chatty in the mornings either. Aya is still mid-sentence when she turns too quickly from the counter and her hip catches the corner of the table. The tray leaves her hands and the ceramic bowls hit the floor and shatter. The miso soup spreads across the tiles quickly, the rice staying with the broken shards of ceramic where it had hit. There's a beat of silence before Aya starts cursing, soft and frustrated, tears prickling at the corner of her eyes, as she squats down to clean up the mess. Hey dash, Izuku's already up and moving towards the sink to grab paper towels to wipe up the mess. Hey, it's okay. I'll get it, don't worry. As he turns with the towels in his hand, he watches for a beat as Rin consoles Aya. He passes them quietly, letting Rin comfort Aya and getting her to remake her tray, telling her that it's just some food. Rin joins him after a moment, squatting beside him without a word. They work together in silence, Rin handling the larger shards, Izuku wiping up the rest. By the time the floor is clean, Aya is back at the table with a fresh plate, picking at it, obviously still embarrassed, watching them both. Thank you, she says quietly when Izuku sits back down beside her. She leans her head against his shoulder. Of course, he says, and rests his own head on top of hers briefly before she picks her own head back up and picks at her food again. Across the table, Rin catches his eye. Something in her expression shifts, not quite a smile, but something like it. She nods at him once, then looks down at her food and doesn't start eating until Aya does. Izuku rises and puts his dishes in the sink. He goes to wash them, but Rin comes up behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Izuku rises a few minutes later to wash his dishes, but Rin is already behind him before he can turn the tap on. A hand lands briefly on his shoulder. I've got it, kid. A short pause. Kenji wants to see you. Izuku pauses for a second before he nods, thanking her. As he heads out, he tosses Aya a goodbye, letting her know he'll see her later. The maze of the compound has him turning around a few times before he's able to remember which hallway leads to Kenji's office. Kenji is already suited up and finishing a cup of tea when Izuku arrives. He sets the empty cup down and looks up with the alert, worn quality of someone who has been awake for a while and isn't bothered by it. Ah, Rook. I see Rin was able to let you know I wanted to see you. Izuku nods, taking a seat across from the man. I want you to be with us tonight, the field team, I mean. When Izuku asks why, Kenji smiles. Hiro got fresh readings on the glitch last night, looks like it's settled back into the district, local again. You're the only one of us who's actually seen it jump in person. Not on a thermal feed, not on a monitor you. That makes you the most valuable person I've got for this patrol. He holds Izuku's gaze steady. I want you leading. Really? Me leading? But I don't dash, Kenji waves him off. Have the experience? How else do you get it other than in the field, eh? Don't worry, I'll be right behind you. If I think you're about to miss something, I'll say so. But I want you calling the shots. You know what you're looking for and the rest of us don't. That's not nothing. A beat. If you're up to it. Though it may sound like one, Izuku knows it isn't really a question. I won't let you down. Izuku says. Kenji nods. Good. You going to stick around? Izuku shakes his head. I need to head home to grab some extra gear. I ran out and need to restock. Izuku says, already making the list of what he needs in his head. I'll be back with plenty of time. Kenji tilts his head. You're welcome to keep it here, you know. Whatever you need. He says it casually, not pushing. The room's yours as long as you're here. Izuku pauses for a second without meaning to. I'll be back before patrol, he says, finally, and heads out. Izuku stops by the command room on his way out to let Aya and Hiro know he'll be back for briefing. He asks about Taro and Aya shrugs, she guesses he's at school, since she and Hiro run online classes and Taro still does traditional. It's a strange thing to remember sometimes. That they're still students. That this is somehow coexisting with that. The walk home feels longer without his mask on. He knows it's the right call, wearing it would draw exactly the kind of attention he doesn't want, but there's always something a little exposed about moving through the city like this. Like walking onto a chessboard without any pieces positioned. The apartment greets him the way it always does, small, gray, quiet in the way empty rooms are quiet. He looks at it for a moment, then crosses to the kitchen to grab a few things before he starts on his gear. The compound is warmer. More lived in. He thinks about Kenji's offer without meaning to. No rent, no 30-minute commute before and after patrol, people around when something goes wrong. He gathers what he knows he'll need for the night, some snacks, water, and he goes to sharpen his knives when a headache comes on suddenly, a sharp pain assaulting him right behind his eyes. The pain is sharp, like someone had put their hands through his skull and was trying to split him in two. The kitchen light becomes unbearable, not normally bright, but assaulting, aimed directly at the backs of his eyes in a way that makes no sense. Sound follows. A passing car doesn't pass so much as roll through him, the resonance of it going through his chest and ribs instead of stopping at the walls. A voice somewhere on the pavement outside snaps like it's right behind his ear. Even the baseline silence brings a thin, high ringing he can't locate. He's sharpening a knife. He registers the slip, grip faltering for just a fraction and then the sting across the tip of his finger, and he looks down expecting the thin red line. And sees hands that aren't his. They rest on a surface he doesn't recognize. Too clean. Too organized. Papers in careful stacks beneath those palms, each one covered in handwriting that looks familiar in a way that twists his stomach, because he shouldn't know it. He doesn't. His fingers aren't holding a knife. They're holding a red marker, and he watches it move before he understands he isn't the one moving it, dragging across paper in clean, tired strokes. Marking. Pausing. Marking again. Correction after correction. Neat. Controlled. Automatic. Should have gone home, too much to grade. The voice isn't his. He looks towards some papers. White, off-white, stacked and unstacked at the same time. Edges that don't line up no matter how long he tries to look at them. Some sheets are crisp, others bent, but none of it feels fixed. It shifts when he isn't paying attention, maybe even when he is. He looks back down. Sloppy, fix your form. The thought hums low, threaded through the motion, not directed at him. Not meant to be heard. He tries to focus on the page, the pen, anything that will stay still, but the more he holds onto one thing, the more the rest slips. The page flickers. Paper becomes concrete for half a second, a street dimly lit, a dark scarf drifting through the edge of the scene, and then it's paper again. Stop dash, no sound comes out. It barely forms. Stop dash. Paper again. A different sheet. A different mark. Too slow. The words overlap the last thought, out of order, out of place. Izuku's head throbs. Stop, he cries, grabbing his head. Sound doesn't come out. It barely even forms. Stop. He tries again, trying to get out of whatever the F this is. He almost misses the way the pen JRKS, the line it was drawing now dragged too far across the page, a jagged streak cutting through what should have been neat. Everything pauses. The air tightens. There's a shift. The paper's edges curl wrong. The red ink pools instead of soaking in, gathers at the margin, spills past where it should have held. It spreads in uneven lines that don't move like ink. Spreading. Too fast. No. The pen hesitates before it's pressed down harder, the scratches deepening, no longer correcting, no longer controlled. Too slow. The thought drags, weighed down by something that isn't frustration, something heavier. The red darkens further. It moves wrong now. Thick. Uneven. It collects. The page flickers. Concrete. For a second, just a second, there's texture beneath it. Rough. Cracked. The red spreads wider there. Too wide. Not contained. Not measured. The pen stutters before coming to a stop. So many. A pause. Papers. The word slips. Shifts. People. The space bends. Izuku feels the internal buckle of it before he understands it. Something inside the scene just gives, a point where everything distorts, like the memory itself doesn't want to hold its shape. Too many. The words feel heavy, and Izuku tries to hold onto them, onto something to keep himself grounded. For a moment, it steadies him. Anchors him. The weight of it, the exhaustion threaded through everything, the way the thoughts don't separate cleanly, it almost makes sense. Not logically, but structurally. Like he's found the pattern everything is moving in. The pen moves slower now. Dragging across the paper. The line wavers, uneven, cutting across the page like it's trying to fix something that can't be fixed. Should've. The thought cuts off. The red shifts again. Paper. Concrete. Paper. Neither. Holds. Izuku leans into the pattern, into that fleeting understanding, and for a second, the scene settles. The paper stays paper. The pen moves in something closer to a straight line. The noise dips just enough to breathe. Something almost clicks. And then it slips again and the noise comes rushing back. Patrol routes. Student evaluations. Not enough time. They're kids. It hits harder this time. Izuku gasps again, more instinct than anything, and everything destabilizes. The paper multiplies, stacks collapsing into themselves, reforming as something else. Hallways, streets, classrooms, none of them fully forming before they're replaced. The pen snaps back into motion, then disappears, then returns somewhere else entirely. The red spreads across everything. Too much. Too loud. Izuku tries to hold on to something, anything, the feeling, the pattern, the weight. But it won't stay. He can't filter it. He doesn't know how. The thoughts overlap again, but they don't break the same way the rest does. They stay centered, even as everything else fractures. He tries to pull back, but there's nothing to pull from, really. No body to move, no ground to push off of. Just pressure and noise and the overwhelming certainty that he's somewhere he shouldn't be, tangled in something that won't let him stay. The red floods the page. Fast. It spills past edges that don't exist anymore, bleeding into everything, turning the space into something thick and suffocating. The faint order that had been holding everything together barely, shakily gives way all at once. And then he slams back into himself, like hitting solid ground. Air tears into his lungs as he hits the floor, the migraine detonating behind his eyes, worse than before. Ah? His hands clamp over his head, fingers digging in like he can hold his brain in place. It doesn't help. Stop, stop, he chokes, curling in on himself, pressing his forehead against the floor. The lights are too bright, everything is too loud, too much. It doesn't help. Plus, time must have passed, because when Izuku opens his eyes, the sun comes through his window in a dark orange and purple, and his migraine has subsided into a dull headache. Groaning, he sits up, hand coming up to his face to rub at his eyes, crusty from what he can only guess is dried tears. When he opens his eyes again, he's able to finally see the cut on his finger, already scabbed over. He'd been gone longer than he thought. Whatever that headache was, whatever that was, it had eaten more time than it should have. And it's not like the impromptu nap had done much for him. While his migraine was gone, like someone wasn't trying to rip his head in two, there's a dull pressure lingering behind his eyes. A kind of static that hasn't fully cleared. Focus. Food first. He moves through the small kitchen automatically, grabbing what he can, nothing elaborate, just something quick to put in his system. Leftover rice. Something packaged. He eats standing up, barely tasting it, more aware of the act than the food itself. His mind keeps drifting. Not to clear images, there aren't any. Just fragments. Red. Paper. Feelings that felt heavy that he didn't quite think were his. Izuku swallows harder than necessary and tosses his dinner, the container's empty. Doesn't matter, he mutters under his breath. He grabs what he came for, extra gear, a few things he prefers having on patrol, and heads back out before he can sit with it any longer, trying his best to leave the memories in his apartment. The walk back feels shorter. Or, maybe, he just doesn't notice it as much. By the time he slips back into the compound, the earlier quiet has shifted into something more active. He heads straight for the command room. The door slides open, and he's immediately met with voices, Aya's, animated as always, Hiro's quieter responses, Taro somewhere in the mix. And Kenji. Kenji looks up first, smiling when he realizes it's Izuku coming in. There you are, but he stops. The pause in his greeting causes the others glance over too. Izuku pauses in the doorway. What? He asks, a little more guarded than he means to be. Kenji studies him for a second longer than comfortable. You're here, he says, slower now. Good. But, what's wrong? Izuku blinks, wondering what gave it away so quickly. Nothing. He says finally. What's the plan for tonight? He tries to brush it off, to brush by Kenji, but the man is strong, and makes him stop with a hand on his shoulder, concern evident in his face. His gaze sharpens just slightly, not confrontational, just attentive. Reading. You seem off. Izuku can see Aya tilt her head out of the corner of his vision, watching him now. Hiro glances up from his screen. Even Taro's attention shifts, subtle but there. Izuku exhales through his nose. I've been here, what, 5 seconds? Izuku pulls away from Kenji, irritated that the man had read him so easily. Kenji raises an eyebrow and nods his head towards the door. Walk with me, he says, already making his way towards the door, and it's obvious to Izuku and the rest that it's not a request. Izuku hesitates just for a second, then sighs as he follows Kenji into the hall. The door slides shut behind them, muting the noise from inside. Kenji leads him down several hallways into a room Izuku doesn't recognize. Larger than most, quiet, clearly not used often. A long table with chairs pushed neatly in around it, a screen on the far wall, the stillness of a space that exists for a function without really being lived in. The door closes behind him. Kenji turns around, crosses his arms, and leans against the table. He looks at Izuku for a moment. What happened while you were gone, Rook? Like I said, nothing. Just a headache. Izuku crosses his arms, not meeting Kenji's eye. You walked in and didn't even register half the room, he continues, quieter now. Your eyes were unfocused. You're pale. You're still off. A beat. That's not nothing. It was just a headache, he says, but it already sounds weaker the second time. Kenji doesn't move. If it was just a headache, you wouldn't look like that, he replies. Izuku runs a hand through his hair, gaze dropping to the floor as he paces the room. I don't know, he admits, which is harder to say than he expected. I was at home, sharpening a knife. And then, he presses a hand briefly to his temple. A migraine. Worse than anything I've had before. He pauses. I felt the knife slip. Cut my finger. It was like I wasn't there anymore. Or I was, but not really. I could see something else. Hands that weren't mine. A desk. Papers. He shakes his head. I don't know. It didn't make sense. It kept changing. Kept moving. Changing how? Kenji asks, and Izuku can see him tilt his head out of the corner of his eye. Like Izuku gestures vaguely. 1 second it was papers, then it wasn't. Then it was again. Stuff overlapping. And there were thoughts, I think? Not mine. Just there. He swallows. Too many at once. Kenji lets the silence stretch for a moment after he finishes. He takes a breath and lets it out slowly. That sounds like a quirk. Izuku stops pacing and stares at Kenji incredulously. What? A manifestation, Kenji says evenly. Late onset, maybe. Or something that's been dormant. Izuku shakes his head immediately. No. That's not no. I was diagnosed quirkless. You're sure? Kenji asks, not dismissive, just probing. I've been sure for 16 years, Izuku says, and the firmness in his own voice surprises him a little. Kenji studies him. Diagnostics aren't perfect, he says after a moment. Especially for quirks that don't present physically. Sensory, projection-based, mental, those slip through all the time. Or they develop under prolonged stress. Sometimes both. He pauses. You said these thoughts weren't yours. But they weren't random noise either, were they? They had a pattern. Izuku doesn't answer right away. The doctor had told his mom there was always a small chance, after the foot scan found nothing. But years passed, and then his mother died, and he stopped thinking about hope the way he'd stopped thinking about a lot of things. Filed it away somewhere he didn't have to look at. But the dreams. The shadow figures he'd been catching at the edges of sleep since he was small, ones he'd always written off as stress, as his mind filling in gaps it didn't know how to leave empty. They'd stopped after his mother died. Only started coming back recently. And recently, they'd started bleeding into waking hours. He thinks about the scarf. The rooftop. What do I do, he says. Kenji gestures toward one of the chairs. Izuku sits. You center yourself, Kenji says. Meditate. Breathe. Whatever actually works for you, the goal is staying grounded in where you are. He pulls a chair over and sits across from him, elbows on his knees, level and unhurried. If this is a quirk, and I think it is, then right now it responds to your mental state. You can't go out tonight split between here and wherever that takes you. I need you present. I am present, Izuku says, irritation evident in his voice. You aren't, Kenji says, not harsh, just honest. And that's fine. It just means we handle it before it becomes a problem. He steps away from the table and squats in front of Izuku, expression soft. Take a few minutes. Come back when you're ready and we'll brief. Hero's got the new sightings mapped. He moves toward the door, then stops with his hand on the frame. Izuku. The name pulls his attention up. If it happens again, Kenji says, I want to know. Immediately. Not after. Not on the way back. While it's happening, or as soon as it stops. Yeah, Izuku says quietly. Okay. Kenji gives him one last look, measuring, steady before stepping out. Izuku watches the door shut behind him and he takes a shaky breath, flexing his hands in his lap. He exhales slowly, pressing a hand briefly to his temple. Center yourself. Right. He shifts in the chair, planting his feet flat against the ground, elbows resting lightly on his knees. He inhales slow, deliberate, and holds it. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Again. He focuses on that. Just that. The rhythm of it. The pull of air into his lungs, the release. The room stays still. No shifting edges. No overlapping sounds. Just the faint hum of the building around him, distant and contained where it should be. His shoulders loosen by degrees, the tight coil in his chest easing just enough that he can think without everything pressing in at once. The dull ache behind his eyes fades further, leaving only a faint echo of what had been there before. In. Out. In. The rhythm slips, just barely. A second pull underneath his own breath, faint and slightly out of sync. Izuku frowns, tries to correct for it, but the more he pays attention, the more it persists. Not forceful. Just there. He exhales slowly, and the room is gone. But this time, it didn't hit him like a brick. There's no violent shift. No snapping distortion. He just is somewhere else. Low, muted light, the kind that doesn't belong to any specific time of day, too soft for midday, too present for night. The air is heavier here but not suffocating. He doesn't feel himself the same way he had before, not disconnected, but not fully present either. Like standing slightly out of alignment with everything else. He looks around, realizing he's on a rooftop. Concrete underfoot, worn smooth in places, rough in others. The faint outline of a railing along the edge. Buildings stretching out beyond it, hazy and indistinct like they've been pushed into the background. The sky above is dull, overcast, not storming, not clear. Just there. Still. Izuku takes a careful step forward, sighing in relief when the ground doesn't ripple and fall out from under him. Okay, he murmurs, more to himself than anything else. He moves again, slower this time, testing it. A faint movement catches at the edge of his awareness and Izuku stills. Near the far edge of the rooftop, a figure stands with its back to him. A dark scarf, wrapped loosely, shifts faintly in a breeze Izuku can't feel. The posture is immediately recognizable, not relaxed, never quite relaxed, but at rest the way someone rests when they've never quite learned how. Izuku's chest tightens. He doesn't step closer. Doesn't call out. Just watches, very still, the concrete solid and certain beneath his feet. The space around the figure isn't hostile. It doesn't push at him with any real force. It's more like a closed door than a locked one, a boundary that simply exists, patient and absolute, not inviting him further in. But something about the space shifts around that stillness, not unstable, not on the verge of breaking apart the way everything had before, just quietly. Izuku watches as a racer shifts his weight. It's small, barely a thing at all, just a redistribution of balance from one foot to the other. But then his head tilts, just slightly, the angle of it suggesting he's listening for something just outside of his hearing. Something he can't quite locate. He makes himself stay still. Forces himself not to reach toward it, not to push or press or try to find the seam of it. He just breathes, slow and careful, and tries to observe without touching. Then the rooftop flickers. Softly, just a bleed at the edges. Paper overlapping the worn concrete near the railing for just a breath, red ink staining the gray before it fades back. The ghost of a desk, outlined beneath the skyline and then gone. The figure's shoulders tighten. Barely perceptible, a fraction of tension, a response to something it can't name or see. The space draws inward, a subtle tightening, like something had almost slipped through a gap it shouldn't have. Izuku freezes. Did he do that? The realization moves through him slowly but lands with certainty. That bleed, that flicker, the ink on the concrete. That had been him. Something he'd brought in without meaning to, a piece of wherever he'd been before, bleeding through into wherever this was. The rooftop steadies. Settles back into that low, muted quiet. The figure doesn't turn. But its attention has shifted. Izuku can feel it even from here, even without seeing his face, narrowed now on something with no visible shape. Something it can sense but not locate. The boundary presses back. Stronger than before, but not harsh. Firm. Like a steady hand against a door. This isn't yours. Izuku exhales slowly and pulls his focus back. Grounds himself in his own breath, his own feet on the ground, the rhythm of in and out. The rooftop holds. The figure doesn't move again, just remains aware of something it can't name, standing at the edge of a city that blurs into haze at its margins. Izuku swallows. He doesn't understand it fully. Doesn't have the language for it yet. But this, whatever this is, feels different from the first time. Less like being swallowed and more like standing at the edge of something vast and trying to understand its shape without falling into it. Controlled, or at least closer to it. He takes one more careful step forward. The space pushes back immediately. Sharp, deliberate, stopping him cold without touching him. Don't push. Okay, he breathes. He stays where he is. Watching. Trying to understand the shape of something without disturbing it, without reaching for it, without making it collapse the way everything had before. And for the first time, the space doesn't punish him for being there. It doesn't fracture or flood or drag him under. It simply waits, patient and immovable, as if it has all the time in the world and knows, somehow, that he doesn't. Plus, he comes back to himself slowly, the way surfacing from cold water was slow, gradually aware of the chair beneath him, the floor under his feet, the particular hum of the compound around him. The dull pressure behind his eyes had receded to almost nothing. The static had cleared. He sits there for a moment longer, hands resting on his knees, and lets himself be here. Just here. Then he stands, smooths out his gear, and heads back to the command room. Aya is the first to look up when the door slides open. Her expression shifts, not quite relief, but something adjacent to it. Zoo. Hey. He glances around. Taro is leaning against the far wall with his arms loosely crossed, and he gives Izuku the small, slightly awkward nod he gives everyone he isn't quite sure how to greet, which is the same nod Izuku gets every time, which he started to find quietly reassuring. Hiro has 3 feeds running on his monitor. Kenji stands near the main display, already waiting. He looks at Izuku once. Something in his face settles. Better, he asks. Izuku considers the word. Yeah, he said. A little. Kenji nods once, and moves to the main display. Good. Let's brief. Hiro pulls up the new sightings, 3 clusters, tight and eastward moving, the same migrating pattern they'd been chasing for weeks. Aya walks him through the timestamps. Taro lays out the patrol zones with his usual quiet efficiency, flagging where civilian density was highest, and Izuku watches the red cluster pulse across the display. The same deliberate drift away from police patrol lines. The same rhythm. He thinks about the rooftop. The figure with the scarf. He thinks about Eraser, standing in the street below after their last run-in, that expression on his face, the one Izuku has never quite known how to read, watching the rooftop Izuku had just vacated, probably wondering what the hell had disappeared from his sightlines. He thinks about the boundary pressing back against him, steady and absolute. This isn't yours. He presses his tongue against the back of his teeth. What do you need from me to track it? He asks. Hiro glances at him. Your read on its behavior. We can see the movement on cameras, but you've seen it jump. You know what it looks like when it's about to transfer. The pressure spikes first, Izuku says. About 2 seconds. Before it moves. And it goes for whoever's closest to the host when it's threatened. It's not random. It reads the field. He looked at the cluster on the display. It's also been tracking me. It knew it was me last time before I got close. I don't know how. Aya's expression sharpens. That's new. That's concerning, Taro says quietly. It means he's the best bait we've got, Hiro said, not unkindly. Izuku scoffs. I know. Kenji looks at him steadily from across the room. Not asking anything, not adding anything. Just waiting to see what he'll do with it. Izuku looks back at the display. The red cluster pulses, shifts, settles. All right, he says. Here's the plan. The briefing room is quieter than usual when Izuku steps inside. Not empty. Rin is already posted near the far wall with her arms folded and her gaze on the door. Shinobi has claimed the corner seat and tucked himself low in it with his hood still up, and Michi sits at the table with their fingers resting near the throwing knives at their chest, the way most people rest their hands on a desk. Aya has pulled a chair from her station and dragged it close enough to the table to be part of the circle. Taro stands just behind her with a mug in one hand, quiet as stone. Hiro hasn't bothered pretending he isn't invested. He's moved off the couch and taken a seat at the end of the table outright. Kenji stands off to the side, arms folded, watching the room. Izuku sets his bag down, pulls the strap over his head, and doesn't look at any of them for more than a second each. He hasn't seen Nagi, which is odd because after Izuku had thought up a plan earlier with Aya, Taro, Hiro, and Kenji had sent out a message to the rest of the team to be in the command room by 2100 for the briefing. It is now 21:05, so Izuku doesn't bother waiting any longer. He can catch up. Vane, he says. Overlay. The holographic display blooms above the table city grid first, then the Vane overlay in pale blue. Red clusters pulse like a slow heartbeat across the eastern district. Migration vectors rendered in amber arc in steady progression, tracing the route Equinox has been tracking for the past month, tightening corridor by corridor. Izuku lets them look at it for a moment. He doesn't explain it yet. He just waits until the silence shifts from passive to active, until he can feel the room actually reading the map. Then he pulls up the position assignments. The migration pattern has stayed consistent for the last 4 cycles, he says. It compresses when patrol density increases and expands during the dead window between 2 and 4 in the morning. Tonight's window is 2:17 to 3:40. That's our slot. He isolates a section of the eastern corridor and expands it, streets pulling apart into individual blocks. Shinobi, he says, you're in first. There's a maintenance tunnel running under the market district here. He marks it. Vane puts you inside the perimeter well before the window opens. You won't be engaging, you're sealing the southern exit and holding it. Shinobi tilts his head slightly, studying the route. Width clearance? 0.4 meters at the narrowest. You'll be comfortable. Shinobi gives one short nod and leans back. Michi. He pulls up the rooftop grid. Elevated position. Here, and here. He marks both. Cover the intersection. If anything moves before the window closes, you should be the first to see it. Michi studies the sight lines without expression, then shifts one of the marked positions 3 blocks east along the display without asking. Better angle. Izuku looks at the new mark and nods. Agreed. Updated. Rin. The biosign overlay comes up, color-coded heat signatures layered onto the street grid. You're with me on entry. I'll need your quirk read on anyone inside the structure before we push in. I don't want to be calculating behavioral threat level blind. Rin's sharp eyes flick to the map, then to him. I'll need line of sight within 15 meters. You'll have it. Kenji. He glances to the side. You're on the northern approach. If anything breaks containment before Shinobi seals the south, it runs toward you. Kenji gives a single, measured nod. The room is following. Aya has a tablet in her lap and is adding notes without being asked. Taro's mug has stopped halfway to his mouth. Even Hiro is quiet. Then Nagi walks in. He is now 10 minutes late and makes no acknowledgement of it. Doesn't glance at the clock, doesn't offer anything to the room. He pulls the closest empty chair out and drops into it, setting the rectangular device he always carries on the table in front of him without a word. His eyes move to the map. Izuku ignores the interruption and continues. Communication windows are here and here. He expands the timeline display. Vane will relay in real time. If the pattern shifts mid-approach, the route's wrong. The room goes silent. Nagi is still looking at the map, not at Izuku. His voice is flat. Not aggressive, something more dismissive than that, like pointing out an obvious error to someone who shouldn't have made it. The migration won't hold that corridor. He drags 2 fingers across the table display, not adjusting anything, just indicating. It's pushed east twice already. 3rd cycle, it'll cut north. Izuku looks at him. 4th cycle pushed north. 2nd and 3rd stayed east. The pattern weight favors east. The 4th cycle, Nagi says, finally glancing at him, expression unreadable, happened because patrol density in the eastern block spiked. Take that variable out and the northward pull is more consistent. I didn't take it out, Izuku says. I weighed it. There's a difference. Tonight's patrol density mirrors cycle 2, not 4. Nagi leans back slightly and turns his eyes back toward the display. He doesn't respond. The silence he leaves behind is its own comment. Then maybe, he says after a beat, quietly, and mostly to the table, someone with more field time should be calling the read. Izuku feels the heat crawl up his neck and tries to keep it from his ears. He goes to respond, to quip back, but Kenji's voice comes from the side of the room first. I put him as lead. Kenji says, voice even, but with a clip of warning in his tone. You either respect him or you don't come. He holds Nagi's gaze from across the table. The silence stretches. Nagi's jaw tightens fractionally. He looks at Kenji, then away. He exhales through his nose, a short quiet sound, and says nothing. His fingers tap once against the device on the table and then still. Izuku has already turned back to the display. Communication windows, he says, pulling the timeline up again. Vane flags any deviation from the projected path and routes it to everyone simultaneously. If the pattern shifts after Shinobi seals the south, the call goes to Rin for a live biosign read before anyone adjusts position. Kenji confirms or holds. We don't move without confirmation. He pulls up the final assignment overlay. Everyone's position marked in different colors, movement vectors threading between them. Questions. Aya raises a hand halfway. Vane's migration tracking, is it continuous or interval-based tonight? Continuous. 20-second refresh. Good. She makes a note. If it compresses faster than projected, you want a threshold alert, or do you want every deviation flagged? Threshold. Anything beyond 15 meters of projected corridor. Done. She is already typing. I'll have it configured before you deploy. Taro sets his mug down and studies the entry approach for a moment. The structural layout of the building is the second access point load-bearing? If Shinobi comes up through the floor on the south side, I want to know if he's got ceiling clearance issues. Izuku has seen the blueprints 5 times over, so the response comes easily. 2.3 meters of clearance. The subfloor cavity is clear. No load-bearing columns between the tunnel access and the south wall. Taro nods, satisfied. I'd route him a meter left of where you marked. Thicker concrete on your current path, quieter approach on the alternate. Izuku adjusts the marker. Agreed. Shinobi, the updated path is marked. Shinobi gives a short 2-fingered acknowledgement without looking up. Anything else, Izuku says, and lets the room answer. Michi shakes their head once. Rin has moved her eyes back to the wall. Hiro is already pulling up his own screen. Kenji is watching the room with the same expression he's had since Izuku started. Midnight, Izuku says. Gear check at 11:30. We deploy from here. He closes the main overlay and begins saving the final position assignments to Vane's shared relay. The room starts to shift, chairs pulling back, soft conversation starting between Michi and Shinobi about the rooftop approach, Hiro moving back to his corner with his tablet. Aya appears at his elbow. She doesn't say anything immediately. She just stands there until he glances at her. Solid read on the corridor, she says, her voice quieter than her usual register. I ran the same waiting 2 days ago and got the same result. Nagi's not wrong that there's northward pressure, but you accounted for it correctly. Izuku closes the last file. I know. She studies him for a second. Then, in a tone that is almost careful, which is unusual for Aya, you'll be careful out there. It isn't a question. I'm always careful. She makes a small face. Not always. He doesn't respond, and she doesn't push, but she holds his gaze for just a beat longer than normal before she steps away. Taro passes him a moment later and pauses with one hand briefly on the edge of the table. Good plan, he says simply. Don't get sloppy in the window. Then he is gone, back to his station. Izuku stands at the table alone for a moment, the room moving around him, and looks at the save display, everyone's positions, the migration corridor, the timeline ticking down quiet in the corner of his HUD. He picks up his bag and starts towards his room. He has time before 11:30. He thinks about what Kenji said earlier that night. About trying to focus. About the dreams. Entering his room, he places his bag back down and sits with his back pressed against the bed. Folding his legs, he rests his hands on his knees and closes his eyes. He's not sure if this counts as meditation. He just knows that Kenji said to focus on the space between waking and sleep, and focusing is something he's actually good at. He breathes. In. Out. The room settles around him. The AC. The faint creak of the building. His own heartbeat, steady and slightly too fast. He keeps breathing. Slow and deliberate. He lets the edges of himself go soft, the way they do in the half-second before sleep actually takes over. The place where thought gets looser and the body stops insisting on itself so loudly. It takes longer than he expects. But eventually, something shifts. He's still aware of the floor under him, the lamp's warmth against his eyelids, the faint sound of someone moving in the hallway 2 rooms over. He's still here. But the here feels thinner, somehow. Like a layer of something has peeled back without removing itself entirely. And underneath it, something else starts to take shape. A room. Not this room. The geometry is wrong in the specific, untranslatable way that dream geometry always is, walls that seem to exist more in implication than in fact, light that doesn't come from anywhere. He's standing in it, or close to standing. It's hard to be sure. The floor is the floor and also just the idea of a floor. He tries to turn. The space resists. Not like running into a wall, more like trying to move underwater, the environment responding to his intention with a half-second delay that throws off every instinct he has. He thinks left and arrives somewhere adjacent to left. He thinks look up and his perspective shifts at an angle. That doesn't quite correspond. He stops trying to direct it and just watches. There's a table. Or something shaped like a table. Papers, maybe the suggestion of them, flat and stacked. A window that opens onto nothing in particular, gray-white and soft-edged. He knows, with the certainty that dreams carry without ever explaining themselves, that this is his mind. His construction. He built this without meaning to, out of whatever materials were available, and it is recognizably his in the way a handwriting sample is recognizable, not because he can point to any single thing and say that is the marker, but because the whole of it adds up to something he knows. He tries to move the table. It shifts. Slightly. Not where he intended, but it moves a fraction, a wobble, like a signal getting through static. He tries again. This time it moves more cleanly, though still not precisely. He's doing something. He's not sure what, exactly. But it's real. His alarm goes off at 23:20. He opens his eyes. The room is exactly as he left it. The lamp. The bag by the door. His hands loose on his knees. He sits there for a second longer, then stands, rolls his shoulders, and picks up his bag. Plus, the hallway between his room and the command center is long and straight, the overhead lights dim to their nighttime setting low, amber, easy on eyes that need to adjust to darkness. His boots are quiet on the concrete. He keeps his pace even. He hears Nagi before he sees him. The man is leaning against the wall at the hallway's bend, arms folded, the rectangular device nowhere in sight for once. He doesn't move when Izuku rounds the corner, just watches him come with the particular stillness of someone who's been waiting and doesn't want to look like it. Izuku slows but doesn't stop. I'm not looking to have this conversation right now, he says. Good, Nagi says. It won't take long. Izuku stops. Nagi's jaw is tight, his expression doing something complicated, not quite anger, but something in the same neighborhood. He looks at Izuku straight on, which is more than he was doing an hour ago. You didn't have to let it go the way it did, he says. In there. I was running a briefing. You made your point. I made the point, Izuku says. There's a difference. The waiting was correct. Something moves through Nagi's expression. The only reason I stepped down is because Kenji put himself in it. Izuku looks at him for a moment. I know, he says. That, apparently, is not the response Nagi expected. His brow shifts fractionally. You don't have to like me, Izuku continues, voice flat and even. You don't have to think I deserve the lead position, or that my read on the corridor was right, or that I'm worth the space I take up. That's your business. He adjusts the strap of his bag. But if you go out there tonight with a problem with me and it makes you slow, or makes you hold information back, or makes you hesitate on a call that needs to go through me, then whatever happens because of that is on you. The hallway is quiet. Nagi doesn't say anything. His arms are still folded, his jaw still tight. But something behind his eyes does the work of listening even when the rest of him won't give Izuku the satisfaction of an answer. I'm not asking you to respect me for long, Izuku says. But you need to, tonight, or else someone can get hurt. A civilian, one of us, you. He holds his gaze for a second. Can you do that? Another beat of silence. Nagi exhales through his nose, a short, clipped sound that isn't quite agreement and isn't quite dismissal. He looks at the wall briefly, then back. His chin drops a fraction. Not quite a full nod, but close enough. Izuku walks past him toward the command room, and Nagi, after a moment, falls into step behind him. Neither of them says anything else. When he enters, everyone else is waiting and ready to go. Let's head out. Plus, the city is quieter at this hour in the way that cities are never actually quiet, ambient sound dropping by degrees, traffic thinning to isolated pairs of headlights, the base frequency of daytime noise giving way to something lower and more honest. 2:15 in the morning, and Narahata's eastern district breathes differently. Izuku moves across the rooftops at the edge of the designated corridor, boots finding each ledge without hesitation. Below him, the street grid glows in his HUD veins overlay mapping the migration corridor in amber, police patrol routes in blue, team positions in their respective colors. Everyone is in place. Logistics, confirm positions, he says, voice low. Aya's voice comes through the earpiece clean and immediate. Shinobi is inside the perimeter. Michi confirmed elevated position, updated mark, east intersection. Rin and Kenji, northern and entry approaches respectively. A beat. We've got you too, Rook. Vane's relay is live on our end. 20-second refresh running clean. Copy. Taro, quieter, corridor is holding. No deviations yet. Izuku reaches the edge of a rooftop and crouches, scanning the street below. Empty. A convenience store with half its sign burnt out. A row of parked bikes. A cat moving between them without urgency. Vane, he murmurs. Thermal sweep, 3-block radius. Running. The results come back in pale overlays, the convenience store clerk just visible through the glass, a couple moving away down a side street, a man asleep in a doorway 2 blocks east. Nothing spiking. Nothing wrong. He waits. Plus. At 2:23, the first flare hits. Spike, Hiro says over comms, and his voice has the particular flatness of someone reading data they don't like. Block 9, northeast. Bioelevation consistent with prior glitch signature. Izuku is already moving. How strong? Strong enough. But it's a pause. It's dropping. He pushes harder across the rooftops, closing distance. Vane feeds him the spike's location in real time, a red pulse 2 blocks ahead, bright, then dimming by degrees. He rounds a corner and drops to street level and hits the alley at a run. He's 4 seconds too late. A man is already down on the pavement, folded against the wall with his knees drawn up, hands pressed to his temples. His breathing is ragged. Not violent the other direction, like something has gone out of him. A woman nearby is backing away from him, phone halfway to her face. Hey, Izuku says, crouching. The man flinches. His eyes are glassy, pupils blown. Confused. Not aggressive. Post-transfer. The glitch had already vacated. Sir. He keeps his voice even. You're okay. Sit still. Vane, anomaly tracking. Where did it go? Thermal anomaly detected bearing 40 degrees northeast. Moving at approximately 11 kilometers per hour. Izuku is back on his feet before Vane finishes the sentence. Aya, it transferred. I'm tracking northeast. Updating corridor, Aya says. He can hear her fingers on the keyboard. Michi, shift your sightline. Rook is going northeast of your current position. Adjusted, Michi replies, the first word they've said since deployment. Taro, the corridor is bending, Izuku says, vaulting a gate. Is this consistent with Cycle 4, Taro says quietly. It's pulling north. Izuku's jaw tightens. He doesn't say anything. He runs. Plus, the second flare hits 4 minutes later and dies in 30 seconds. He reaches the location, a side street off the main road, beside a shuttered noodle shop, and finds nothing but a toppled bicycle and a set of scuff marks on the wet concrete that could mean anything. No host in sight. No trail. Lost it, he says. Silence on comms for a moment. It's fast tonight, Hiro says. It's been moving faster since the fire, Aya says, and there's something careful in her voice that suggests she's been sitting on that observation for a while. Response time between transfers is getting shorter. It's like it's learning, Izuku says. The word settles over the comms without argument. He scans the street again. The bicycle. The scuff marks. The angle of them. He looks northeast, then east, then back northeast. Vane, project probable movement vectors based on tonight's transfer points and prior migration data. A web of probability lines blooms across his HUD, most of them pulling north and east, but one, thinner than the others, cuts sharply south before looping back. The southern vector, he says. Probability? 17%. Low. But the thing has been running him northeast for 20 minutes and hasn't slowed down once, which means it wants me chasing north, he says. Aya doesn't respond immediately. Then, that's not a trigger user that would think like that. No, Izuku agrees. It's not. He watches the probability lines for another 3 seconds. Kenji, he says. Hold the northern approach. Holding, Kenji says. Shinobi, stay on the south seal, do not move. Understood. He starts moving south. Rook, Taro says, and his voice has a particular quality to it, not skeptical, just careful. You're going against the primary vector. I know. 17% is. I know what it is. He drops off a fire escape, hits the alley below at a run. If it's learning patrol patterns, it's learning ours too. It knows we weighed the data east. It's been feeding us northeast for 20 minutes to pull us out of position. A pause. That's a very complicated behavior, Hiro says. Yeah, Izuku says. It is. He hits the southern cross street and slows. Vane is quiet. The street is quiet. And then at the edge of the block, just visible in the gap between a shuttered laundry and a telephone pole, a figure stumbles. Catches itself on the wall. Stands very still. Vane, he breathes. Thermal anomaly. Confirmed, Vane says immediately. Signature consistent. 26 meters, bearing south-southwest. There it is. All units, Izuku says, voice dropping flat and even. Redirect south. Target confirmed, 26 meters off the main corridor. Michi, I need a new elevated position 2 blocks south of your current mark. Rin, on me. Kenji, cover the eastern exit of the block. A beat of comms. Then Kenji, moving. Rin, on your 6. Michi, repositioning. Shinobi, holding south seal. Ready. He doesn't look to see who moves first. He keeps his eyes on the figure at the end of the block, Vane's overlay drawing a soft red ring around them, the thermal signature spiking and pulsing in a rhythm that isn't quite human. Somewhere behind him, at a distance calibrated and quiet, 6 people redirect without question. Even Nagi. Good, Izuku says, almost to himself. He starts forward. The figure at the end of the block doesn't run. That's the first thing Izuku registers, and it's wrong, because every other host has run, or stumbled, or collapsed. This one just stands with its back half-turned and its weight distributed wrong, like something wearing a body it hasn't fully learned yet. Rin falls into step 6 paces to his left. She doesn't speak. Her eyes are already on the host, already working. Biosigns, he asks. Reading, Rin says. Then, after a beat, heart rate's elevated. Quirk activity is, her voice shifts. Not alarmed. More like something slotting into place. It's already active. Full output. Izuku's jaw tightens. That's faster than prior transfers. Usually there's a ramp-up window, a few seconds of disorientation while the glitch settles into the new host, finds the controls. Time he's used before to get closer, get positioned. Not tonight. The host turns around. The ground moves. Not like an earthquake, nothing that generalized or random. It's localized, precise, radiating outward from where the host stands in slow concentric pulses. The street surface shudders. Izuku feels it travel up through the soles of his boots, into his knees, into his back teeth. The air itself starts to hum at a frequency just below what he can name. Vane, he says sharply. Vibration quirk. Log. Frequency, map pulse radius. Logging. Estimated pulse radius, 12 meters and expanding. All units, the host has a vibration-based quirk, radiating outward. Do not enter the pulse radius without confirmation. He's already backing up 2 steps, recalculating. Michi, hold. Shinobi, stay topside. Kenji, northern approach only, I need you at distance for now. Michi's voice comes back flat, understood. Rook, that changes the containment window. Aya says on the comms, worry evident in her voice. I know. He keeps his eyes on the host. Working on it. He stays back. That's the call, for now he's more useful outside the pulse radius than inside it, and the most useful thing he can do is watch. So he watches. Michi goes first. Her first throw is clean, leaves her hand at exactly the right angle, and a pulse hits the air mid-flight and the knife clatters off the pavement 8 feet wide. She reaches for the next one without reacting. Adjusts her angle. Throws. The pulse shifts frequency before the blade reaches the apex of its arc and the correction is wrong before it can land. Izuku tracks the deflection pattern. Logs it. She closes range, not her instinct, but she reads the situation and moves anyway, drops to one knee inside the pulse radius where the ground is doing something unreliable and keeps throwing from there. He watches the pulses deflect her knives and watches her adjust and watches the pulses adjust faster, and the shape of the problem becomes clear in a way that's almost elegant if it weren't actively dismantling his plan. The field isn't static. It's responsive. It's reading Michi the same way Michi is reading it, and it's faster. On his left, Shinobi makes a move for the pavement, one shoulder going in and aborts it almost instantly, pulling back topside with his jaw set. Izuku doesn't need an explanation. He can see it from here, the ground 2 inches into the compression point and the ground 2 inches adjacent are vibrating out of phase with each other. Committing fully into that means coming out somewhere that may not structurally exist anymore. Shinobi tries a wall next the brick building on the far side, older construction, and gets further before the vibrations traveling through the structure force him back out. He settles topside. Perimeter coverage. Maybe 40% of what he actually is. Izuku exhales slowly through his nose. Vane is feeding him pulse data in the corner of his HUD frequency, radius, interval between shifts, and he's watching all of it and building the picture, and the picture keeps changing. The glitch isn't just using the host's quirk. It's using it intelligently, which means brute forcing the field isn't going to work. They need to get ahead of it. He thinks about the briefing room. The map. The migration corridor that kept bending east while he stood there arguing that it was going to go south. He thinks about the chessboard his mother kept on the kitchen table. Forks, she used to say. When you can't take the piece you want, you threaten 2 at once. Make them choose which one to protect. He looks at the field. The host is centered. The pulse radius extends roughly 12 meters in every direction, which means the host controls the entire engagement zone as long as they stay in the middle of it. The field only works because everyone is responding to it from the outside, circling it, trying to find a way in. The host can rotate its attention. Can keep rewriting the rules for each approach individually. But a fork doesn't care about the field. A fork doesn't try to break through the center. It threatens both flanks simultaneously and forces a choice: cover left or cover right, and whichever one the host leaves open, that's where the piece falls. Michi, Kenji, he says. I need you on opposite flanks, direct opposing vectors, exactly 180 apart from each other. Don't try to close. Just pressure. Make it choose which side to orient toward. Michi shifts without a word. Kenji moves north. Izuku watches the host track them, watches its weight adjust, watches the pulse field begin rotating to cover Kenji's approach. The frequency on Michi's side drops slightly, almost imperceptibly, as processing splits between 2 simultaneous threats. There. Rin, he says quietly. Center approach. Now, while the field is splitting. Rin moves. She's fast, she's always fast, and she gets to 4 meters before it goes wrong. The pulse doesn't rotate to cover her. It expands. Not rotating, expanding, the radius pushing outward in every direction at once, the frequency spiking into something that makes the pavement shudder like a living thing, and Rin's footing goes out from under her all at once, not a stumble but a full loss of surface, and she catches herself on one hand and one knee and goes down hard. The fork fails. Because a fork works on a piece that has to choose which threat to cover. The host doesn't have to choose. The host just makes the board uninhabitable. Izuku absorbs that in about 1 second. Pull back, he says. Everyone, outside the radius. Now. Most of them make it. Michi is already at the edge, she reads it before he finishes the word, and she's moving, low and fast, and clears the radius with a meter to spare. Shinobi is topside and peripheral and pulls back without issue. Nagi, still on the perimeter, steps back. Rin and Kenji are inside when the pulse expands. It doesn't give them the half second it's been giving everyone else. The field just goes outward and hard and all at once, and Rin takes it in the side mid-step and goes down on one knee with a sound that's mostly air, catching herself before she hits the pavement fully. Kenji takes it square in the chest and staggers 2 full steps backward, plants, holds. Both of them up. Both of them moving. But the way Rin is holding her ribs when she rises is the kind of careful that means something is wrong. Izuku feels the panic arrive and shoves it down. The best he can. Sound off, he says. Everyone. They sound off. Michi. Shinobi. Nagi. Kenji, voice steady. Rin, last, and her voice is steady too, but it costs her something to make it that way. I'm functional, she says, before he can ask. Don't. So he doesn't. Instead, he turns back to the host, jaw tight, running the numbers and not liking any of them. The pulse field has settled back to its resting radius, slow and almost contemptuous in its patience. The host stands in the center of it and waits. Whatever the glitch is doing with the borrowed cognition, it isn't rushing. It isn't burning. It's been running at full output for he checks Vane's log 43 minutes and it hasn't shown a single sign of degrading. Rin, he says. The host's quirk output. How long can someone sustain full activation before the body starts failing? A pause. She's calculating, or she's breathing through something, or both. Depends on the individual, she says. Someone with high quirk capacity, good physical conditioning could be over an hour. Someone average? A beat. Less. And the glitch isn't regulating. It's running the quirk at max power, no conservation. The host has to burn out eventually or their body is going to start breaking down. How long? I don't know. But they can't do this indefinitely. Nobody can. Another pause, and her voice gets quieter. Not softer, more precise. If it keeps going at this output, the host is going to start experiencing organ stress. Quirk overuse at this level isn't just exhaustion. It's damage. It will kill him. Izuku looks at the field. The host is still waiting. He exhales through his nose and pulls up Vane's frequency log again, scrolling back through the last 40 minutes of data. The gap is still there, consistent, mechanical, unavoidable. But every time he's tried to use it, the field has adjusted to close the approach before anyone can get through. The glitch isn't just fighting. It's learning the fight as it happens, reading their vectors and closing the openings in real time. Which means the only approach it can't adjust to is one it can't anticipate. Not a fork it expanded through the fork. Not a single point approach it closes those before they land. It needs to be something simultaneous. Every vector at once, from every angle, close enough that the field can't prioritize a response without leaving something open. Not chess. Something older than chess. Something simpler. Flood the board. Every piece, every direction, at the same moment. Not threatening two things, threatening everything. Make it calculate 6 vectors simultaneously and force the field to thin itself trying to cover all of them. It'll fail somewhere. It has to fail somewhere. New plan, he says. Everyone takes a vector equal spacing around the radius. On my mark, all of you close at the same time. Don't try to reach the host. Just push the field. Force it to cover all 6 directions simultaneously and look for where it thins. He pauses. The gap will appear. When it does, whoever is closest to it you move. Silence on comms for a moment. Then Kenji speaks up. That's a lot of people inside the radius at once. Yes, Izuku says. It is. Another beat. Copy, Kenji says. They take their vectors. Izuku calls the spacing from outside, adjusting, checking sightlines, making sure the angles are even. He needs to see all of it at once to call the gap when it opens. He steps further out, positioning himself at the edge of the block where he can read the full radius. He watches them settle into position. He watches the host. The host is watching him. He opens his mouth to call the mark. The ground under his feet fractures. Not a general pulse, not the radiating field that's been pushing everyone back. This is targeted, sent low and direct through the pavement in a straight line from the host to the specific point where Izuku is standing, and he has about half a second of Vane screaming a proximity alert before the surface cracks apart under him and he goes down. He hits the pavement on his side. The impact is bad. The vibration moving through him on contact is worse. It doesn't just hit the point of impact, it travels, moving through his whole left side in a wave that has nothing to do with the fall and everything to do with what the ground is still doing beneath him. He feels something give. Ribs, probably. The structural kind of give that announces itself immediately and then keeps talking. He gets his right hand under him and pushes. Get up. He's slower than before, he knows. He's breathing differently too, shorter, shallower, his left side informing him with considerable specificity that full expansion is no longer available. But up. Rook. Kenji's voice, on comms, and something in it has changed. Then Kenji is in front of him, not on comms, physically there, crossing from his vector to Izuku's position in the time it took Izuku to get upright, and he steps directly between Izuku and the host without being asked. The next pulse hits him square in the chest. He takes it. Plants. Holds. Turns his head slightly without taking his eyes off the host. "Stay up," he says. "We're almost there." Izuku breathes. Short and careful. His left side is making a strong argument for the floor and he's not listening to it. The call is already in his head. The plan is already built. He just needs everyone back in position. "Back to your vectors," he says into comms, and his voice comes out even. "All of you. We're doing this now." On comms, no one questions it. "On my mark," he says. He watches the host. Watches the shoulders. Watches the field. Now. They move. All 6 vectors closing at once, Michi low and fast from the east, Shinobi from the south running topside, Nagi pushing through the resistance from the west, Rin from the north with her weight forward, Kenji directly ahead, and Izuku from his position calling the gaps as they open. And then the field just stops. Not weakens. Not thins. Stops all at once, completely, like a light being switched off. The hum disappears. The pavement goes still under their feet. The air pressure drops back to normal so abruptly that Izuku's ears pop. He blinks. But he doesn't let it stall him. He doesn't know why the field dropped, and right now it doesn't matter. "Keep going," he says. "Don't stop." But the glitch is already gone. Abort. He knows it before he's close enough to confirm it knows it the way he's learned to know it, the specific quality of wrongness leaving the air all at once, the pressure that's been sitting behind his eyes since the fight started releasing like a held breath. The host's legs go out from under them mid-step, not a fall exactly but a full system dropout, everything just stopping, and they're already going down by the time Kenji reaches them. Kenji catches them on the way. One arm going under before the body can hit the pavement, lowering them instead of letting them drop, and he goes down to one knee with the weight of them and stays there. Izuku reaches them a second later. He looks at the host's face. They're breathing. Barely. The kind of barely that has a sound to it, shallow and wet and working too hard for something that should be automatic. Up close, the damage is visible in a way the fight didn't allow him to track. The skin around their eyes is broken with burst capillaries, their hands are trembling even unconsciously, and there's something wrong with the color of their lips that he doesn't want to think about too hard. The vibration quirk ran at full output for nearly an hour. The glitch didn't regulate it. Didn't conserve. Just used what was there until it decided to leave. They're alive. Whatever they carry forward from tonight, they're alive. Izuku exhales through his nose and doesn't say anything. "Vane," he says quietly. "Anonymous emergency call to this location. Civilian down, quirk overuse, critical. Placing call." Kenji is still on one knee, still holding the host, and he doesn't say anything either. For a moment it's just the two of them and the sound of the host's labored breathing and the city continuing on around them like nothing happened. Then Michi arrives. Then Rin and Shinobi, close behind, coming from their vectors with the momentum of people who were moving toward a resolution that wasn't there when they arrived. They take in the scene: Kenji on one knee, the civilian in his arms, Izuku beside him, and go still in the particular way of people who were ready for something that has already ended without them. Rin looks at the host. Her jaw tightens. She doesn't ask about the glitch. She can see the answer. Shinobi looks at the rooftops. Michi looks at Izuku. Nagi arrives a beat after the others, still slightly green around the edges in a way that has nothing to do with the outcome and everything to do with 40 minutes of vibrating pavement. Izuku collapses with a cry, his left side cataloging the movement in detail. Somewhere in the city the glitch has a new host. He doesn't know who. The migration pattern they've spent a month tracking has just reset to 0. He tries not to cry, whether it be from the pain or the frustration, but he just focuses on breathing and tries to stop the spinning in his head. He's about to open comms when Vane speaks in his ear. Stationary heat signature, northern rooftop, bearing 010. Present for approximately 7 minutes. 7 minutes. They're before the final approach. Long enough to observe the field, identify the situation, and... "Of course," he says, mostly to himself, standing with a groan, arm wrapped around his torso. Kenji looks up at him. "We had help," Izuku says. He nods toward the northern rooftop without looking away from it. "Someone erased the quirk. That's why the field dropped." Kenji straightens, the host carefully lowered to the pavement, and follows Izuku's gaze to the rooftop. His expression does something careful and still. He doesn't get to respond. A figure drops from the northern rooftop, not dramatically, just efficiently, landing in the street at the edge of the block and walking toward them at a pace that is not aggressive and not hurried. Hands in pockets. Capture cloth loose around the shoulders. Izuku recognizes the silhouette before Vayne confirms the heat signature. Eraser stops maybe 6 feet from the group and takes in the scene without expression, the host on the ground, the team standing around it, Izuku with his arm wrapped around his torso. His eyes move across all of it, slow and deliberate, the way he looks at things he's already decided to remember. "A minute," he says, and it's directed at Izuku. The whole team goes still. Kenji's jaw sets. His eyes are on Eraser with the particular flatness of someone doing the math on a situation they don't like the sum of. A beat passes. Then he exhales through his nose and shifts his gaze to Izuku. "Go," he says. Not warmly. Not coldly either, just the clipped practicality of someone making a decision they've already decided not to argue about. "I'll check on the others." He turns before Izuku can respond and moves not toward Eraser, toward his team. Rin first, a hand on her shoulder, quiet question, and she shakes her head once and he moves on. Michi next. Then Shinobi. Then Nagi, who is still slightly green and absolutely not acknowledging it, and Kenji clocks it and says nothing about it, which is probably the kindest thing he could do. His hand lands briefly on the back of Nagi's neck the way it does when he doesn't want to make something a moment, and then he's past them, already checking the host's position, already talking low into comms. Izuku looks at Eraser for a moment. Then he moves, and Eraser falls into step beside him 10 feet from the group, maybe, far enough that their voices won't carry. Not so far that either of them can't see what the other came from. Izuku is aware, without looking, that nobody on the team stops watching. Up close, Eraser takes in the way Izuku is holding himself, arm braced against his ribs, the shallow careful breathing, the particular stillness of someone managing something structural, and files it somewhere behind his eyes. He doesn't lead with it. Eraser speaks first. "Who are they?" "None of your business. It looks like you're working with Equinox." Izuku goes still. Not visibly, he doesn't think it's visible, but something in him stops moving for a half second before he can stop it. He looks at Eraser. "How do you know who they are?" "Because I do." Eraser's voice doesn't change in register, but something in it gets heavier. "And you can't trust them." Izuku stares at him. The exhaustion of the last hour settles into the space between his ribs, and for a moment he can't think of anything to do with the sheer incredulity of the statement except laugh short, painful, his arm tightening against his side because the movement costs him. "Seriously," he says, when he can. "You're pulling this now." "Yes. I'm hurt." His voice comes out flat and tired. "I just led those people through a fight that went wrong twice before we even got close, and when we finally did, the only reason the host went down was because you stepped in." The bitterness in that lands somewhere specific and stays there. "I didn't get the glitch. I didn't finish it. I lost it." He doesn't gesture toward the team. He doesn't need to. And through all of that, every failed call, every redirect that didn't work, every adjustment, they followed it. Kenji stepped in front of me. Took a pulse that was meant for me, didn't ask, just did it. He holds Eraser's gaze. "And you want to tell me I can't trust them?" "Yes," Eraser says. And then, before Izuku can respond, "They've been named in cases. Multiple. We haven't been able to prove anything yet, but the pattern is there, the things that don't add up, the incidents that keep circling back to the same names. Named in cases," Izuku says. "Unproved cases. The pattern is a pattern, not proof." He shifts his weight and his side corrects him and he stills. "You're telling me not to trust the people who just followed me through a fight on the word of whispers and open cases. That's what you have. It's enough to. It's not enough for anything." Something sharpens in Izuku's voice, not quite anger, closer to the specific exhaustion of having this argument, of being told by someone with authority and no evidence that they know better. "You know what proof looks like? My leader stepping in front of me without being asked. 6 people following every call I made, including ones that were wrong, because they trusted me to get it right eventually." He looks at Eraser steadily. "That's what I have." "What do you have?" Eraser's jaw tightens. "You're not hearing me. I'm hearing you fine. You don't have anything concrete. You have a feeling and some open files, and you want me to throw away people who have actually shown up for me because a pro-hero told me to." The words come out even, controlled, but there's an edge underneath them that's been there since long before tonight. "You sound like all the rest of them. Trust the system, trust the heroes, trust us, no reason, no proof, just because we said so. Just because we know better." Something moves across Eraser's expression. Not offense. Something more complicated than that, and more tired. "That's not," he starts. "Then prove it," Izuku says. "Prove it and I'll listen. Until then you're asking me to trust you over people who have done nothing but show up, based on nothing but the fact that you said so." He holds Eraser's gaze. "How am I supposed to extend that to you?" Eraser looks at him for a long moment. "I guess I can't," he says. No, Izuku says. You can't. The silence sits between them, not hostile, just honest in the way silences are when neither person has the thing that would actually end the conversation. Eraser exhales. Quiet. And then, what happened to working alone, then? Izuku doesn't answer. The beat of that just sitting there between them. Then Kenji arrives at his shoulder. Not rushing. Unhurried, warm, the easy movement of someone who has simply finished what he was doing and come back. His hand lands on Izuku's shoulder the way it always does, settled, certain, like it belongs there. He doesn't look at Eraser, keeping his back towards him. Doesn't engage with whatever was just said or the silence still hanging over it. Ambulance is on its way for the civilian, he says, and his voice is easy and practical and completely ordinary. We need to get your side looked at. Let's go. And Izuku goes. Because Kenji is there and the team is right there and something in his side is broken and the compound is warm. Because Eraser is words in the dark and a pattern that doesn't add up and nothing concrete, nothing he can hold, nothing that counts. So he goes. Eraser doesn't stop them. Izuku is aware of it, the deliberate stillness, the absence of an outstretched hand or another word, and he is aware, without looking back, that Eraser is watching him leave. Making sure Izuku knows he's letting him. Izuku doesn't look back. The team moves together for half a block before it splits, Michi peeling off first, then Shinobi, then Nagi, quiet and efficient, no ceremony to it. Just people who know where they're going. Izuku watches them go. Where are they headed? Finishing the route, Kenji says. Windows still open for another 40 minutes. If the glitch left any trail before it reset, we want it. He glances at Izuku. They're fine. You're not. Izuku doesn't argue with that. What's left is three of them, Kenji, Rin, Izuku, and the walk back is quiet in the way that things are quiet after something that didn't resolve the way it was supposed to. Not uncomfortable. Just honest. The city does what it always does at this hour, thins out and goes still, and there. Footsteps are the loudest thing on the block. Plus, the compound is warm when they get back. Aya is out of her chair before the door fully opens, rolling it halfway across the room before abandoning it entirely and covering the rest of the distance on foot. She takes one look at the arm Izuku has braced against his side and her expression does something that is trying very hard not to be alarmed. Sit, she says, and it comes out more like a directive than a suggestion. Izuku sits. Taro has already disappeared into the kitchen without a word. The sounds that follow, cabinet, refrigerator, the particular clatter of someone moving with purpose, are not the sounds of someone asking permission. Hiro is on the couch with his tablet, doesn't look up, says, "You look like you got hit by a building." Vibration quirk, Izuku says. Same thing. Rin reaches for the medical kit. Kenji's voice cuts across the room before she can open it. Sit down. She looks at him. You took a direct hit. Even, unhurried. Not a suggestion. Sit. A beat. Her jaw tightens in the way it does when she's deciding whether to argue, and then the decision goes the other way, which means she feels it more than she's letting on. She lowers herself into the chair beside Izuku, slower than she'd like. Kenji pulls the kit toward himself and opens it. He checks Rin first, hands careful and efficient, no commentary, just the work. Whatever she says when he presses along her side comes out quiet enough that only he hears it. She sits still for the wrapping, which costs her something, and he doesn't make anything of it. Then he moves to Izuku. The adrenaline has burned off enough that Izuku doesn't bother holding himself together. He just lets Kenji work, careful hands, no wasted movement, and breathes through his teeth when the assessment finds what it's looking for. 2, maybe 3, Kenji says. Cracked. Kenji wraps Izuku's ribs without saying anything else, working in silence. Aya has pulled her chair close without anyone asking her to, near enough to be present, far enough not to crowd. For once she doesn't fill the silence with anything. She just stays. Taro comes back from the kitchen with a bowl and sets it in front of Izuku without ceremony. Rice, something on top of it, still warm. He doesn't explain where it came from or when he made it. He just puts it there and stands back with the specific expression of someone who will absolutely notice if it goes untouched. Izuku smiles his thanks. At some point Izuku gets up and takes his gear to his room. His room. It still registers as a small, quiet thing every time, the way the word sits without resistance now, without the instinct to correct it. He sets his goggles on the desk and unbuckles the dagger belt and folds the armor with the automatic care of someone who will need it again soon. His hands find the small phone at the bottom of the bag, the one Nizu gave him, what feels like years ago now, and he holds it for a moment. Then he opens the bedside table drawer and puts it inside and closes it. He pulls on a clean shirt, careful with his left side, lies down, and sleeps. Plus, he wakes to the artificial light coming in warm and low through the gap in the curtains, the particular quality of it that means most of the day is already gone. His side tells him immediately that it remembers everything from last night. He lies there for a moment taking inventory, and then gets up. The main room has shifted in the way rooms do after a long day of people drifting in and out of them. The medical kit put away, the table cleared, the couch rearranged by whoever sat on it last. The overhead lights are off. The room runs on lamplight and the glow of a single monitor Hiro has left on. Aya is at the table with her feet tucked under her, reading something on her tablet that is probably not work-related based on the expression on her face. She looks up. You slept 14 hours. I know. Kenji said to let you. Izuku pulls out the chair across from her and sits. His ribs register the movement and he breathes through it and they settle. He can hear voices from the direction of the kitchen, Taro's low and even, Shinobi's quieter response, and then Michi's, shorter than both. The particular sound of people moving around each other in a small space without friction. A few minutes later Taro appears carrying plates, sets one in front of Izuku without ceremony and one at Aya's elbow before going back for more. Shinobi follows with the rest, distributing them with the quiet efficiency of someone who has done this before, and pulls a chair out for himself at the far end of the table. Michi takes the seat beside him without comment, already reaching for their fork. Hiro unfolds himself from the couch and drops into the remaining chair without being invited, which is the closest Hiro gets to expressing that he wants to be somewhere. Nagi comes in last, still moving carefully, the particular deliberateness of someone whose body is filing complaints, and takes the seat at the corner without making anything of it. They don't acknowledge Izuku. Izuku doesn't acknowledge them. It isn't unfriendly. It's just the specific neutral they've landed on, which is better than what it was 12 hours ago. Rin settles into the chair beside Izuku, slower than usual, and doesn't say anything about why. He doesn't say anything either. Kenji comes in from the hallway and takes the last seat at the head of the table, not like he's claiming it, just like it's where he goes. He looks around the table once, brief and unhurried, the way he looks at things he's already satisfied with. Let's eat, he says, smile large. And so, they eat. Nobody says anything significant for a while. The food is good. Taro doesn't do things halfway, and the room has the low settled quality of people who have been through something together and come out the other side of it and don't need to talk about it right now. Aya says something about the migration data. Taro responds. Hiro makes a dry comment and Shinobi snorts once, quiet, and goes back to eating. Michi reaches across the table for the extra portion without asking, and Nagi moves it toward them without being asked. Kenji says something to Rin in a low voice and she responds without looking up from her plate, and he laughs short, genuine. Aya hears it and demands to know what was said, and he refuses to tell her, and she turns to Rin, who ignores her completely, and Aya makes a noise of profound offense that makes Shinobi snort again. Izuku eats and his side aches and the room moves around him, warm and easy and ordinary. It doesn't feel like a safe house. It doesn't feel like a base of operations. It feels like something he doesn't have a practiced word for, something that fits around him without asking him to be smaller or quieter or more useful than he is right now, sitting here with wrapped ribs and a mostly empty plate while the people around him argue about whether Aya gets to know the joke. He stays. And when the plates are cleared and the conversation drifts and Aya falls asleep in her chair with her tablet on her chest, he's still there. Nobody asks him to leave. Nobody looks at him like they're waiting for him to. For the first time in a long time, he doesn't want to go anywhere. Izuku wakes up to artificial sunlight pouring into his room. He groans as he sits up, ribs making their displeasure known with every shift of his weight, mostly healed after a few weeks, but not quite ready to let him forget about it. He takes a deep breath in, swings his legs over the side of the bed, and breathes out. He stares at his feet before he slips them into his slippers, and heads to the bathroom to get ready for the day. His bathroom is stocked with everything he needs: soap, shampoo, the rest of it all brought over from his old apartment. Moving in had taken longer than it should have, mostly because Aya and Taro had spent half the time making fun of the size of his old place, insisting he could have upgraded months ago on his analysis income alone. He'd told them he wasn't going to spend what he didn't have to. The room here was about the same size anyway, if not a little bigger, and the kitchen was a genuine upgrade, so he had no complaints. Kenji was having him pay for utilities, though, but it didn't bother him. It was still less than his monthly, so really, he was saving money at this point. He wasn't the only one living in the compound either, which had taken some getting used to. Michi and Nagi both lived there alongside Kenji, the rest of the team keeping their own places elsewhere. He rarely saw Michi. They kept mostly to their room, tinkering with their knives, practicing throws, running errands for Kenji during the day. Nagi, though, he saw every morning without fail, the man always heading out of the kitchen just as Izuku was heading in. He never brought up the last op. Never said "I told you so" about the glitch moving north instead of east. Izuku didn't know if Kenji had said something to him, or if Nagi just didn't want the fight, but either way, he was grateful. He steps out of the bathroom with his hair still dripping, throws on something comfortable, and grabs his phone. Not the one Nizu had given him, Kenji's. Loaded with contacts, meant for emergencies on patrol or just in general. He'd started texting Aya and Taro throughout the day, more so Aya, who sent him memes and random videos at all hours. He'd woken up to over 50 messages from her more than once, a running stream of things she'd found funny during her night shift. He'd also gotten a better picture of how Equinox ran its schedule since moving in. Aya and Taro covered Friday and Saturday nights, Hiro and Kenji splitting the rest. Aya and Taro still had school Monday through Friday, which Izuku kept forgetting. Michi and Nagi handled the day shifts, the two of them essentially working directly under Kenji full-time. Rin worked days as an EMT, which hadn't surprised him much given what her quirk was. Shinobi covered afternoons into early evenings and weekends. Still in school, Izuku had learned. The boy was only a few years older than him, enrolled in one of the local high schools. And Kenji just worked. Forever on call, he joked once. Izuku had laughed, but later wondered if the man ever sleep. He got his answer, though, when he had found him asleep at his desk a week later when he'd gone to ask him something. He'd let him sleep. Leaving his room and heading towards the kitchen, he knew something was off when he doesn't pass Nagi on the way in like he usually does, but pushes aside the thought as he fills his plate rice and eggs. The compromise reached after Aya and Kenji discovered he didn't really like salmon and had a preference for something closer to an American breakfast. Pours himself a coffee, and heads to the command room. He likes eating there, keeping company to whoever's around that morning. What he doesn't expect is everyone being around. Or just about, anyway. Aya, Hiro, and Taro are already there, which is normal for a Saturday. Kenji, Rin, and Nagi less so. Zoo. Good morning. Aya waves him over before he's fully through the door. We got a hit on some trigger deals last night, Kenji says, by way of explanation. Thought it best to start planning now if we want to move tonight. Izuku sits down with a groan, and Kenji laughs. Though it seems you might not be up for it. I'm fine. He waves him off, taking a bite of egg. Ribs are just a little sore. Nothing good stretch won't fix. He chews, then, who made the eggs? They're actually good this time. Aya makes an offended sound. Izuku keeps his expression perfectly neutral. That was one time. It was a lot of salt, Aya. Taro chimes in, lips twitching upward. Rin pats the top of her head while she sputters. Kenji's mouth twitches. It was all Nagi today, he says, nodding toward the man. Nagi looks immediately uncomfortable as everyone's attention shifts to him, red creeping up to the tips of his ears. It's just scrambled eggs, he mutters. Great scrambled eggs, Izuku says. Better than Aya's, at least. The pen bounces off his shoulder. He grins. Anyway, Aya says pointedly, pulling the conversation back. We may have identified a major trigger dealer. Dealers, Hiro corrects, pulling up two images side by side. Hata Jiro and Hata Ichiro. Twin brothers, operating out of Narahata. We believe the building fire we responded to months ago was actually a disguised warehouse. They've been spotted living in tents near the site since it burned. Police have brought them in a few times over the last year or so, but nothing concrete ever stuck, so they kept walking. Recently, they opened a cafe called Hopper's Cafe. It's a cat cafe. Izuku stares. A cat cafe. Run by trigger dealers. Izuku almost laughs at the simplicity of it. The cats are very cute, Aya says immediately, pulling up the reviews. Look at them. Wait, is that? Hiro nods before Izuku finishes the sentence. Erase her head. He's a regular. Uses it as a meet point. Unknowns, sometimes the police chief, Tsukachi Naomesa. Does he know the owners are dealers? Rin asks. Almost certainly. He's the one who brought them in. Though, he may also be using them as contacts. Izuku sets down his fork. So a hero knows who the dealers are and just doesn't do anything about it. They may have stopped, Aya says. I think these two are former dealers, not active ones. Then why go after them? Izuku asks. Because they might know who is active, Kenji says. And because we want to know why Eraser's been sitting on it. When do we leave? Tonight, sundown. The cafe's quieter in the evenings, fewer eyes on us going in. Kenji stands. Until then, prepare and gather what you can. Izuku a word. He's already moving toward the door. Izuku glances sideways. Rin has already reached over and taken his plate. Go ahead, kid. Izuku thanks her, then follows Kenji, the man leading them back down the hall to his office. I want you taking the lead again tonight, Kenji says, settling behind his desk. Izuku opens his mouth. Before you argue, you did well last time. You adapted to changes in information quickly. I would have stepped in if I thought you were struggling, but you weren't. We came out with everyone intact and with more than we went in with. He folds his hands. You just need some more practice, and it's best done with low-stakes missions like this, so I want you leading again. Izuku sits with a sigh, slumping in the chair, and gives Kenji a short nod in confirmation. I also want to know how your quirk practice is going. Have you found much more out about it? Izuku straightens, brightening despite himself. It's more active at night. Deep sleep, specifically. He pauses, trying to find the right words. Though he journaled about his quirk every morning, practicing the most he could at night, it was hard to actually put it into words that made sense to someone else, other than him. When I'm restless, it's like trying to tune a radio that won't settle. Lots of noise, nothing clear. But when I enter deep sleep, or maybe even REM, it opens up. Things become clear and I'm able to manipulate the scene that appears easier. Kenji watches him with quiet attention, curious. I've been practicing in my own dreams first. Trying to figure out what I can move, what I can change, what pushes back. He flexes his fingers absently. It's not like controlling a simulation. More like moving water. I can redirect it, but it has its own weight. And if I push too hard, it shoves back. And outside your own? Kenji asks. Izuku's expression shifts, not quite uncomfortable, but careful. Just the one time, early on, before I really understood what it was. His mind flashes to the papers, the scared hands, and then it disappears. It wasn't clear like mine are, but I think it was because the person was dozing, so the space didn't really fully exist, so it was harder to control. I've stayed in my own since. Until I understand how to control the scenes better, I'm not going back into someone else's. Kenji is quiet for a moment. Have you named it? Dreamwalking. He says, proud. I think that's what it is. It's what it feels like, anyway. Kenji nods. I think it's a great name, kid. Kenji leans back slightly. Though, you said you don't want to go back into anyone else's until you're better at controlling it, but wouldn't you get better faster if you practiced on someone else? Izuku considers that. I mean, yeah, probably. But I don't exactly have anyone volunteering at night. How about me? Izuku stares at him. After this next mission, Kenji continues, unhurried, like he's suggesting something as simple as a sparring session. We set a night aside. You practice on me. See what you can actually do with it when you're not working in your own head. Are you sure? Izuku asks, hesitant. I'd be going into your mind, Kenji. Seeing what you dream about. That's. He trails off, not quite sure how to finish it. Personal feels like an understatement. But Kenji only smiles, already decided. I'm sure. I trust you, Izuku. He waves a hand toward the door. We'll plan the details later. For now, go do what you need to do before tonight. Get stretched out, check your gear. Make sure not to cut your finger sharpening your knives again, yeah? He says, winking. Izuku nods, standing. Yeah. Okay. He's halfway down the hall before he realizes he's still thinking about it. I trust you. It loops without his permission, Kenji's voice, easy and certain. Izuku doesn't know why it sits so strangely. People had trusted him before. The field team trusted him with their safety on the last mission. That was different, though. That was operational. This was something else. This was Kenji handing him the key to somewhere private. And saying go ahead. He rolls his shoulder and forces his focus forward. Tonight first. Everything else after. Plus, the cafe is warm. That's the first thing Izuku notices when they push through the door, the smell of coffee and something sweet baking in the back, soft lighting that makes the whole space feel amber and slow, and approximately 7 cats distributed across every available surface like they own the place, which, Izuku suspects, they do. The second thing he notices is that it's genuinely charming. The space is small but lived in, mismatched wooden chairs, little ceramic dishes on each table with cat illustrations painted on them, a chalkboard menu covered in slightly lopsided handwriting, plants hanging from the ceiling beams in terracotta pots. Photos of cats line the wall behind the counter, some framed, some just pinned up, all of them clearly regulars. A fat tabby is asleep on a window seat, completely unbothered by the world. The glass pastry case near the register is mostly empty at this hour, save for a few croissants and what looks like a slice of matcha cake. The place is, other than the cats, empty. A man behind the counter looks up when the group files in and then keeps looking, expression cycling through welcome and then wait and then something that lands unmistakably in the neighborhood of oh, not this again. He leans sideways. Jiro. A second man emerges from the back, wiping his hands on a dish towel, and takes one look at the group standing in his cafe, masked, geared, taking up most of the doorway, crowding into a space clearly designed for a quieter Saturday evening, and his face does the exact same thing his brothers just did. Not fear. Not alarm. Just irritation. Izuku feels the confusion ripple through the group behind him, not blaming them as the same emotion went through him. We're closing soon, Jiro says, pleasantly enough, setting down whatever he'd been holding. But you're welcome to order whatever you'd like. Nobody moves. Ichiro finishes wiping his hands and folds the dish towel over the counter. Studies them. You're not here for the cats, are you? Not particularly, Izuku says, some humor finding its way into his voice. A pause. A cat drops from a shelf, the large orange one, and immediately begins winding around Nagi's ankles with complete confidence. Nagi looks down at it. Back up. Says nothing. You're vigilantes, Ichiro says. Yes. A long exhale through his nose. Right. He looks at his brother. His brother looks at him. The look says of course. Are you going to threaten you? No, Izuku says. Destroy anything? No. Izuku exchanges a glance with Kenji, the man also apparently trying to hold back a laugh as well. Jiro gestures vaguely at the space around him. Scare the cats? Izuku glances back. Aya has already moved past him entirely and is now crouched 3 feet away from a small tortoiseshell, hand extended, making soft PS noises under her breath. She said she's coming, whether we like it or not, Izuku had told Kenji later that night, when Aya had appeared at the gear check with her full kit on and her eyes bright, because she wants to pet the cats. Kenji had looked at him for a long moment and then said, well, it is an intelligence-gathering mission, in the tone of a man choosing his battles. Aya had beamed. She currently has the tortoiseshell in her lap and is feeding it small pieces of cat treats she had brought along. Definitely not, he says. Ichiro pinches the bridge of his nose. Behind Izuku, he can feel the group's collective confusion deepening. This was not the energy anyone had prepared for. These men were not afraid of them. They were, if anything, mildly put out, in the way of people who had a very specific kind of evening planned and were now being asked to revise it. Do you want anything? Jiro asks, gesturing at the counter with the resignation of a man who has decided to simply continue being a cafe owner. Coffee? We've got a few pastries left. Another beat of silence. I wouldn't mind an espresso, Nagi pipes up. Everyone turns to look at him. He crosses his arms, shrugging. What? They offered. Rin, to her credit, recovers first. Tea, please. Whatever you have. And then, because apparently they were doing this, everyone chimed in. Soon, they were sitting at 3 tables pushed together, drinks and small plates distributed across the surface with the casual ease. Michi had gotten the last slice of matcha cake after a brief and silent standoff with Shinobi over the pastry case that ended only when Jiro pointed at Michi and said first come, first served with the authority of a man who had refereed worse disputes. Shinobi accepted this with the long-suffering dignity of someone who was used to losing. The orange cat had relocated from Nagi's ankles to the table itself, where it sat beside his espresso like a very small, very judgmental sommelier. Nagi did not move it. Aya still had the tortoiseshell. A third cat, sleek, black, with an air of supreme indifference, had appeared from somewhere and settled in the center of the table like it was chairing the meeting. Jiro looks at all of them, then at his brother. Ichiro looks back with an expression that says I know. So, Jiro says, folding his hands around his mug. What do you want? Izuku sets down his coffee. You two are trigger dealers. Were, they say, in perfect unison. A beat. Past tense, Jiro adds, firmly. Very past tense. We've been out for months, Ichiro says, factually. The cafe's legitimate. It has been since we opened. And we weren't dealing that. Jiro makes a vague gesture with one hand, the villain stuff. Not with the uppers. Ours were low grade. He pauses, clearly selecting his next words with some care. Hair loss. General wellness, Erptal DSFNCTN. Silence settles around the table. The black cat blinks slowly. Mostly, Ichiro adds sheepishly. Hair loss was a solid 30% of the market. Jiro says, with the quiet dignity of a man who had fully made peace with his professional history. People are very stressed. It shows up in the scalp. Izuku could feel Aya trying extremely hard not to laugh beside him. Taro was looking very intently at his tea. Even Rin, who had the best poker face of any of them, was fighting the twitching of corners of her mouth. We're not here about that, Izuku says. Both brothers visibly relax. The orange cat sniffs Nagi's espresso with great seriousness. We're here about the other kind, Izuku continues, keeping his voice even. The instant villain vials. What do you know? The brothers exchange a look, slower. A small conversation happens between them before agreeing on something. We never touched them, Ichiro says. The villain vials. That wasn't us. But we were approached, Jiro adds. One of the dealers, Mario, came to us about a year and a half ago. Wanted us to distribute them, said we already had the network, already had the contacts, that it would be easy money. His mouth presses into a thin line. We said no. Why? Rin asks. Because he showed us what they did first. Ichiro's voice is even, but his hands tighten around his mug. Said it was a sales pitch. Wanted us to see the product. A pause. We saw it. He didn't elaborate. Nobody asked him to. After our warehouse got destroyed, we got an insurance payout, Jiro says. So, we opened the cafe. That was it. He glances at the counter, at the chalkboard menu, the cat photos pinned to the wall. Something in his expression that wasn't quite pride but was adjacent to it. We were done. The instant villain vials have uppers in them, Ichiro chimes in. Not the standard stimulant, something synthesized, something that didn't just amplify the quirk but reached further than that, down into the body's feedback systems, the parts that were supposed to say stop, enough, you're going to break something. Pain response. Fatigue signals. Self-preservation. All of it went quiet. What was left was pure output, aggression and force with no ceiling and no brakes. That's why they don't stop when you hit them, Jiro says, hands wrapped around his mug, voice lower now. The easy irritation from earlier had settled into something more careful. It's not that they can't feel it. It's that the signal never goes anywhere. Izuku nods slowly. And the man moving them? Ichiro's jaw tightens. Mario Kagetsu. His face twists as if he had just eaten a lemon. He's the one distributing the villain vials, at least in this district. We don't know where he sources them. Nobody we ever talked to did either. Everything runs through drops, coded contacts, dead ends. We were never close enough to the operation to find out more. He shakes his head. The man doesn't have a face, as far as we could tell. Nobody's met him in person and been able to say so clearly. Not after they used the trigger he dealt them. Izuku looks at both of them for a moment, then nods. Thank you. He means it, which still surprised him a little. He pushes back from the table and the group begins to move. Drinks finished, plates cleared. Aya reluctantly detaches the tortoiseshell from her lap with the expression of someone leaving a dear friend at an airport. The tortoiseshell makes a small sound of protest. Sorry, Aya whispers. I'll come back. Please don't, Jiro says, without any real heat behind it, collecting cups, back in closing mode, but he paused as Nagi passes. The espresso, it was all right? Nagi stops. It was good, he says, after a moment. The tips of his ears were faintly pink. Good beans. Jiro nods, satisfied. Try the croissants next time, Ichiro calls from somewhere in the back. We bake them fresh in the morning. Hopefully there is no next time, Izuku calls out as he leaves, the door chiming in his wake. Plus. They arrive back at the compound not much later, the easy energy of the cafe bleeding out somewhere on the walk home, replaced by the familiar hum of the command room and the blue glow of hero screens. Jiro and Ichiro were right, Taro says, pulling up what little they have blurry stills from back alley camera angles, a figure always half-turned, always with his head angled just enough. Never a full face. Never anything clean. Mario Kagetsu is a ghost. We've got partials, maybe a jawline here, the side of a nose there, but nothing the system can lock onto with any confidence. He pulls up the best of the stills and it's still bad. Gray jacket, medium build, a smear where a face should be. We've flagged it across all of Narahata's camera network. Anywhere a partial match shows up, we'll get a ping. So we wait? Kenji asks with the disgruntled tone of someone who already knew the answer. We wait, Taro confirms. Nobody loves the answer, but nobody argues with it either. Izuku leans back in his chair and stares at the frozen frame on the screen. The angle is bad, the resolution worse, and yet something about the way the figure carries himself, deliberate, unhurried, like a man who has never once been worried about being caught, makes his jaw tighten. Try to get some rest, Kenji says, reading the room. If the system flags something tonight, we move. Until then, there's nothing to do but wait for him to show his face. Plus, he shows his face 3 hours later. The ping comes through at 1:30 in the morning, not one flag, but a cascade of them, the system catching a partial here and a partial there and triangulating them into something useful. A direction. A destination. A street in a quieter stretch of Narahata where a figure in a gray jacket is moving with purpose. They're out the door in 9 minutes. Plus, Izuku finds his position on a rooftop overlooking the alley below, Vane already running thermals on the 5 figures standing in the narrow space between buildings. Mario Kagetsu, unmistakably the man from the footage, same jacket, same unhurried posture, stands at the center of the group, talking. Easy, relaxed. 3 others clustered close, heads bent toward him. And then the 5th, standing slightly apart, tall, pale, coat sitting wrong at the shoulders, too still. Vane. Facial recognition on all 5. Running. Below, Mario is talking with his hands, unhurried, like a man with nowhere to be. The three nearest to him are listening. One of them shifts their weight. Another nods. Match is confirmed on 3 figures, Vayne reports quietly in his ear. Figure 1 Daichi Mori, 26, registered quirk, ironclad. Full body surface hardening, impact resistance rated at approximately 3 tons of force. No active criminal record, 2 prior arrests, charges dropped. A pause as the data scrolls. Figure 2 Senayura, 31, registered quirk, slingshot. Stores kinetic energy from impacts and releases it as directed force. 1 prior arrest, released. Another pause. Figure 3 Gotorinji, 19, registered quirk, pressurize. Generates localized pressure fields in a 2-meter radius, capable of compressing or repelling matter. No prior record. And the other 2? Izuku murmurs. No match on figure 4 or figure 5. Neither appears in any registered database. Izuku's eyes move to Mario. Then to the tall pale man standing at the edge of the group. Figure 4 Vayne continues, unregistered. Anomalous thermal signature. Core temperature below baseline by approximately 4 degrees. Quirk status, active. Nature unknown. A beat. Figure 5 unregistered. No anomalous readings. He's running this, Kenji says quietly over comms, but Izuku can hear him fine, as the man was crouched next to him. I know. Izuku watches Mario gesture to the 3, whatever point he's making nearly finished now. Nearly done. Everyone hold. Mario stops talking. He goes very still. Then, slowly, with the unhurried ease of a man who has nothing to prove and nowhere to be, he tilts his head up. And looks directly at the rooftop where Izuku and Kenji are crouched, but makes direct eye contact with Izuku. The smile that crosses his face is small. Patient. The smile of someone who clocked them the moment they arrived and has simply been waiting to see what they would do about it. He turns back to the 3 without breaking the smile and says something, and the 3 reach into their jackets. Izuku panics. Go, now. The needles go in before Izuku can finish. All 3, simultaneously, practiced, like they've done this before. Mario turns on his heel and runs. Michi. Flat, immediate. Go. Michi drops from the adjacent rooftop without a sound and hits the alley at a dead sprint, already closing the gap. The 3 figures below have stopped moving. Standing very still, heads down, the trigger already working through them, and then Daichi's head comes up first, eyes flooded black, and the concrete beneath his feet begins to fracture from the pressure of ironclad activating at full output before he's taken a single step. Everyone else on the 3 and the tall one. Izuku is already moving. Now. They hit the ground running. The 3 hosts move to intercept immediately, placing themselves between the group and the tall pale man at the back of the alley. Protecting him. Whatever Mario told them before he ran, it must have included that. The man doesn't move. Just watches from behind his wall of trigger-flooded bodies with his hands in his pockets and his coat angled oddly around him. Aya, Izuku says into comms, already reading the spread. I need live biosigns on all 3. Running, Aya says immediately from the compound. Daichi's hardening is at full surface activation output is unsustainable long-term, but he's got runway. Senna is building charge, she's maybe 30 seconds from a release cycle. Goto's pressure field is expanding slowly, but expanding. And Izuku, a pause, all 3 have flatline pain response. They won't know when they're losing. Understood. He scans the alley. 3 against 5, but the 3 don't feel pain, don't tire the way a person should, and the trigger is doing the work of adrenaline and instinct both. A straight fight burns them out faster but risks someone getting badly hurt in the process. The smarter play is movement. Make the trigger work against them. We're waiting them out, he says to the group. Don't try to end it fast. Control the space, keep them moving, minimize contact. We let the quirks burn themselves out. He pauses. Aya, flag me the moment any of their outputs start dropping. On it. Daichi comes first, which Izuku expected. Ironclad is the most aggressive quirk of the 3, all surface and impact, nothing subtle about it. He goes for Kenji, which Izuku also expected, biggest target in the alley. Kenji ducks quickly as Daichi's fist connects with the alley wall and takes a chunk of brick out cleanly. Kenji, Rin, keep him turning, Izuku says. Don't let him plant his feet, he builds force when he's stationary. Kenji and Rin fall into a loose orbit around Daichi, never engaging directly, just making him pivot and swing and pivot again, the hardened surface of him working at full output with nothing to show for it. Every swing that misses is the quirk spending itself on air. Every step Daichi takes to reorient is the trigger burning a little hotter. Shinobi, Izuku says. Go to. Keep him contained, the pressure field can't expand if he's moving. Don't get inside the radius, just make him track you. Shinobi doesn't reply, but Izuku knows he heard him as he flickers in and out of the alley's cracks and gaps, never in the same place twice. Go to turns, and the field pulses outward with each moment of stillness and then has to reorient when Shinobi moves again, the quirk working harder than it needs to for no reason. That leaves Senna. Nagi, Izuku says. Senna, she's building to a release. 30 seconds, maybe less. She needs a target. And I'm the target, Nagi says flatly. You're the fastest read in the group and you're not close enough to either of the others to catch collateral. Yes. You're the target. A beat. Don't get hit. A pause. Helpful. Nagi moves into Senna's sightline, stun device raised but not fired, bait, not weapon, just a thing for her to track. Senna's head swings toward him with that awful glassy focus and her hands come up, trembling with stored force. Aya, Izuku says quietly. Release cycle, call it. 10 seconds, Aya says. 8. 7. Izuku watches Nagi's feet. Watches the angle of Senna's shoulders, the way the trembling peaks. Nagi. 2 steps right. Nagi steps right. Senna releases. The shockwave screams down the alley where Nagi was standing and hits the far wall, cracking the wall with a 6-foot radius. Charge is empty, Aya confirms. She needs 40 seconds to rebuild at this output rate. Nagi, stay close. Same play on the next cycle. You're going to do that to me 4 more times, aren't you? Nagi says. Probably 6, Izuku says, a brief smile crossing his face as Nagi groans, but doesn't argue. It goes like that for 4 minutes. Not clean, not comfortable. Daichi lands a glancing blow on Kenji's shoulder at minute 2 that Kenji shakes off without comment, but that Vayne flags immediately, and Goto's field catches Shinobi badly enough on the 3rd rotation that he compresses instinctively and comes out of the wall wrong, shaking out his arm. But nobody goes down. Nobody gets inside the radius. Senna's release cycles are getting slower, the charge taking longer to build, the trigger burning through whatever reserve she started with. Daichi's hardening is flickering, Aya reports. Output is dropping at the joints, knees, elbows. How long? At this rate? 2 minutes before it starts failing in sections. Goto? Field's narrowing. He's compensating, but it's costing him. Senna? She's down to about 60% charge on release. Still dangerous, but she's fading. Izuku exhales. They were close. Another 2 minutes and the trigger would do the work for them, burn the 3 of them down to nothing, and nobody would have had to take a hit that mattered. Then the cloaked man moves. It's subtle. Izuku almost misses it, a slight shift of weight, a change in the angle of his head. The detached interest sharpening into something more deliberate. He's watching Daichi as he releases one long, controlled breath, and the air around him shifts, visible for just a second, heat shimmer, something dispersing outward from him in a slow, quiet wave. No, the sound leaves Izuku, quiet enough that it's like he never even said it in the first place. It finds Daichi, stopping the man mid-pivot. He's wait. A pause. His output is spiking. That's not Izuku, his hardening is surging, it was dropping and now it's going past what it was at the start, that doesn't make. Then the hardening surges full surface, every inch, flooding back harder and brighter than it had been at any point tonight, far past what the quirk was designed to hold, the gray density of it going almost luminous under the alley lights. The concrete beneath his feet cracks outward in a starburst. His joints groan audibly. His hands curl into fists at his sides with a sound like grinding stone. Vayne, Izuku says, very quietly. Quirk output exceeding sustainable threshold, Vayne reports, level and quiet. Projected internal tissue damage in 90 seconds at current expenditure rate. Cardiac event risk significantly elevated. A pause. It's going to kill him, Aya says quietly, fear evident in her voice. Daichi turns toward Kenji with that wide, empty smile and the hardening so bright it looks painful, and nothing behind his eyes that knows it should hurt, that knows it should stop, that knows anything at all. Get back, Izuku says, voice laced with fear. Everyone back. Kenji, Rin, move. What's happening? Kenji's voice, sharp, already stepping back. The glitch is overburning his quirk. It doesn't care what it costs the host. Izuku is running the numbers before he finishes the sentence. 90 seconds. Less, maybe, because Vayne is working from projections and Daichi's output is still climbing. No pain response, no self-preservation instinct, no signal going anywhere that matters. The trigger has him wide open and the glitch has its foot on the accelerator and Daichi has no idea he's dying. I need to force it out of him. How? Rin asks. Same way as last time. He looks at her. Disrupt the surface, give me a gap, half a second. The hardening is brighter than it was. I know. He's already moving, positioning himself. Shinobi. Can you get underneath him? A pause. Ground's cracked. There's space. If I give you the opening. I'm ready. Nagi. Izuku glances sideways. Stun device. Maximum output, on the ground between Daichi and the cloaked figure. I need his attention forward for 2 seconds. Nagi looks at the stun device. At Daichi. Back at Izuku. 2 seconds, Izuku says, nodding. Nagi fires. The arc hits the alley floor bright and loud and Daichi's head snaps toward it, the glitch orienting toward the disruption, pulling his attention forward. In that same moment, Shinobi moves. He compresses thin, slides up through the cracked concrete beneath Daichi's feet, and expands just enough to break his stance, not to strike him, just to destabilize, to give the hardening something to account for that it wasn't expecting from below. The quirk stutters. Izuku is through the gap before it closes. Inside the radius. Hand finding the pressure point at the back of Daichi's neck and the one at his jaw, the junctions where even full-body hardening can't reach without shutting down the nervous system it runs on, and he presses, hard, and holds. Daichi drops. The hardening dissolves all at once, like a pressure seal breaking, a sound like a held breath released, and then just a man on the concrete, breathing, alive, no idea how close he was to not. The glitch peels out of him. Izuku watches it happen, it lifting out like smoke when a window opens. Formless. Hovering. Vane's thermal display going strange at the edges, trying to resolve it. Then it moves toward the cloaked man. It's going back to him, Rin says. Let it, Izuku says. Nobody moves. The glitch settles back into the man, and for the first time all night looks something other than composed. A tightness at the jaw. His eyes find Izuku across the alley and something shifts in them. Not fear exactly. Reassessment. The expression of a man who expected one outcome and didn't assess any other probabilities. The 2 remaining hosts are fading. Senna already down on her knees, charge depleted, the trigger burning its last. Goto's field collapsed to barely a meter, the man swaying on his feet. Goto, Izuku says. Rin, Nagi, take him down clean. He's almost there. They move. Goto goes down in under 30 seconds, the field collapsing fully as the trigger finally runs dry, and the man crumples like something that's been held up by the drag alone, which is exactly what he was. Rin catches him. Sets him down. Checks his pulse and lets them know that he's still breathing. Senna is already unconscious on the alley floor, the last release cycle having taken everything she had left. Kenji, Izuku says. On it, Kenji says, and closes the distance. The man watches him come. Doesn't run, doesn't posture, doesn't reach for anything. Just stands with his hands still at his sides and watches Kenji cross the alley toward him with the same detached patience he's had all night, except that it's thinner now. Izuku can see it from here, the composure working harder than it was an hour ago. Kenji doesn't slow down. He closes the last few feet fast and gets a hand on his collar before the man can exhale, before he can pull in the breath that would let him use the quirk, thumb pressing up under his jaw to keep his mouth shut, and the man's eyes go wide for just a moment, the first unguarded thing he's done all night. Don't, Kenji says simply. He goes still. Kenji holds him there for a beat, just long enough to make the point, then pulls him forward and turns him, wrist twisted up behind his back, and looks at Izuku over his shoulder. Izuku tosses him a zip tie without being asked. The glitch, Izuku says, stepping closer. How long have you been using it? The man says nothing. How many people? Nothing. Where does Mario source the trigger? A pause. Something moves behind the man's eyes. Lawyer, he says. Kenji makes a quiet sound that isn't quite a laugh. Then he shoves the man hard into the alley wall, one forearm across his chest, and the knife is just there pressed flat against the side of his neck, easy and unhurried, like Kenji has done this so many times the motion has become boring to him. The man goes very still. You don't get a lawyer, Kenji says, quietly. Not with us. He lets that sit for a moment, letting the man feel the weight of what that means. It would be in your best interest to answer our questions. He presses the knife closer, a small cut forming along the man's neck. Izuku watches from a step back. He doesn't intervene. He also doesn't look away. What's your name? Izuku asks. Akuji, he says with a wheeze. Kenji lets up just enough to let him breathe. I don't know where he sources it, he says after a few breaths, voice still strained. Mario doesn't tell anyone that. It's how he stays, necessary. Then what do you know, Kenji says. Mario found me 2 years ago. Knew what my quirk was. Said he could use it. A pause. Said I could use it. That there were people who deserved what it did to them. The alley is quiet for a moment. Did you believe him? Rin asks from behind Izuku, her voice even. Akuji doesn't answer that. Kenji holds the knife a beat longer, reading Akuji's face with the patience of someone who knows the difference between a man still lying and a man who has run out of things to withhold. Then he steps back, folds the knife away, and punches him, knocking him unconscious. Izuku turns back to the alley. 3 unconscious hosts on the ground, alley quiet. Then, footsteps. Michi marches Mario Kagutsu down towards the group, the man zip-tied at the wrists. Though they have a small cut above their eyebrow, Mario's jacket is torn at the shoulder and he's slightly out of breath. Michi deposits him in front of Izuku like a cat bringing something home. Mario looks up. And despite the zip ties, despite the torn jacket, despite all of it, that small knowing smile crosses his face again. Smaller than before. But still there. The smile of a man who has lost a round and finds the scoreboard mildly interesting. Izuku looks back at him and says nothing. Good work, Kenji says, placing a hand briefly on his shoulder. All of you. Let's get them. I'll take him, actually, if you don't mind. The voice comes from the rooftop. Eraserhead jumps from the rooftop with practiced ease, capture weapon loose around his shoulders, goggles reflecting the alley lights. His eyes move across the scene. 3 unconscious hosts, Akuji zip-tied and unconscious on the ground, the team, and finally Mario on the ground, and his expression doesn't change, which, with Eraser, means nothing either way. Izuku stares at him. Seriously. Yes. We caught him, Izuku emphasizes. He gestures at the alley, at the unconscious bodies, at Michi standing there with a cut above their eyebrow. Do you even know? Do you even care? Izuku tries to form a full thought, but the anger makes it hard. Not particularly, Eraser says, voice neutral, which pisses Izuku off even more. You know what he's done. What he's been doing. The trigger, the glitch, the victims. I know, Eraser says. And he'll be processed. But not by you. His eyes settle on Izuku, flat and certain. I can't let a group of unlicensed vigilantes keep a suspect of multiple investigations. And, what? Trust that you'll release him back to us? Izuku doesn't let the implication land. He knows what Eraser is doing, drawing a line between them, making it clean, making it simple. You are the problem here, and he refuses to stand there and take it like it's true. You've done nothing, he says, voice quiet. You know who he is. You've known, and you've done nothing, and now we're expected to hand him to you gift-wrapped? Izuku takes a step forward. You want to stand there and talk to me about procedure? He takes another step forward, now an arm's length from Eraser. You've done nothing, he says. And if we hand him over to you, nothing will come out of it. What has any of this, the investigations, the takedowns, the correct and licensed and authorized way of doing things, what has any of it actually stopped? Because from where I'm standing the trigger is still moving, and those 3 people on the ground almost died tonight while you were. He gestures at the shadows where Eraser had been standing, watching. And what will you all do? Eraser says, not moving from his position. Especially when you're done or given up trying to get information out of him. His eyes are flat and steady. Tired, always tired. What's the plan after that? Drop him at the station with a bow on him? That's not a justice system. That's just cutting the line and calling it something else. That's not. It is, Eraser says, flat. Whatever you think you're doing out here, that's what it looks like from the outside. And the outside is what matters when he walks into a courtroom. He tilts his head slightly. Anything you got from him tonight is inadmissible. Anything you did to get it makes the case harder, not easier. So yes, I've been working this the slow way, because the slow way is the one that actually sticks. It hasn't stuck yet, Izuku says. No, Eraser says simply. It hasn't. The honesty of it lands strangely. Izuku hadn't expected that. It doesn't make him less angry, if anything it makes him angrier, because at least if Eraser was defensive about it there'd be somewhere to push. Instead he's just standing there, honest and immovable, and Izuku has nowhere to put any of it. He's going to walk, he says, and hates that his voice stays level. You know he's going to walk. He always walks. The police pick him up and somehow there's never enough to hold him and he's back out and people get hurt again, so forgive me if I'm not enthusiastic about handing him over to a system that has already failed everyone in this alley tonight. That's not your call to make, Eraser says, and his voice still hasn't risen. None of this is your call to make. You are not licensed. You are not authorized. And right now you are standing in an alley at 2 in the morning with a bound suspect, 3 unconscious civilians, and whoever that is, a glance at Akuji, and you are one bad decision away from making this significantly worse for yourself. He infected those people, Izuku says, jaw tight. He was going to let Daichi die. I know what he did. Then why? Blue and red light bleeds around the corner at the mouth of the alley. Sirens, close now. They were out of time. Eraser doesn't look toward the lights. He keeps his eyes on Izuku. Give him up willingly, he says, quiet and even. Or you get taken in with him. That's where we are. That is the only choice you get to make tonight. The alley goes very still. Izuku's hands are curled into fists at his sides. The cold thing in his chest has gotten hot somewhere in the last 2 minutes and he is aware, distantly, that he is not making entirely rational calculations right now. That the smart move is obvious, but he certainly doesn't like it. Not one bit. Rook, Kenji appears beside him, hand on his shoulder once again. His voice is quiet, steady. It's not worth it tonight. We got what we came for. A beat. Let's go. Izuku looks at Mario. Mario is still smiling. He looks back at Eraser, holds his gaze for a long moment, and then steps back. He doesn't say anything. There isn't anything to say that wouldn't make this worse and he knows that, and he hates knowing that almost as much as he hates the smile on Mario's face. He JRKS his head at the group and they move fluid and quiet, melting back into the shadows before the police lights round the corner. The last thing Izuku sees before they're gone is Eraser crouching down in front of Mario, one hand on his collar, goggles catching the red and blue. Mario is still smiling. Plus, the compound is warm when they get back. Izuku notices it the way he always does after a mission, the air inside hitting differently than the night air, the light steadier than alley shadows, the quiet hum of electronics replacing the sound of sirens fading behind them. He's still running, some part of him. The rest of him is exhausted. Somehow, though, Shinobi has the energy, and has been asking questions since they left. Because I was watching the whole time and I thought you were going to hold the original line, and then you didn't, and it worked, so what did you see? Because from my angle it looked like you'd already clocked the radius shift before Aya even called it. The pressure field was expanding northeast, Izuku says, on autopilot, the words coming out of whatever part of him is still running while the rest starts to quietly shut down. If we'd held the original line, Goto would have had the radius on Nagi's flank within 40 seconds. Right, but how did you? Shinobi. Kenji says, a smile evident in his tone. Let the poor boy breathe. Shinobi stops and looks at Izuku properly for the first time since they left the alley. Takes in whatever he sees there, the set of his shoulders, the slight delay behind his eyes, and has the grace to look mildly sheepish. Sorry, he says. Yeah. We can do this tomorrow. It's fine, Izuku says, because it is, because he'd wanted to. Answer, he just no longer has the processing power to do it the way it deserves. He drops into the nearest chair and accepts the cup Aya produces from somewhere without looking up. Shoulders, he says, before Shinobi can ask again. I watched her shoulders, not her hands. Hands are the end of the chain. Shinobi points at him. Tomorrow. All of this. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Izuku agrees, and closes his eyes for exactly 3 seconds before the debrief starts. Across the room, Michi drops into a chair and says something to Nagi, quiet and easy. He's already got something in motion. Izuku is mid-sentence with Aya about the dispersal pattern Vane had logged when it happens. He catches the shape of it, words, Michi's voice, that particular flatness but not the substance, the debrief already pulling his attention back. Plus, the debrief is short. Taro logs everything they have on Akuji and confirms that the police have Mario and Akuji both in custody as of 40 minutes ago. Nobody says anything about Eraser. Izuku doesn't bring it up. Afterward, the command room doesn't empty the way it usually does. People drift but don't leave, the particular gravity of a mission that ended without anyone getting seriously hurt keeping the group loosely together without anyone deciding to. Rin finds him at the table, still nursing the cup Aya had given him. She sits down across from him, which is unusual enough that he pays attention. When Daichi charged the second time, she says, without preamble. You moved left. He was tracking Kenji. He was tracking you, she says. You moved left and gave him an angle he didn't have before. If you'd moved right instead, you'd have put him between you and the wall and he'd have had nowhere to build momentum. She pauses. Like this, she shifts, demonstrating the movement with her hands, quick and efficient. You box the momentum before it exists instead of responding to it after. Right, he says. Yeah. I'll remember that. Rin nods once and stands. That's all. She crosses back to where Nagi is arguing with Michi about something that has apparently become very serious very quickly, and Izuku watches her go and feels the warmth of it settle somewhere without quite having a word for it. Plus, the argument between Michi and Nagi, it turns out, is about whether a thrown knife or a placed knife is more accurate at close range, which is the kind of question that only has an answer if you define your terms first, which neither of them is willing to do. They're different skills, Nagi says, for what sounds like the third time. Exactly, Michi says, which is why placed is more accurate. Controlled environment. Throwing is the controlled environment. Izuku. Nagi turns to him with the energy of a man who has found an impartial authority. Thrown or placed. Izuku opens his mouth. Don't, Shinobi says from across the room, not looking up. Izuku closes his mouth. He's right, Kenji says from the doorway, amused. That's a hill people have died on. I'm not answering that, Izuku says. Coward, Michi says, without heat. Strategically neutral, Izuku says, putting his hands up, and Rin makes a sound that might be a laugh from somewhere behind him, which he decides to count as a win. Shinobi has taken Michi's side by the time the argument reaches its third iteration, much to his earlier warning to Izuku. Rin takes Nagi's, less out of conviction and more out of the evident enjoyment of watching Michi's expression when she does. Kenji stays in the doorway with his arms folded and the look of a man who has seen this particular argument before and knows exactly how it ends. It ends, eventually, in a draw that satisfies nobody. Aya and Taro have migrated to their corner of the room somewhere in the middle of it, the particular corner they always end up in, the one with the good lamp and the small table that has accumulated both of their things over time. Taro has his tablet. Aya has her feet tucked under her and is saying something Izuku can't hear, and Taro responds without looking up from the screen, and she laughs at whatever he said, and he doesn't look up but the corner of his mouth moves. Izuku watches it for a second. Siblings, he thinks, before he can stop himself. He looks away before the thought can develop into something that requires more from him than he has left tonight. Plus, Taro ends up beside him a little while later, the two of them refilling drinks in the kitchen, the noise continuing from the other room without them. Taro doesn't look at him when he speaks, focused on not spilling his water. You know you can come to me if he says quietly, pausing, as if choosing his words carefully. If something ever feels off. He finishes pouring his cup of water and looks between Izuku and the door to the kitchen. About anything. Izuku almost asks what he means, opens his mouth to ask, when? Taro. Aya's voice from the other room, carrying easily. He's doing it again, come tell him he's wrong. Taro sighs and goes without another glance at Izuku, as if he never said anything in the first place. Izuku stands in the kitchen for a moment alone for a beat before he follows. Plus, Kenji and Rin talk in the far corner of the room in hushed voices as Izuku watches Shinobi's chest rise and fall slowly, the man out cold in the armchair across from Izuku. His head is dropped back at an angle that is going to hurt in the morning. Izuku watches as Aya appears with a blanket and tosses it over Shinobi, easily returning to the conversation she was having with Michi. Izuku watches it happen with a warm feeling buzzing in his chest. Home. He thinks he can get behind the term.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.